no ties to the topic, but he is so... This is Nick Mattel, by the way, to tell you. Nick Mattel is a man who on live on multiple occasions has literally actively talked about like being okay with the eradication of Palestinians as a whole. Like this guy was on a live with older millennial, but older millennial was saying, oh, like, you know, like the only time Israelis will ever find peace is if there's not a single blood of if there's not a single blood of like Palestinian people on that land. This guy older millennial was saying that on the panel with Nick Mattel. Nick Mattel was genocidal, right? He has said genocidal things, which, you know, the usual suspects. He's a white man, but this guy follows him. He follows Nick Mattel. He follows like all the known Zionists, like the ones who are not only like Zionists, but these are like literal Israelis, okay? Including a guy called Coach, who, by the way, this guy Coach is a recruiter. How do I know this? Because somebody I know said that they were reached out to by a Coach and somebody. And should I be extra messy? Maybe I should. Oh, child, I don't know if I want to be messy.
I remember you telling me that. I was talking about that up here, but I was like, you know, a source. I was like, I got it from a source. But yeah.
Mm-hmm. Well, you know, I'll just say it was Chewbacca. Okay. Chewbacca and Coach together reached out to another Black creator, asking them if they could spread more Zionist propaganda and be paid for it. Low-key, Chewbacca admitted that she was getting paid by Coach during that time when she reached out to that other Black creator asking him, oh, I should not have said him because now y'all know it's a him. I need to go to bed. I'm very messy when I don't go to bed. Anyway, I digress. It's too late anyways. But anyways, so Coach is a known recruiter, okay? He recruited Chewbacca. Oh, you didn't hear from me. Allegedly. So why is this guy following both of Coach's accounts? Interesting, isn't it?
I knew it. I kid you not. I was so frustrated and felt so. It was me and a mutual, Jamal. I felt so bad because there's so many people in that live. Now he did say something misogynistic, but I was like, this man is genuinely concerned for his people and knows that the I-State and the United States doing what they're doing to them is going to result in a lot of damage and a lot of harm. And yes, criticize him for being misogynistic, but also hear him out. They both joined the panel as if, people were from there, and just completely, they would not let him speak. They kept on making fun of him. It just was bad all the way around. And there was over 2,000 people in that live that day. And I just was like, that's wild that they're like shaming him for this. It's just so embarrassing. But yeah.
Check his, I screenshotted that, by the way. I screenshotted his following list because when he said like, oh, I don't want to associate with her, I was like, this kind of low-key just feels like he's running. I'm not gonna lie. Like, it just feels like he's kind of low-key running. That's what it feels like. And it feels like excuses. And then he said, I told him, like, what did I say? What did I do? I'm confused. I told him. And then he was like, oh, I don't want to publicly shame you. I was like, you low-key are publicly shaming me right now. But you're not even saying what I supposedly did for you to say that I crossed all the lines that you don't want to associate with me. But then I checked his following list, and he's following genocidal Israelis. Huh? Make that make sense. So G-side doesn't cross the line. Crazy.
That's wild. He had he had like over 100 people in there, I think, earlier.
He did. And like, I don't know. And you know, Swan, what was weird? When I was on his panel, I don't know if you were there, but somebody in my server sent it to me and was like, hey, Alex is looking for ops. And they're basically almost promoting the guy. And I just was like, fine, I'll just join his live. And I joined the live. And I kept asking him the questions, like the real questions with regards to, you know, like, what makes you think you can trust America or Israel? Da 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 da. All these different things. His response to me was always to go back to, but the protesters were unalived, which, listen, I don't want to disrespect, like, the protesters were unalived. I don't think any of the martyrs should be disrespected. May their souls rest in peace, and may their family find justice, right? But how do you resort to always that when I'm asking you about American intervention? Like, and one of his videos, oh my goodness, one of his videos, he's saying, oh, queer people, how do you support Iran when you get unalived in Iran? Which is just pink washing. Oh, and do you want to know when he started talking about Iran?
When?
So I checked, and he has been posting videos since 2023. And he didn't mention Iran once until February of 2026. So this year, he only started mentioning Iran for the first time this year, like a couple weeks before the bombing started. Is that not sus?
That's crazy.
I did not mention it one single time since 2023, except for the same month when the bombing starts. I don't know. Kind of weird.
Now I'm gonna look for the recording of when, because he was live and I didn't really have any opposition, so I was like, ooh, no opposition, let me be nosy. He was live and I went in to listen to it. I'm gonna try to find the recording.
I missed a lot in my 3-4 day break.
Welcome back, Faisal.
Hi.
No. This guy was somebody that Swan told me about. Like I didn't know about him. Swan came to me. She's like, "Oh my god, I saw something really weird," and she came and told me about it. And then after she told me about it, I kind of like, somebody in my server was like, "Oh, this guy is looking for debaters." And then I put two and two together. I was like, oh, this is the guy that Swan was talking about. And so I went on his panel. And today was like the second time I saw him, I think. Or the third time, but I wanted to join again. And he said that. I was like, kind of sus.
I wish I could remember the date though, because it's going to be kind of hard to find it, but I'll still look for it anyways. But basically what happened was, he was talking to a woman. At least I thought she was a woman. And you couldn't see, she had no photos of herself on her page. Her profile photo was just the outline of a woman against the Iranian flag, right? And she was talking about being like chased. And then she was talking about being assaulted. So I was like, oh, this is like pretty serious stuff that they're talking about. But I feel like the reason why he wants her to tell this story to the people is because he's trying to demonize the IRGC, right? To make it seem like there's more unrest about what's happening there than what people truly understand. So, and not to discount anybody who's ever been harmed, but like, she was talking about it and I'm thinking to myself, like, this is really bizarre. She goes into detail telling her story and I'm like, well, I hope this is like something that she agreed to do and all that other stuff. Then it comes out she's 16 on live stream. He's asking her these questions. He's asking her details and then repeating like the worst of the worst things that she says to the audience. I immediately went on mute because I didn't want that being played in my live. And I was listening and I would just lower it if I came off of mute. But it was just so disturbing. And then there was no adult with her. There was no one else there with her, like consenting to her talking about this. And like, she got emotional and I'm just like, yo, this is like, why are you blasting a 16-year-old girl's trauma? What the hell? What are we doing? What are we doing? You could have read about this somewhere and you could have kept the name anonymous and all this other stuff. Now, what if they find her? Like, it didn't make any sense to me at all. And this is a minor. Like, I don't know if he lives in the United States, but if he is in the United States, Like, a minor cannot consent to that. I don't think they can consent to that information being shared out loud like that. And the people in the chat, they weren't really saying much about it. I was like, this is really like wild to me that people are not concerned by this.
I don't know. It's kind of weird. To be fair, I think like Iranians do like have a right to have grievances towards their government. There are some like effed up shit that the Iranian government has done, right? So I don't think that should be discounted. There was literally like in the early 90s, there was like this massacre that the Iranian government did where it unalived people who were suspected of like supporting Iraq or like supporting this entity that supported Iraq. I forgot what it was called. It was called the MEK or something like that. But then they didn't like the people who were suspected of that didn't undergo a fair trial. They were just unalived and massacred. And there were some teenagers amongst them too. So like there are some examples of them doing messed up ish. But at the same time it's like I don't know. You know, Swan, I think that's the problem with like the type of position that the West has put the global South in, that as a person from the global South, you're kind of like being forced to pick between like the lesser of two evils. It's like either you pick getting unalived by your own government, or you pick getting unalived by like a Western entity. That's like the two choices you have, unfortunately. You know? It's kind of like in Iraq, right? Like Iraqis legitimately have a reason as to why they have grievances towards Saddam Hussein. Like Saddam Hussein should not be glazed at all. That man was a fucking monster, okay? But then the problem is toppling him in that way was also a complete disaster. Like, it destroyed and destabilized the country, made it like a cesspool of all these different organizations. But it doesn't mean that prior to that Saddam wasn't going around unaliving Kurds, any minorities, non-Arab minorities, or he wasn't unaliving the Marsh Arabs, decimating their populations. He was. But foreign intervention just made that ish worse. Exactly, Ty. You're forced to pick between like a dictator or a Western imperialist. And a lot of people would pick like a dictator because they'd rather be unalived by their own countrymen than they would by a foreigner.
Yeah. Have you heard this notion that the protesters were from the U.S.?
Which protesters?
In the ones that have, like, I guess they were protesting in Iran, that apparently they were people who were American. I don't know who started it, and I can't remember where I heard that, but I've heard it a couple times. I'm just like, wait a minute. What?
I also read somewhere that some of the protesters were like shot with Israeli bullets.
You know what?
That it was kind of like there were like agents who were amongst them who were just randomly shooting into the crowd or something like that.
Jesus,
that caused the chaos. Yeah, I have to look into that. It was, dang it, where did I read that? I read that somewhere.
That's crazy. Y'all, I have a flash goal. It's 40 of the ice cream cones. It's only going to accept one per account. So if you send 10, I'm only going to receive one towards the flash goal, but I will get one towards the live. But we need 40 people to send an ice cream cone in like 14 minutes, somewhere around there. But oh my God, that's wild.
Yeah, Iran is really infiltrated, I'm not gonna lie. Like it's hella infiltrated. That's how one of the leader of Hamas, he was assassinated by Israel in Iran. I don't know if you knew that, but it happened like last year or before last year, where the leader of the H group in Palestine, he went to visit Iran for something, I think, and then he ended up getting assassinated there.
That's okay. That makes so much sense, because I feel like obviously them trying to nationalize their resources, absolutely they should be holding a grudge against us for that, 100%. But I'm like, this is like very, very deep rooted, and I don't understand why people keep saying that they did this thing to us, or they've been consistently doing things to us. And I even saw a list, but it wasn't that deep. But now I understand what's happening is we're doing things like to start shit, and then they end up responding to it, and then we label their responses as if they're trying to be on the attack towards us, which is a common it's a common tactic. But that what you just said makes it so much deeper than what people are knowing, like on the surface, because they've been dealing with this for so long. Which is
what do you mean deeper?
Oh, like when you're, because you were saying that the person who Hamas, he was in Iran, and that's where they were unalived.
Oh, yeah. This happened like 2024, 2025, I think. Ismail Haniya. I'm not talking about Sinwar killer. I'm talking about Haniya. Haniya was in Qatar, I think, if I'm not mistaken. And then he went to Iran to visit, or he had like a meeting, I think. And then once he was landed in Iran, he got bombed, if I'm not mistaken. And then it was like a complete humiliation for Iran, because basically they were humiliated that they invited this guy who is the leader of the H group to their country. They invited him in, and mind you, Israel was trying to unalive this guy for if Iran was like set him up, basically. Wait, hold on. Let me look up when it was. Let me look it up.
Thank you, Rachel. Thank you for the gifts, y'all. I appreciate it. I am on my backup account, y'all, so we got 122 people in here. If everybody could continue tapping, sharing, liking, all of those things, send your daily heart me. Let's try to knock out this gift goal. So we need 40 ice cream cones. They're only 1 cent. So if everybody could send one of the ice cream cones, thank you, Dragon Lover. I appreciate you. Then we'll be able to knock out the flash goal, and that will help to bring more people into the live as well. But yes, thank you so much for the gifts, y'all. I appreciate it. But yeah, let's try to knock out that flash goal. Listen, it'll only take one per account. So if you have a backup account, you can always go on your backup account and send one. A little bending of the rules. A little bending of the rules. Let me see, because if I took a screen recording of him being in there, man, I hope I did, but I don't know. I can't remember. Oh, I gotta see all of them. We're almost halfway there, y'all. We just need 22 more of the ice cream cones. 22 more. If everybody could just send one of them.
I found it. There we go. So they unalived him when he arrived in Tehran by sending a missile that tracked his phone.
Dang it. You might have to make yourself bigger. For some reason, mine is not working on my end. I don't know why. Oh, there we
go. Here. So they unalived him in 2024. And Iran was basically like kind of accused of contributing to it or setting him up and all that stuff. Because this guy had survived for so many years, by the way. He was the leader of the H group. And then he ended up... Oh, no, don't send me the ice cream cone. Send Swan. Oh, no! I think because I'm on the big screen. Hold on, let me make myself smaller.
Oh, yeah, no, it's okay. But I think, just so everybody knows, I'll still get them all, but it's only going to count one towards the flash goal.
You heard about the beeper attacks, right, Swan?
I have not. I was just about to ask. I think Malik said something in the...
Oh my goodness, the lore. Okay, so the beeper attack was that in 2025 or was it in 2024? So Israel basically rigged the beepers that were sold to Hezbollah in Lebanon by adding like a chip or something like that when they were being manufactured. And then I forgot what country they were manufactured in, but was it like in Bulgaria or something like that? So Israel added like a chip basically or something like that. It rigged it so that it could be able to get detonated from Israel. And it was 3,000 beepers because they knew that Hezbollah uses beepers, and Hezbollah uses a specific factory to get those beepers to their members, and that is how they communicate with their members. And they don't use, I think, phones or whatever it is because they don't want to be tracked by Israel. So that's why they use beepers. So then Israel somehow infiltrated the factory in Bulgaria and then implemented these like chips in the beepers that would be able to get detonated by like from Israel or something like that. And they detonated 3,000 beepers at once in Lebanon. Like, it was diabolical. Like, there were some people who were then injured, like, in the, like at the supermarket. There were some people who were with their families shopping, and there's like literally beepers in their pockets that went off, and then they got unalive. Like, I think like there were children who also got unalive because they basically wanted to take out 3,000 Hezbollah fighters or members at once. And they didn't care who they put in danger. They didn't care if the person was driving a car, if the person was at the supermarket, if they were with their family, if they were in their home, if they were sleeping. They just detonated all of them at once. Hold on, let me bring up the news story for that.
That is wild. I found the photo and I can pull up the recording now. I know I took a screenshot of it. I'm so glad I did. Because I remember when it happened, I was like, oh my God, I have to tell Covey about this. But, oh, here, okay. I can send it to myself and do that way. Yes, everybody, thank you so much for sending the ice cream cones. I appreciate y'all. So we need about 12 more. So if you're just coming into the live, or if you haven't done so already, if you look at the top of the screen where the purple box is, you're going to see the ice cream cone. That's the gift goal. But this is a flash gift goal. So we have to knock out the gift goal within the next 5 minutes. So we need 12 more people to send one ice cream cone. It's only going to count one per account that sends it. If you send 10, I'll still get 10 ice cream cones, but it's only going to count one towards the flash goal. So if everybody could send one ice cream cone before the timer runs out, that way we can, it'll just be good for us being pushed out to the FYP and staying out there. And, yeah, it's time though. So we got to do it like ASAP. But yes, everybody send one. All right, I'm going to send this to myself, and then I'll be able to find the day that this happened. I'll never forget it. I was like, why is this man having this child explain their trauma on a TikTok live stream? It's just nuts.
Basically have Arab Jews learning the Quran, like everything inside and out, pretending to be Muslim, and also learning Arabic. And then the Arabic they learn is they learn the specific dialect depending on which community they're going to infiltrate. And there was this one guy, his name was Eli Cohen, but he pretended to be a person who's called Kamal bin Thabit, and he infiltrated Syria. And he got so high up that he almost became like the president of Syria or something like that. But he was like a high ranking like official or whatever it is. And he got caught during the 6-Day War in the 1960s, helping Israel find which coordinates to bomb in Syria. And that's when he got caught by the Syrian military, and then he got executed. But this guy almost became president. Like he infiltrated the community so well. Like, he was speaking Syrian dialect Arabic, pretended to be Muslim and all that stuff. So they have a whole unit called Mustarabin where they pretend to be like a part of those communities and infiltrate them. They did that as well in the West Bank, where they pretended to be Palestinian, but then they entered like a hospital and they assassinated people in the hospitals in the West Bank. So that type of infiltration is really, really deep in Iran. And I think Iran also infiltrated Israel, because the other day I was reading like a news article about how the IDF or Israel captured like multiple Iranian operatives within the IDF. So yeah.
Wow. That's wild. I should have stayed and listened to their live, but I was in Dr. Abu, is it Siraj, I think is his name? Mm-hmm. He's been on Smitty's panel a couple times. His topic was about like issues that are happening in the Middle East. And I went in, I couldn't stay, but I went in there and they were talking for a little bit, but and I had sent him a galaxy, because I think he uses his gifts to help people. But I was just like, it was very loaded. Like the background, it was talking about Iran. They also talked about a couple other things. And I was just like, yeah, there's like, I think a whole, just like a vast amount of information.
In the 90s.
Oh yeah. And then, what was it? Oh, one of my friends joined the military. I was probably 18 or 19. She joined the military because she felt like she needed like discipline and stuff. And she was a black belt, so that gave her like an advantage. She came home and she was singing the most xenophobic, disgusting, vile song I ever heard in my entire life about people from the Middle East. It was wretched. She started singing that shit out of nowhere when we were just like all hanging out and chilling, and we were all just looked at her like everybody's eyes were wide. Nobody knew what to say, because I don't think anybody wanted to ask like questions in detail about what she witnessed and what she did. But I was just like, oh my God, she's brainwashed. She was singing the song and we were just like, we were just shocked. I didn't know what to say. None of us knew what to say. No, none of us knew what to say. I just was like, it's loaded. Like super loaded.
Yeah, I think it's like very, very complicated. I think people don't understand how diverse West Asia is. They don't understand how not only diverse it is, how many different ethnic groups exist there, the sectarianism. They don't understand the different like political dynamics in the region. And I think that's also the issue. Because I think like it's an issue if you look at it from the outside and you only think, oh, everybody is just Arab, everybody is Sunni Muslim. But then also it's an issue if you let only one type of West Asian person shape your perspective, you know? Because like you do need like the perspective of an Assyrian person, the perspective of a Kurdish person, the perspective of an Arab, the perspective of a black Arab, the perspective of a Christian Arab. Fundamentally anti-Israel and went to war against Israel. But then Saddam at the same time was unaliving Kurds, and he was unaliving like his own people, you know? But then like there are some people who might be Arab supremacists and they don't like respect Kurds. So they're like, yeah, it's okay if Kurds like keep unalived Kurds. And there are some people who even deny the unaliving of Kurds, by the way. Swan. They don't believe that Saddam Hussein unalived them, right? Even though he did G-side them. But then the Kurds somehow are also have a different power dynamic to the Assyrians, because the Kurds also massacred Assyrians. So, I don't know. It's a complete mess. I'm not gonna lie. But I highly recommend people to look into it. To look into it, because I think too many people are dying, way too many people are dying within West Asia, and way too many people are being G-sided within West Asia. So I do think that people need to do their due diligence and actually inform themselves on the different countries and how they were impacted by the drawing up of the lines of like the Sykes-Picot agreement, how the fall of the Ottoman Empire impacted that area, how the creation of Israel impacted it as well, like how the creation of Israel impacted Palestinians, but also impacted the politics in neighboring regions because of the expulsion of Palestinians from Palestine. And it's a lot, but I still do think that if people want to understand what is happening in Iran, what is happening in these different countries, I do think that people need to educate themselves on it. Like, for example, Swan, the Houthis are very, unpopular in Yemen.
Wait, say that again?
Like, the Houthis are very unpopular in Yemen.
I did not know that.
That's why it's not even, true when people say, oh, Yemen hijacked the ships. No. The Houthis hijacked the ships. They don't even control all of Yemen. They're not really as popular all throughout Yemen, right? But they're doing what they're doing because Israel is evil and is G-siding people.
That's
But,
wild.
yeah.
That's so wild.
But sorry, you wanted to show something. Oh, yeah,
I'm
just like
looking for.
Hezbollah, by the way. Hezbollah is also not popular in Lebanon, by the way. A lot of Lebanese people have a lot of issues with Hezbollah politically. A lot of Lebanese people are really frustrated with Hezbollah, but they choose to stand by Hezbollah because they hate Israelis because of what Israel has done to Lebanon, right? But a lot of Lebanese people also have issues with Hezbollah. The fact that Hezbollah allied with Bashar al-Assad, even though Bashar al-Assad, the Assad families literally occupied Lebanon and unalived a lot of Lebanese people, right? Because Syria also, not many people know this, but Syria used to occupy chunks of Lebanon. That's why there's a lot of issues between Syria and Lebanon. Syria also unalived the prime minister of Lebanon, Rafiq Hariri. So some people see Hezbollah's allyship with Syria or with the Assad regime as betrayal, basically, or act of treason. And also, that's why some people are frustrated with Iran, by the way, Swan, because Iran used to support the Assad regime in Syria before he got toppled.
That's wild.
Yeah.
So wild. It is really complicated. I'm trying to see if I can find that recording because I know I have it in here somewhere.
Hi, John. Tap, tap, tap the screen, by the way, while Swan is getting the clip. Please get her up to 120K likes, y'all, if you can. And there are 136 people here. If every single one of you guys could share the live 5 times to 5 different friends, that would also be amazing. Get her out into the FYP, everybody. That would genuinely be cool. If every single person here could share the live 5 different times, that would be good. On this crazy night, why is it a crazy night, John? I'm scared to look at the news. Why did John say, I hope everyone's doing well on this crazy night? Let me look it up.
I'm so sorry, guys, but I am so determined to find this because I know I have this clip somewhere. But I'm still here, y'all. Keep tapping the screen, keep sharing the live out. I have a feeling Kim is probably asleep.
Did you see that Yale poll that found that young conservatives are the most anti-Semitic in America?
I believe it. I didn't see that, but I definitely believe that. That's wild.
They basically found that young conservatives were the ones who agreed the most with people like Nick Fuentes and all that stuff.
I'll be honest, for the people that are doing like discussions about Trump and MAGA and stuff like that, I've noticed that the group that requests it the most is young white men, like 30 and under. And there's a lot of 18-year-olds. It's like they're just like so happy to try and like, you know, I don't know, do whatever it is that they want to do and be conservative and support the right and all this other stuff. It's like they're like this like badge of honor for them.
Why did Trump just tweet, well, not just a couple hours ago, say that Iran is good and smart and has great fighters? That man is such a flip-flopper. Now he's praising Iran.
That's wild. Sorry, I'm here, I'm listening. But that is wild.
He said Iran is a strong and smart country. It has fierce fighters. That's what he said.
So, remember the trafficking thing that I talked about that was happening with Russia and my country and a lot of African countries. For some reason, the same organization that was found out, right, is still trying to push the same thing. Like, it is publicly known that these people are literally stealing people, and yet there's not even a change of websites, not even a change of name, same program, same everything, and they're still trying to get influencers to knock on the door. It's like, do they really think that like our IQs are really that low to them, eh? Because it makes no sense to me that we're going to sit here and prepare. Like in general, the whole thing is weird, but you're going to use the exact same tactics. That's kind of weird. while people's children are still there, and children and like parents are still fighting for their children. The government, I don't know if again, I don't think my government, even though they're in bricks, has the power to fetch these children. But it's quite baffling to me. Yeah, I just wanted to get that off my mind because, like, it's weird. It's very weird.
Faisal, I saw Indigo today on a live celebrating the fact that Malema was getting arrested.
Of course she would. Of course she would. Oh yeah, so for those of you who don't know, our favorite man did get arrested yesterday. He got sentenced yesterday, actually. For
Was it because he had firearm possession or whatever?
Yeah, it was possession of I don't think he registered the firearm correctly. So they got him on technicality, and then also he fired in a public space, which shouldn't have happened. So
hitting in the air, it was like
right, but just the general firing of it was the problem, I guess. Plus, again, his paperwork wasn't up to standard, so
they do that, but they don't go after Jacob Zuma for his corruption or whatever it is. But okay.
Oh, please say that one more time, please, for the people in the back.
I don't know. Maybe if they actually care about the law, they would have gone after the corruption cases, even in the ANC. I don't know.
Wes, you're even going too far. Corruption. Let's talk about the grape case in 2009. Sorry, trigger warning. Sorry. Let's go back there. This nigga's been getting away with shit for a very, very long time.
In the beginning.
Listen.
In the beginning. Swan, do you know that? Swan, please tell me you know that.
No.
You don't know that?
Kavi, please find the video.
Oh my God. Goodness.
Also find the one where he's trying to do the 14 billion number. Oh my God.
Let me bring it up.
But also, this man, trigger warning, during his case in 2009, he slept with, there was an consensual act that happened, and the person who it happened with had HIV, right? So in court, they asked him, how do you know you didn't contract the virus? His answer, I took a shower. His answer to how he prevented himself from contracting HIV was him taking a shower. And this was the leader of my country. Make that make sense. A shower. And now his kids are damn near terrorists, just running around South Africa, harming people, black people. And yet I must trust him. Okay, I must trust this family. Jesus Christ.
I got it. Here it is. Hold on. Swan, are you here?
Yeah, I'm listening.
Okay, hold on. So this is Jacob Zuma, who used to be the president of South Africa. Hold on. Okay. Y'all ready?
We announced that our membership figures stood at 700 listen properly, 769,820 and 70 members, down from 100.2 million in 2012.
Okay. And then the second clip that I wanted to show you, hold on, is
Genesis 1.
this one.
Genesis 1, verse 1. In the beginning, yeah,
Listen properly.
in the beginning, yeah, in the beginning,
It's a little shimmy that he does, like it's gonna get him right.
That shimmy is permanent. Let me think. In the beginning. Yeah.
Yo, that is hilarious.
Like this is this was our president, guys. Jacob Zuma.
please.
Do you know this one? Hold on.
Please, Mayo.
Hold on. Do you know this one? Wait. This is also another African classic.
Please, Mayo. I have something to say. Yes. In fact, I'll stand up to say it. Yes. Was it not a few days ago that they imposed some of 100 naira levy on all of us? We are still trying to see if we can bring in and out and manage to pay that. Now they are bringing in another 150 naira for us to pay.
The problem is that some people here are agents of poverty. Yes. I suggest we go house to house to collect this money.
Yes.
Should anybody fail to pay, we shall see something valuable from his house.
I disagree. If you want to talk to me direct. Don't go through the corners.
Don't go through the corners. Yeah. I love being African.
If you want to talk to me direct. Don't go through the corners.
Oh my god! Did you see the oh my god. Did you see that woman? The this one, wait, hold on, where is she? The Ethiopian woman who they interviewed her after she ran the marathon, okay? And this was her interview after the marathon.
I'm so stupid. Why I'm playing this kind of game? And who the hell I'm thinking that I wanna run marathon? And when I was thinking how I decide this, I was so many questions. I never cry. I was crying this morning. Why I put this thing for myself? Why I say I'm gonna run marathon? What is wrong with me? I'm so.
Wait a minute, because I felt that way before. When I had to run track, we used to be like,
doubting ourselves after a race. I'll never forget this one kid. He was so fast. He was Asian. He'd be like, "Do you have the blanket ready?" And I'd be like, "Yeah." He'd be like, "Okay, I'm gonna go run my race." His legs would hurt so bad that he would lay on the blanket and just roll around until he felt better. Why are we doing this shit to ourselves?
Oh my god. Nah, it's kind of like, you know, when you organize a hangout with a friend, like an hour prior to that, you're like, oh my god. Like, I've done that so many times where like I want to meet up with a friend of mine, but then like on the day of the meetup, I like regret the fact that I like organized a meetup. I'm like, you know, I would have actually preferred if I just, you know, stayed at home instead of going out. Oh my god. I'm actually crying. What about this one?
Good.
Oh dear, this Kenyan politician praying they cancel exactly.
Corruption is not bad. Corruption is only bad if I'm not involved. Yes.
Wait, said yes.
I'm still sorry.
Wait, hold on. Who was that in the background? What was the ad-lib?
Involved. Yes. But if I'm part of that corruption, I'll defend it.
I'm so sorry. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Black people are funny. I'm not gonna lie. Holy shit.
Hilarious.
African core is so funny.
It is. I don't care what anybody says. Nobody is funnier.
What do you do for a living, please? I gym. Are you a male or female? Are you female? What is your gender? My gender. I'm a mechanic.
I'm so sorry. I said my gender is a mechanic. Hold on. Please look at this. Oh my goodness.
What is your gender? My gender.
Do you have air conditioners in Africa? No, we don't have air conditioners in Africa, but whenever the weather gets really hot and we begin to sweat profusely, the community chief priest gathers all the elephants in the community at the village square and then gives them a treat and gets them to flap their ears. Once they begin to flap their ears, a cool breeze is circulated throughout the community. The faster they flap their ears, the cooler the breeze. And that's how we survive without air conditioners in Africa. Yeah.
Oh my god. Where's the mechanic one? Okay, I'm done. Did you find your video, Swan? I just wanted to show this one.
I cannot.
What is your gender?
Oh, dang. This is Swan with all of her guests, by the way.
What is your gender? My gender. I'm a mechanic.
I'm he. I'm Himothy. I'm Sir. I'm Lord God. I'm male. I'm Ben. I'm Big Ben.
It gets the same feel when you ask for people's gender and they tell you, I'm a man. I'm a mechanic. Exactly.
The one ABA guy that was up here, the one Siberia. He was like, I don't really do all that pronoun shit, but I guess he, him. And I'm like, you actually think you sounded cool saying that shit just now, didn't you? Like, what the hell?
Oh my goodness. Wait, do you guys know Malema? Hold on. Where is that one clip of his? Wait, where is he?
But did he not say the part that we say in our fucking heads? He just said that shit out loud. Like,
Julius don't
sorry,
give no
but if
more.
you don't envision your oppressor being like just stopped out, or the ones facilitating that shit, listen.
So sorry.
Like,
That was so funny.
listen, and the law behind this is
He said, at least for now.
at least for now, because
5 minutes ago.
yes, that's what I'm recalling to it.
Oh, okay.
Because that's what Juju did. Julius Malema, for like the early parts of the 2000s, before he started the EFF, he was part of the ANC. And what was he doing in the ANC?
Lord.
Exactly the same things that he's calling these people out for, right? So he's become kind of a hypocrite, because when it was him, it was nice. When he got fired, because he did in fact get fired, that's when it stopped being nice. And that's when he started saying, you know what, actually I'm mad. If you want to go to parliament and just ratatata, go ahead.
That's actually so funny. It makes sense though if the parliament does allegedly, if the parliament doesn't do anything about black people being unalive, maybe they need to be targeted. Allegedly. Oh my goodness, allegedly actually. Actually, I was just joking. I was just talking about in Minecraft. But yeah.
So that's why in the beginning, Julius could not get the support and the votes that we think he should get, or like that he wanted to get, because it was literally Mara Julius, we just saw you like 2 weeks ago with these people. Now you want us to believe that you are going to fight your friends. Okay, we'll see. Right? We thought at the beginning it was just Julius Malema's just having a tantrum. It's just throwing a tantrum. It's fine. Just like let him have his playtime. You know, the rest of like the parties are over here. That was the energy. And Julius just kept going. Julius got a degree. All of us went, wait, what? You went to school, my dog? Oh no, aware. Okay. 2019, 2018 happened. Still didn't have enough votes, but it was climbing again. We're like, oh, okay, nah, kind of eating, but let's see where this goes. Keeps going, and now it's 2026, and everybody's like, yeah, you kind of should have been afraid of Judas from the start, because now we see that he's actually standing on business. Because we thought, like the general sentiment at the beginning was generally like, we can't take you serious, Julius. You were literally with friends with them. You're probably just having a moment. It's fine, have your moment. We're gonna ignore you for now. And then he showed them that you can't ignore me, because he kept saying shit like this. And people started following him, and it just kept growing. And yeah, now EFF is a serious contender. It just depends on what happens within, and I'll get to that. It just depends on what happens in these next 5 years between these political parties and what they do. Also, what happens now, because we also have elections this year, like kind of like prime, what do you guys call it? Yeah, the same ones that America's having now, like the mayors, the regions, all of those. So yeah, but yeah, that we're basically having the same thing. We just don't call it midterms. I don't know what we call it. I forgot. Anyways, but also what's diabolical about Julius' sentencing right, is that it is meant to last 5 years. So for the next 5 years, this man is going to be in prison. The next time we're having elections is in 2029. That's our next election season. Julius will still be in prison. That's wild. So now the EFF has to choose a new leader because Julius can't run from prison. They're going to have to choose a new leader for presidents for the EFF. And then that person will, like, how that person moves will show what happens with the EFF. See how strategic, quite literally, they deliberately chose to make sure that he got prison time. Because if you look at if you look at this one last charge, that one is justified. But every other charge, because I think there's like 4 or 5, every other charge is a sentence and consecutive, concurrent. I mean, this was deliberate. Fight me.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm so annoyed that I cannot find this video right now. Because I remember, so I have the date that I took the screenshot of the account being up there. Faisal, do you remember when I was live and there was a man who was, I think his name, I don't want to say the name, but he's from Iran, and I was playing a recording of his, like his live stream. And I was like telling everybody, like, it's, it's kind of weird. And like the stuff that he says, because it seems like he's like more of an agent type of guy. And I cannot find the clip. I have the date that I took a screenshot. It was April 10th when I took a screenshot. And I have the lives here, but I don't know if I'm just missing it while I'm trying to scroll through it. I don't know, but it's driving me nuts right now. But basically, he was interviewing a girl about like what she went through, like a situation that she went through. And like when we were listening to it at first, she was talking about being chased by men and like some other things. And he was asking questions about it. And then I remember he said her age, and he was like, yeah, how old are you when this happened? And she was like, something, 16 years old. And I was just like, wait, why is this person having her tell her story like as a minor online, right? Trying to like push a narrative or whatever the case is, without like, because I don't think a minor could technically consent to that. And there's no adult or anything like that. Like he could have just read about the story as opposed to having her talk about it. And then like also disregard like if that would put her in any danger. But I cannot find the actual recording of it. And it's driving me nuts. I don't know what's going on with this account, but I can't see who else is live right now for some reason. Okay, Covey. And I know I updated the app recently, so I don't know why I can't find anything. But I don't know. I'll just have to look for it another time. I'm gonna have to look for it another time. But I am determined to find it. I think what I'm gonna do, y'all, is I think I'm gonna restart. Again, this is the backup account, and I really don't have like a lot of followers on this account, and I never use it. So I'm gonna restart and we'll see if we can get more people in here. Yeah, I think she's been talking to the same person or the same guest for quite some time up there. But I don't know what they're talking about specifically though, because I wasn't listening into it.
Wait, this is the backup? So what happened to the backup?
So the backup, I was bigot hunting, and I was living alive, and I was listening to this Latino kid. He was talking about racism, and I was like, he kind of seems like he might know what he's talking about. And then he said a slur for Asian people. And I was like, oh my God, he said a slur. He's not supposed to say that. And then boom, I get cut. I just got taken down right away.
Jesus.
For 3 days. I appealed it, lost the appeal. Then I had to come back on my, what is this? 0.2, 0.3? My original account, they took the gifting option away, which is really annoying.
For how long?
7 days.
Jesus.
I was
And
like,
the
if we
other one
can't,
for how long?
3 days. So 2 more days for that one. But I was like, if
Okay.
we can't, because on that one I can definitely get opposition to requests. But I was like, if we can't gift, then I'm not going to use that account because then we won't be able to help send her when she comes up.
Yeah, that makes sense. So I guess restart. Wait, was an announcement made in the back end about this account?
Yeah. Mia did it.
Okay.
She set it up.
Yeah. So I guess restart and then we can come back and try and get ups.
All right, y'all. Everybody make sure you follow me. When I end the live, you're going to see a bar that says get notifications. If you tap on the bar, choose the option that says turn on all notifications. I think it's the top one out of the 3. And then that way you get notified if I post a video or if I go live. In addition to that, I did post a new video on this account to kind of help boost this account and to get us more people in the live. So once I end it, if y'all could go to my page and like the video, comment on it, share it. You can post it on your story. You can post it, send it through your DMs or whatever the case is. Do all that stuff that's going to help boost the live. But yeah, it's going to be kind of dry in here. I think yesterday we had 3-4 people, and then today 3 again, I think, somewhere around there. As a matter of fact, though, real quick before I do this, look at the shit I found on my fucking troll account. Where is it? We're doomed. Black Americans are about to ruin everything for all Black people globally, I swear. We are doomed. Not all of us are going to do this, but too many. I'm scrolling through lives and I'm like, what is this stuff? What is going on? I will also say that Black women are being hated right now, like scapegoated with the situation with Ashley Renee. Or no, Ashley, what is it? Ashley Janae Robinson, I think is her name. The amount of people talking about what happened to her that are just like saying extremely problematic things and what happened. I heard somebody to call. They were like, yeah, if you're dealing with a woman that wants you for your money, you're supposed to be on top of that. You don't go giving her all your money and this is that. I'm like, bro, they were about to get married. Like, what the hell? That's no reason. That's no justifying like unaliving a person. Okay. Whew. Trigger warning. There is this one. Black women are jealous of white women. Black women don't deserve love. White women are better lovers. Who is the Black woman's biggest enemy? This is just an FBA live. Okay. Why don't most immigrants ever migrate back to the homelands? What's your grievance with FBA? Biggest obstacles, or no, what are the Who or what are the biggest obstacles for Black men in society? This one was wild. Our state is fulfilling prophecy. Why are you not, Azayo? Is internal division holding us back more than racism today? Will Black people ever accept accountability and stop blaming others? This one was really vile. Oppression or a chip on your shoulder. Slavery didn't affect you. And I think that's it. Oh yeah, that was like the AI videos. But yeah. It's not really looking too good for Black Americans right now. It's really like frustrating. I found all of those lives by swiping through just within less than 5 minutes. It's ridiculous. But anyways, all right, y'all. I'm gonna restart. I will be back. Who knows? Maybe Erica will be done, and then she'll come in and join us and hang out. We'll see what happens. But again, just make sure you tap on that bar that says get notifications, and then choose the option that says, "Oh, Erica raid right now. I'm restarting." Dang.
But no, I'm serious.
Y'all not dumb. Y'all not stupid. You just been.
I just failed to do the research.
Kept away from information and discouraged from reading for real. That's all that is, man. Y'all gotta cut that shit out.
I just failed to do the research. I ain't gonna lie. 'Cause it's just my own self-ignorance.
The idea here, okay?
But how did they get here?
The people with an expressed motivation for moving regulation out of the way so that they can exploit more and corrupt more and take away autonomy from more people, take away more autonomy from more people. That is when we talk about accelerationism. You can't have a revolution without a fucking plan.
No, but how did the white people get us as slaves?
Real quick, I want to drive this one home. Real quick. Are you familiar with the term dual power?
No.
Okay. All right. Do you like the Black Panthers?
Yes.
Okay, I think they're a perfect example of trying to build dual power. They had their own nursing programs, their own vaccination programs, their own school lunch programs, their own sustenance programs. This is the reason why the government adopted WIC, because the dual power structures were working so well that part of undermine, right? They had all the things that we think that the government should provide or could provide, all of the things that we get from capitalism. If we build those structures parallel to the current structures that exist today, then we don't have to worry about what happens after revolution, because we have things to rely on. You dig what I'm saying?
That's true, 100%.
Yeah. I don't think aligning with a man who does Yahtzee apologia, I don't think voting for the guy who does Yahtzee apologia, who wants to install a white ethno-state, I don't think that that's conducive to revolution at all. I think what that does is it separates you from it makes you a contrarian. It separates you from the rest of people. It gives you the advantage or the benefit of feeling like you have thought through more than everyone else, without the work of actually having to think more than anyone else and build more. I'm going to work. I love y'all. All power to all the people.
I appreciate it too, big brother.
Can I address something before you go?
What's happening?
I'm not going nowhere. I'm talking to him. I'm telling him thank you.
Sorry, Ari, would that be okay with you? Because I have to go to work as well. I just wanted to briefly say that I don't want to debate.
You wanted to talk to me, Kobe? Go ahead.
I just wanted to say, yes, I just wanted to say the pyramids were never built by slaves, by the way. I heard Capri say that, and I heard you kind of like reiterate that too. I just wanted to say that ancient Egypt, like the Old Kingdom, didn't really have slaves. It had some servants or like people who were dependent, but they were very, very few. They existed within like households, but it didn't really have like a slave system. And also the pyramids themselves, the pyramids of Giza, were not built by enslaved people. They were built by paid workers. There was archaeological evidence. Actually, this is a really good piece on it. It was published in Harvard. So the people who built the pyramids, they actually were really well fed. According to archaeological evidence, when they found their remains, they were given like beer and a lot of food and all that stuff, and they lived nearby while they were building the pyramids. So the idea that the pyramids were built by enslaved people actually was kind of like pushed by Herodotus and the Bible. But Herodotus wrote about it 2,000 years after the pyramids were already built. And the biblical narrative, like basically like kind of like hijacked the whole story. But yeah, no, so the pyramids were not built by slaves, by the way. And this is a good read on it. Just wanted to mention that. But thank you.
I appreciate that, Cubby. Thank you, Athena. Can you inbox me that, please?
To this? Yeah, sure, I can.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
Inbox everybody.
All power to all the people.
Thank you, Solid. All right, we'll go to Ari, and then it's open after that.
Yeah, thank you, Swan.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
And I want to make sure, Swan, are you back yet?
No, I'm about to step out real quick, and I'm coming right back.
Okay.
I'll be right back.
Yeah, because I'm not
Do
going
y'all
to
think I'm a
sugarcoat.
good show?
Wait, Capri, it's Ari for education. Go on mute. Yeah, go ahead, Ari. Sorry, love.
No, you're good, because I'm not going to be nice. I'm not nice to men. I'm not. To all my femmes out there, men will never lead you to liberation, right? Capri, you have established and demonstrated that you have the ability to critically think. When presented information from Solid, you have the ability to critically think around concepts. And so you also acknowledge that you just didn't do research. And that's a man's thing to do. It's a patriarchal thing to do. Because patriarchy teaches men that they do not have to do research. They could just make decisions off a whim because they're men, and it must automatically be true. They must be right because they're men. And it's very tone deaf
Do you want me
to the
to answer that too? I'm
experiences
listening.
of
Capri, hold on. Let her finish. Go ahead, Ari.
it's very tone deaf to the experiences of femmes, especially when Swan was talking about her own children, her experience as a mother, her concerns for her kids. You said, no, they not. Who are you to speak to a mother about her concerns about a child and her children's experience, raising her kids in this current day society? The manosphere corrupting her children. Patriarchy is alive and well and very rampant. The femicide rates of Black women specifically are going up. Black women's are going up twice the rate of white women's. But you're okay accelerating that stuff. You're okay accelerating misogyny and the life expectancy of Black women. There are states that have abortion bans that disproportionately affect and target Black women. We have Black women's bodies being used as incubators on the news. Say her name, Adriana Smith. But that's okay to you. This is a Black man's perspective. Y'all never think about nor care about Black women. That's never in your worldview, right? It's always capital, purely capital, right? And act like these laws actually represent Black people. You said we're going to actually follow the Constitution. This Constitution was never made for Black people. It intentionally excluded Black people, especially Black women. Black women weren't even involved in that Constitution until the freaking 60s. So let's be for real. Y'all don't care about Black people. You only care about Black men. Say it with your chest. When you say Black people, say what you actually mean. You mean black men, because black women were never ever included in what you were talking about. Because what you're talking about is the continued oppression of black women, that women's lives continue to be taken in even more accelerated rates. And then now we're talking about war abroad in black ass countries. That when war happens, sexual violence is rampant and sexual violence is absolutely going up. That's your fault. You're okay with that. And I'm not going to be nice about it. I'm not going to sugar that. You need to sit with that. Sit with the fact that you do not think about black women. That's on you. You unpack that. You're not women first at all. At all. So don't act like you are. You can't even tell me what misogynoir is.
Go ahead, Capri.
Did I say? If I offended someone, I'm so apologize for doing that. I didn't try to do that.
You don't have to try to offend someone to offend someone. But also, I mean, long before everyone up here was up here, I spoke to you about how you're taking into consideration blackness, but not taking into consideration the other demographics that are oppressed, specifically women. And then you continue to do that.
All those black women's lives, your hands are bloody. You sit with that.
Yeah, why y'all try to keep pushing me in the corner?
Wait, respectfully, you literally came up here, sir, and you stated that you definitely were MAGA. When Swan asked you about, all the different panels that you've been on and whatever, and you said that you definitely were. We have stated, I went on a soapbox for about 10 damn minutes. Adorna did speak to you prior. All of these things. Swan gave information about, the Heritage Foundation and Kevin Roberts. A lot of things were stated about the harm that is being directly done to black people. I spoke about our reproductive rights. I spoke about the fact that we cannot go to the doctor. There are things that are happening to us. I did not say women. I didn't have to. I guess I did in order for you to know that I was speaking about black women. Now you're saying you're being pushed in a corner. No one pushed you there. You're there. You put yourself as a black man purposely in harm's way. You did that. You voted for your rights to be taken away as a black man. You spoke earlier about your daughters. When Mark asked you about Diddy, the Cassie situation, you went on and on the fact that you have daughters. You put your children's lives in danger. I didn't do that. I would never vote against my own people. And I, even though we both sort of kind of agree, right?
Yes.
In politics, and then the two-party system is a bunch of fuck shit, Republican, Democrat. We agree. Yeah, absolutely. But I will play the lesser evil game because there was a candidate, very, very qualified candidate, that would not have us in this position right now. And everything that she stated while running that was going to happen has happened because she is educated and she understood what he wanted to do. You voted for that. I didn't do that. Ari didn't do that. Adorna didn't do that. Swan didn't do that. Simhar, I'm pretty fucking sure if she was American citizen, well, actually, I can't say that. Mark didn't do that. You know what I'm saying? You did that. So to say that we're pushing you in the corner when you put yourself there is wild. A little weird, not gonna lie.
Do not care about your feelings. I don't care. You saying, oh, you're pushing me in a corner. I do not care. This is reality. You sit with that. If you feel bad, that's on you. Your choice. Accelerationism, all it does is it does not give people the ability to prepare. Now I'm rushing to tell women to arm themselves because men have been drastically emboldened and not enough people are aware. I believe in class consciousness. We're not there yet in any way, shape, or form. So now I'm hurrying to tell women to protect themselves because no matter what, men are coming for you. They are. They're going to try to take you out. They're going to try to do harm unto you. And they feel justified in doing so because they know no one's going to stop them, especially under this government. At least the last government, they could pretend, right? But this government, they're definitely not going to stop men. And so now I'm rushing to tell people and ring the alarm that protect yourself because they're not going to. You did that. We are nowhere near class consciousness. And actually more closer to the fact that because we're not at class consciousness, right? Fascism wins because not enough people are educated. That's why accelerationism is silly. You need to give people time to prepare.
That's true. Can we prepare in these 2.5 years?
I know you did. And she's like, how'd you know? I was like, I saw you back.
Can I get us battle ready?
Yeah, I'm back.
Can you get us battle ready? Is that the question you asked?
Yes,
While
ma'am.
you're putting us in the battle? Like, what? What are you saying? You're the what?
Well, wait a minute. Battle ready. Who's in the front?
I am.
Oh, you're gonna put your body in front of everybody's.
Mm-hmm.
Go for it.
I've been to the mountaintop already.
Well, what is this mountaintop you're speaking of? I don't even know where you live. What mountain are you talking about?
You talking about what's it called? The summit on the what?
Meanwhile, he live on White Plains Road. Come on now.
No, I'm not even trying to be funny. What mountaintop are you talking about? Because I've lived where there are mountains.
Hold on right quick.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, y'all. What did I miss?
Well, Ari told him, basically said, fuck you. Adorna basically said, and I already told you that, so fuck you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Regular shit.
All right.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. I was just gonna say, chat, I still have Semhar up on the panel. I did miss out on getting her up here yesterday. So we're pretty close to 20K. If we could get Semhar to 20K, that means just 3 people would send a galaxy. That'll be good because then that'll make up for me not being able to assist yesterday. But yeah, sorry, Ari, what were you gonna say? And then Capri, you can come in after Ari.
I was going to ask him, who are you to make that decision for Black women about being battle ready? You made that decision when you did what you did. You made that decision for them. Who are you to make that decision for Black women?
Nobody. I'm not in a position to do that.
A Black man thinking that he can speak on behalf of Black women, say, just get ready for it. Yeah. The blood's on your hands.
But not for nothing, what battle do you speak of? You say you've been to the mountaintop. I can appreciate hiking. I like health and wellness. What mountain? What top? I am very
The
interested.
same mountaintop Martin Luther King was at. And he was
Martin
speaking that
Luther the
speech.
King? You said Martin Luther the King? Did he say Martin Luther the King?
I heard.
Okay. Martin Luther the King admitted that what he did was bring his people into a burning house. Martin Luther the King, when he understood that he actually was causing harm to his people, said, no, fuck that. And then that's when they got rid of Martin Luther the King.
Misrepresented. For example, if African Americans being history is being misrepresented by the person who, for example, don't know. If she didn't know what she was talking about, then by all means, anybody who has the scholarship or who knows what they're talking about is within their right by to say, hey, this is not accurate. What I reject though is the premise of saying that, well, the reason why you cannot talk on this is because you're not from my lineage. That right there, that's not something that I can start with, because it's essentially saying that because you're not from my ethnic group, I don't think you can talk
Trip.
on this the way I can. I think
I'm being very specific. The argument is actually about.
But Trip, can I say what I said because you're not letting me talk?
I'm being very specific.
Guys,
hold on. I'm being very specific.
Y'all is gonna talk about Trip is talking. I'll start dropping people if Trip can't talk on his own panel. So stop. If Trip is talking, don't speak.
A Black American figure and call it.
Guys, let me just say, Mitch, give me 2 seconds. Let me just say this, man. Mukulu, Mitch, allow me to, to kind of, I'm trying to clarify the room so we can all have an understanding. I understand you guys want to respond, but when y'all speak, you see, I roll back and I listen. I want y'all to give me the same courtesy, right? So what I'm saying is very specific. That as you all know, we all went to school right here in America, and we have a lot of African Black people who are Black immigrant. We teachers, Black people. We have a lot of Black people who teach African American history in high school and college, and they're not from this lineage. So I reject the premise that you need to visit the moon before you talk about the moon. I kind of reject. I don't think that's. I reject that premise. However, I'm not sure what happened, but that is the issue I believe Queen Nzinga is presenting. She's saying that she was told, no, you cannot opine on this topic just because you're not from this lineage.
And I'm telling you specifically, even before she came into the conversation, because she's combining two different talking points. And at the point that Makulo is talking about, W.B. Du Bois didn't accomplish in his whole life, in his entire lifetime,
I'm here.
what Marcus Garvey, and I want you to repeat it word for word in your words. But he kept doubling down, and even when I tried to offer correction, he kept on talking over Black Americans about W.B. fucking Du Bois.
Okay, can I respond?
And say not just talking about him, not giving a history. Hold on, Trip. Not giving the history. He didn't mention the NAACP. He didn't talk about his work in Ghana. Let me tell you exactly what he said. He said he didn't accomplish anything for Black people in his entire life.
Can I say, Trip? Can I say what I said?
And he kept on doubling down.
Y'all keep trying. Okay, guys.
I'm just saying,
somebody
it was
has
a
timer,
personal.
let him
It was
finish.
ad
Y'all keep trying to have this showdown for some reason.
A person that's not alive.
Okay, so again, Mukulu, before you go, let me say this, guys. Again, please don't interrupt me. Let me land this, then while I let y'all land, and please don't curse because again, I'm at 3 flags, and I don't want to get flag number 4. Again, people, we cannot condone. I just want to state my position clearly. We can't condone appeal to ethnicity as credential. We can't do that because we just cannot allow that. Now, Mitch is saying that that's not what he did, right? That's not what he did. He's saying that he was merely correcting something that he thought that was wrong. As a Black American, he thought he had some, a lot more credential on the topic to talk about. That's what he's saying. However, Queen Nzinga is disagreeing. What she's saying, no, she was exiled only because she was not Black American or African American. That's what she's saying. Am I correct, Queen?
Well, that's what the way he came at me. That's how I felt, and I understand. Like if someone is up here spewing misinformation about certain political leaders, but I just think you could have checked them because honestly, when I came up here, I wasn't even coming up here to address him or Ngozi. I was here to address Makulu and Prof because of some of the stuff they were saying. Right, that was my direction. I wasn't coming up here to fight anyone, but it's just like. The way he was like, I feel like you could address Makulu and say, brother, you are wrong on what you're saying about W.E.B. Du Bois. But to say like, because he's not African American, I just think saying those things are very dangerous because when we're on these panels and we're just going to tell someone they are wrong based on based on the fact that they're not of a certain lineage, then just forget it. Let's not talk about each other's history. Let's not talk about each other's lineage and all that other stuff. Like just throw like that's my whole thing.
All right.
The way he
let me.
I was
so Trip talks to me on the regular. So you realize he's aware of the fact that when I question people, I ask for sources, and when I give information, I offer sources for
But
what I'm
that's not
saying.
what I'm
I
where I'm
ask,
coming
but
at.
sister, respectfully, the conversation that you're interjecting yourself in with this other person on the panel that I spoke to earlier, I asked him for his sources of the information. I say, hey, can we just go source for source on the information? And can you give me your facts about why you're saying what you're saying about WB? Maybe I could understand better if you're not just attacking his character as a
You're not
black
letting me
American
He's
that's no
saying you're
respond.
longer
not even
alive.
African American.
He
Didn't he say that,
refused.
Mukulu?
Trip, can I respond? He did.
Yeah, I think
Again,
that's the
Wow,
point that
I'm
set it
you're
being
off.
repeating the
gaslit
same
here.
talking
Trip,
point, and I'm giving
Every
Meech,
details.
you're
listen
not
to my
hearing me,
question?
but
Trying
it's
to stop
everybody
okay.
people from
You're not
hearing
involved
the
hearing
seems
me,
to
but
details.
it's
seems to
okay.
be self-interested. So I'm going to
You're
ask
not
the
hearing
person
me.
in
I
the top
asked
right corner
kindly,
who seems to be very unbiased. Brother, what do you remember hearing? Do you
Yeah.
Trip,
remember
are you
hearing that
against us
statement?
presenting sources?
Hold on, let me, yeah, because I
No,
was
I'm
here for a time period, and then I stepped away. But from what I do recall hearing, this stemmed from pretty much the conversation was about how Western society and education system misconstrues African history. That's down the lines where it was going. Mukulu was actually stating that everybody, including continental Africans who go to the school to get their education in the West, also get caught up in that too. So he did include continental Africans, right? So he was talking about how it's often viewed through a Eurocentric scope. So I think that's where he was coming at with that. And then he did start, I see where Meech is coming from, because he did start with the whole, he mentioned Du Bois and then he also mentioned Marcus Garvey, and his standpoint was, about education is not always just solely off of what you receive in Western education, but also what you are self-taught as well. I think that's why he mentioned Marcus Garvey, because he learned he studied on
Mukulu, let
himself.
him
You're
finish
not
though.
saying what he said about Marcus Garvey, though.
So, Trip,
Guys,
can I
guys,
No, I'm
say
not
what I
defending.
said?
I know he said some
sure, but
contradicting.
let
He
let
said some
let Alaso
contradicting
Say
things
finish
what
though.
he
as
said
well.
since you
Guys,
heard it.
guys,
Alaso,
allow.
what
I'm
did
here.
Meech
Okay,
say to
yeah, we
him?
got three.
But the part,
That's
yeah,
four
that's what I was
Mike.
gonna get to. The
Guys,
part that,
allow Alaso to finish though.
yeah, the part that set it off, because he did say some contradicting things about Du Bois and Marcus Garvey, right? I think the part that set it off was when Meech responded with kind of like, you're not even from like over here, like you speaking on our ancestors. Like I get that part. I understand where Meech is coming from, right? Because if you're gonna attack somebody's leader from your ethnic group, you're gonna want to bat for your people. But I feel like he was pretty much, the way he said it was pretty much to invalidate him due to him not being from the
So,
ethnicity, to
Thank
not be able to
you.
so
like speak
I'm
on it.
here. Can I
guys,
also?
one second,
Can you listen to what
Mukulu,
I
Mukulu,
said? I'm
Mukulu,
here. I'm not.
Mukulu.
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah. Go
not
ahead.
saying you're not here. Can you let me just get
Go
a
ahead. Go ahead.
question
Go ahead. Go
out?
ahead. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
So, I got you. So, Alaso. So, is it your personal opinion based on what you heard that Mitch kind of challenged Mukulu based on him not being from his ethnicity, or simply because he was, I guess, for the lack of a better word, spewing some kind of misinformation about, an African American leader?
I think he wanted to go pretty much like source for source, like how he said. But once, he was getting frustrated, he kind of threw that out there to try to pretty much invalidate him. That's what I'm getting from it.
Thank you.
But I'm
Okay.
here.
I
Can I
want, I
talk
want,
now?
I want
Trip, can I
Alasso.
talk, please?
Hold on.
No, what
Guys,
do you mean? Hold on. You're not a
let
part of this
Mukulu,
conversation, Gozi.
Alasso, what did he say
Gozi,
about
you're
Marcus
not a part of
Garvey?
this conversation.
let's give Mukulu his time
Yeah.
first.
Okay.
Let's give Mukulu. We can go
I'm
back to
gonna be
that.
very
No, I
quick.
want
Can
Alasso
I,
to
So
tell.
he
Gozi?
You're not
did
going
say
to
that
tell the
Marcus
host
Garvey
no
was
when
not
he tells you what
educated.
he's
Like,
going to do on his panel. You got one more time.
Who are you talking to like that?
He's the man. Respect him, Gozi. Please have some post control.
oh shit.
Come back up if you want to, but I just want you to understand what I'm saying to you, because I've asked you multiple times. Now, Trip is saying, hey, we're going to do X, and you say no? No. Trip?
Can you reset my time, please?
Go ahead.
Respectfully, please.
Thank you,
Okay.
Alaso,
All
for
right,
being
go ahead.
honest.
Okay. Thank you.
Let me reset it.
Okay. You see the difference, and I don't have to reveal what I do with my American African in real life. I'm gonna read this from Martin Luther King. The difference, and we were talking about education. So here what Dr. King said when it comes to Marcus Garvey. In 1965, to honor the memory of Jamaican.
I'm gonna reset your time, man. Let me just say something to my brother,
Okay.
Papa, man. TikTok just sent me a notification about you, so I'm not exactly sure what you got going on. I think, can you use a burner account, bro? Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, so reset my time, please. Thank you, my brother. You're so nice, so kind. In 1965, to honor the memory of Jamaican hero of African redemption, Martin Luther King Jr. told an assembly in Kingston, listen up, fellas. Marcus Garvey, and also for the record, I'm a part of UNI, Universal Negro Improvement Association, Philadelphia Division, because I live in Delaware. Marcus Garvey, according to Martin Luther King, was the first man of color or the first black person in the history of the United States to lead and develop a mass movement, which something Du Bois has never done. He was the first man on a mass scale and level to give millions of Negroes a sense of dignity and destiny, and to make black people feel that he was somebody. So the previous statement that I made was about what you see. A lot of them they get triggered. So when it comes to Marcus Garvey, let me finish. I still got my time. What I said about education, W.E.B. Du Bois was considered to be the first, in America, the first black man recipient of Harvard doctor. The first doctor at Harvard was W.E.B. Du Bois. But when it comes to organization, no black in America has done what Garvey did. So I was talking about education, that I said history has shown us that many of our leaders who led the mass movement didn't even have the doctorate. So I was saying, so that's what I said. What Garvey did in less than 5 years, Du Bois couldn't do it. So I know that Dr. Du Bois, and I studied Du Bois, and I've been quoting Du Bois. So a lot of these people don't know me. So it was not I was undermining or degrading what Du Bois did. I just made a point blank statement that was according to, and many black would agree with that. Garvey is the only black leader on mass scale, hands down. So I don't know why the triggering was coming. It wasn't about disrespect. I would just say Garvey didn't have education, but what he did, many of our PhD couldn't do it.
All right, so brother, I think we also have to learn how to be efficient, the way we communicate to each other. I always, cry about, us, not you, but us in general, displaying, little to no empathy, the way we talk to each other. I mean, the way we speak also matter though. Like if you're trying to, because you refer to Black Americans as your brothers, correct? Mukulu, that's how you see it, right?
What did you say?
I said you refer to Black Americans as your brothers, correct?
No, they are African. I call them African because there's nothing American about them. Anything American that
No. Okay, great.
Yeah,
that's beside my point.
they're African. Yeah,
I'm
saying
saying
African, living in
sure,
America.
but you look on like your people, right?
Because they came from us. Yes.
Sure, I don't know, came from us.
Yeah. Some of them came from Congo Kingdom,
sure.
So some of them are us.
No, I'm just saying that we all come from Africa, right?
Yeah.
That's the point I'm trying to make here. So the point I'm trying to make is, I'm just, because I don't want to make it a us versus, them.
That's what Mitch tried to do.
You see where I'm coming from? Mm-hmm. Because when you speak, again, I'm just, guys, we can all learn from each other. I just don't want the, undertone, these people, those people, it kind of paint a picture.
That wasn't
a
conversation, Trip. That's not what we were talking about. What I said.
I know. Yeah. I'm just saying that the way you're giving your submission, right? There's a
lacks diplomacy.
Us, that's what I'm saying.
It's not like diplomacy. What I said, Trip, it was not something bad.
Got it. No, Bukulu, I'm not, okay, so I'm not saying you're doing something bad. I'm just saying there are things that we can all do to kind of better ourselves the way we approach, communication, because your words also mean a lot, right? When we say, if you are giving a submission and you're really intentional about, building those bridges, I think certain, language should be removed. Because when we start saying, well, these people, that is what's wrong with these
Nobody
people.
said these people, Trip.
But you use what you said specifically? You said
Nah, let's
they
be
get
real,
triggered.
Mukulu.
He kept
Mukulu,
saying
Huh?
them
let's be
earlier.
real.
Right.
Hours ago,
Right.
he said
You
them.
What
did.
did I
You
say?
did,
What did I
No,
Mukulu.
say?
them.
Come on,
He
Mukulu.
didn't say us. He said them repeatedly.
These people, you specifically
Right.
said they get triggered. These people, look how
No,
they
no,
act.
they
They get
say the same
triggered.
thing to us too.
Mukulu, you said
No,
them.
no,
But to be
So
fair,
that
I'm
was
trying to
not
be fair. I'm
something
not
Chip.
trying to be
that's not
biased.
So
intentionally.
do you see
So
how? No,
No,
because
Trip.
Mukulu.
Because how often do I get
no, but
triggered in your
listen,
life?
Trip, that's
You see why I
gaslighting.
went
That's
off?
Trip,
gaslighting.
Trip,
Trip. If I
Nah,
say
but
Mukulu,
we
them,
just
is
being
it
fair,
bad?
Mukulu,
Mukulu. That
They
is
say the
true.
same thing
Mukulu.
to us too.
He said it and you
No,
said it. Y'all both said some
Mukulu.
things. Let's be fair.
Trip,
Mukulu.
I said what I said,
Trip.
Mukulu got
and
Trip.
I
So
repeated what
yeah,
I
one at a
said, the
time.
good
Trip.
and the
So
bad.
yeah,
King,
so Trip.
Queen.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say I like what Mukulu is saying. Yeah, I disagree with it, right? And even he did say these people, them, and they get triggered. He said that these people get triggered. You did use those words. You said
But that's
them
not
too.
bad. It's
Hold on,
nothing
hold on,
bad.
hold on.
Mukulu,
And that's my
Mukulu, it
whole
can be
problem. Hold
interpreted
on,
as
hold on.
disrespectful to certain people.
Hold on, let me land. And that's my whole problem. Yeah, that's my whole problem
Guys,
with it is when you
Who
chop,
is
say
this
chop, chop,
they,
guy?
chop,
them.
chop, chop,
What is
chop,
this
Hold
chop,
on,
guy?
chop,
hold on.
chop,
Let me
chop,
just
chop,
land. Let me just land. And
chop,
that's my
chop. Go
whole
ahead.
problem when people
I mean,
speak
no.
like that.
Queen,
That's
go
why I
ahead.
get rubbed off when people speak like that. This whole they, them, these people, they, or just saying you're not African American and this, like excluding people like that. That's what like. Those are the things that kind of like trip me
Are you
off. It's
guys
like,
looking at the
why are you saying
context?
they, them?
Mukulu,
You're not
Mukulu,
African
Mukulu,
American. You're
Mukulu.
not
Come
of
on,
this
man.
lineage. You're not Black
Let's
American
promote dialogue.
as a way to discredit people, like or as a way to shut down people. I don't like that. And what he's saying, I don't even agree with. And and that's my whole point. When I came up here, I was literally coming for them too. But then he said those things, and I was just like, okay, that's not helping because then you're just excluding people. When you say they, them, you're not African American, don't speak on it. You're not Black American, don't speak on it. You're not this, don't speak on it. Then that's where all these things, all that confusion gets to it. That's my whole point. That's my whole point. Like,
And I never disagree with you. I was being purposely problematic. I told you that earlier. I tried to be nice at first. There was niceness even before you came up. Me and Makula were even getting
but
along.
I didn't
He
come
was
up for you,
underscoring.
Mitch.
He was quoting stuff I
All
was
right.
saying. What I'm
But
talking
Mitch,
about.
I
You
didn't
remember
come up for you.
earlier?
I told you that. I came up and
But
I
I'm
addressed
saying,
All
Trump
right.
and
but when
Mokulu.
he
I got
decided,
you. I
but
got you.
Queen, when
Guys,
he decided to be disrespectful, when
let me
he went
chime in
low,
real
I
quick,
went to
people.
hell. That's what happened.
Okay.
I
He
wasn't
went low and
Okay,
I
I
went to
got you.
hell.
disrespectful.
Okay,
WEB the Bob versus
All
Gabby
right
was not
then.
disrespectful. I don't know why you guys
Mukulu,
get
one mic. We got guys, one mic. Again, I'm just trying to point out we can all learn from each other. I'm just saying the way we use our word also kind of matter. I'm just saying on both sides. Like Mitch, and I said with Mitch, I said, okay, if Mitch was saying that you can't speak just based on your lineage, that is wrong. And now I'm saying Mukulu. If you're also saying things like, they, them to refer to people that you call your brothers, I don't know. That's kind of wrong
But
also.
Trip, that's
Those
the
words kind of matter.
context matters too. I didn't say them. They say the same thing. When they say you're not
But,
African, it refers
brother,
to
you
it as
can't just.
them. So I don't
I
think when I
got you,
say
man.
them,
If
Trip,
you read the comment, right? Okay, hold on. If you read the comment, there are all kind of people
I
talking
don't pay
shit about
attention
me in
to
the comment right
comments.
now.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. It doesn't for me, bro. Like you have to be who you are. Like if you want diplomacy, you should always be a
But
diplomat,
Trip,
right?
can I ask you a question?
I don't want people.
So we
Sure.
all African, right? Do we oftentimes refer as us? No. Sometimes we use them,
What do you
right?
mean?
No. Do we as often
Right,
refer
but
ourselves as us? But we still
correct.
some
But you
of
know
us,
my position.
even in
No,
Cameroon,
no,
you
no,
have
no,
the
no. Hold on,
Bamleke de
Mukulu.
Bassa. Do you all refer as us?
Mukulu. Okay, Mukulu. I got you. Like I said, if you listen to me, I'm very consistent on this topic. One of the problems that we have on the continent, I say this all the time, is the they-them mentality. I say this all the time. We identify with our nationality first. After nationality, we go tribe first. After tribe, we go religion first. That's not acceptable because we're doing it too. It's not acceptable. I think that's garbage. I don't see how that's beneficial. But let me go to people who've been waiting for a while though. I want to apologize first for y'all waiting forever to talk. I see Cove Atlantian, I believe. I can't pronounce your name. My bad. No, you came after her. Chop. Let her go first. Cove, where you from?
Hi, sorry, I am African. I am actually Eritrean. And I was like listening to you guys speak the whole
I
time.
got you. I do have a question for East African though. Are you black?
Yeah, I'm Black.
Okay, all right, go ahead.
Yeah, I came up here because it was a bit frustrating to me, I'm not gonna lie, listening to you guys speak, because I didn't understand why there had to be a comparison made between Marcus Garvey and Du Bois, or Du Bois. Like, you can critique them without comparing them. There is no point in comparing different Black historical figures, right? I do think that both of them have maybe ideologies or beliefs that can be critiqued. I think one thing that I critique about both of them is that they had a high regard for Ethiopia and pretended as if Ethiopia cared about anti-Black colonial struggles when it didn't. A critique that I have for Marcus Garvey is that he was pro-capitalism when capitalism actively depends on Black death. So I think we can critique different figures respectfully without disregarding any of their work and without triangulating them against other Black historical figures. I think that within itself, triangulation is it's a white supremacist feature, in my opinion, because it is white supremacy that decides to triangulate different Black communities against one another. I do think that it is problematic to do that, in my opinion. And to
I got you.
Yeah. Were you gonna say something?
No, I just wanted to, if you don't mind, I would like you to clarify and expand a little bit on something that you said
Yes.
about, quote, Ethiopia does not care about anti-Black colonialism. Can you expand on that? I think that's very interesting.
Yeah, because the only two African countries that have ever colonized fellow Africans were Ethiopia and Morocco. Morocco colonized the Western Sahara, and Ethiopia colonized and actively still occupying African countries today. It colonized Eritrea. It is still occupying the Ogaden region till today. It is also still participating in the Sudanese G-side today. Also, when you look at how Menelik created Ethiopia in the 1800s, he actively was exchanging enslaved people for weapons with Italians and other Europeans, and he actively occupied different Ethiopians. Like when we look at the Gambela region, for example, they were occupied against their will. When we look at the Oromo people, they were occupied against their will. He was actually going around G-siding many of the ethnic groups that are now in present day Ethiopia to make them a part of Ethiopia. So I think that there's a fundamental misunderstanding of Ethiopian history and what people like Menelik, people like Haile Selassie were actively doing to other Africans, and how they were aiding and abetting also Europeans actively to do that. So, I mean, I can delve deeper into that if you want, Trip. I think there's a lot.
No, you don't. You don't need to dive deeper. You're not saying anything that is new to me. Which is exactly why it caught my attention. I just want some clarity for people who are listening, hearing this for the first time. We know, Ethiopia does have. Well, shout out to Ethiopia though. I know you're somewhere between Pan-Africanism and anti-Blackness. You're somewhere in the middle, somewhere. Searching for yourself. But
I'm
we
not
have to be real on the
Ethiopian,
panel.
so
I'm not saying you are.
okay.
You say you're from Eritrea, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Right. So so that's the point I'm trying to make. So I think what you're saying, there's a lot of validity to the point that you're making. So I'm not pushing back at all. I'm actually kind of echoing the same sentiment because people who have researched the region know that what you're saying is definitely true. I mean, we can dive deeper if you want to and get into the list of racial epithets that they have towards people who are sub-Saharan, African. I mean, West and Central African. I mean, I know it's not, it's there's a lot to say, and
It's
I
not
know
only
that
that.
personally you were a victim and persecuted by Ethiopia,
Yes.
which might be the reason why you're speaking from that perspective. So,
Yeah,
yeah.
uh,
But
yeah.
go ahead and finish your submission.
Yes, and that's something that I wanted to say, by the way, because I know I've been following Meech. I do know that Meech really does care about Pan Africanism. He does care about uniting with Black communities on a global
Facts.
scale. Um, and so I'm not African American, and I have never been challenged or asked not to speak on African American figures in the past by Meech, as long as I do it respectfully. And I think maybe that is where he was coming from, but I wasn't here for that, so I'd rather not talk about that. I just think that there is no point in comparing Black historical figures, because all our historic figures were doing everything that they could with the opportunities that they had. So I just want to say that. And lastly, to your topic, by the way, I think for me, this is very frustrating. I definitely believe that there are a lot of paid agents on this app. I think the CIA doesn't have to clock in anymore. Ronald Reagan is kicking his feet, really happy seeing the amount of divisive diasporan wars that are happening, because while that is happening, Africa is on the brink of a new scramble for Africa. When we're looking at what the
Oh man, you
Yes,
are
we're on the
killing it.
new
You are
scramble
cooking.
for Africa. I mean,
You
we're
are.
too busy, in my opinion, fighting over who's African, who isn't African, who's Black, who isn't Black, who does this, who does that, FBA, Black immigrant, yada yada yada. Meanwhile, the West, China, Russia, Israel, the UAE, all these other countries are actively taking a piece from Africa. And I feel like especially the UAE does not get the amount of hate that it deserves with what it's doing in Sudan, what it's doing in Congo, what it's doing in South Sudan, and especially East African countries. So I think we need to be
That
really
is.
focusing on the new scramble for Africa that we're in, instead of fighting each other and being triangulated
let me
against one
let me
another.
say let me say
Yeah,
this
I
is the type
really
of person
quickly.
I can be in community with. The
Right.
FBA, the Continental, I'm Caribbean, I'm this. Y'all got it. Y'all are not community. We black, we all black.
Th-
And I say the same thing about FBA. I know we all from here and we all share, whatever phenotypes, but this is the type of person that is in my actual community. Y'all just part of my
it is
demographic.
fun. It is funny, T.O. Ma, because what she just said, I said almost word for word. I said the same exact thing last night. I said, we are witnessing colonialism 2.0 on the continent from east, north, south, west. I said the same thing on this panel a few hours ago, and people are pretending as if they can't see the writing on the wall for some reason. It is what she's saying. It's factual, which is why I was getting frustrated. Last night, a few hours ago, when we were having this conversation, I was saying, what is it that people are missing on the continent? And I used the case of Ethiopia to say the tribal WAR on the continent I've started in Ethiopia. People can just follow Ethiopia and find out. I mean, they are racing in that country to pick up arms. I mean, you can see it happening. Somalia, and I made the case for it. I said, I'm not sure what people are missing on the continent. It is happening right before our very eyes. And for whatever reason, people seem to not even know that it's happening. I gave the list of a country. Yeah, I agree with you, T. Omar. We need people like this, sister. And that's it. We on the continent, we are not willing to have the conversation at all. We are pretending. People want to come on the piano and tap dance and say things like Ethiopia it's the only country in Africa that was never colonized. To that talking point, I said, my ass. Like, I hate these talking points. Like, what are y'all talking about? Have you studied Ethiopia? Shout out to Ethiopia, though.
You
Not all of y'all, but
you know what I be trying not to say
it's,
because it's hard to say you never been colonized when you was down with the colonizer. You know what I mean? Like, of
it,
course you
it,
weren't
you
if you
know,
became the colonizer.
correct. And these are the point I'm trying to make. Like, we have to get to the point where we can sit down and have these conversations. For whatever reason, folks are not willing to talk. They just don't want to talk about it. They don't want to talk about religion. They don't want to talk about religion. They don't want to talk about, tribe on the continent. They don't want to talk. We have this, almost romanticized version of history when we talk, when we are pretending like these history don't exist. It's like it's in front of us. We can see it. We don't want to talk about, mixtures on the continent. For some reason, it's very taboo. And this sister, for her to come from Eritrea and say this is very courageous, because that is not a sentiment that is very prevalent within that region. It's just not. Even in Cameroon, it's just like, bro, people are not willing to talk. We are trying to, especially for us in the Western world who left Africa, third generation, we have this bizarre behavior as to where we are trying to, I guess, save our image. I'm like, what the hell we are trying to save? We are always trying to say, well, we have problem, but the but is literally less than 1%. But we are becoming mouthpieces for almost aiding and abetting what's going on the continent. We always saying but. Go ahead, sister.
I'm
You got
sorry.
the
Yeah,
floor.
yeah. I just wanted to say, so I feel like sometimes we get like a really bad rep online because there might be some incels who or trolls who might say some really reckless things and then claim Eritrean. There are also people who LARP, by the way. I don't know if you knew this, Trip. There are a lot of Ethiopians who do LARP as Eritrean or Somalian. They say reckless things and all that stuff. But I think like a lot of people don't know much about Eritrean history. We went through a 30-year, one of the longest, if not the longest, liberation war, like civil war. No, it wasn't a civil war, actually. It was like a liberation war because we were occupied. And for those 30 years, I do think that a lot of us do feel betrayed by Pan-Africanism because a lot of the Pan-African nations actually supported Ethiopia during our genocide. Including like the African Union, but the African Union is a colonial entity within itself anyways. But I do think that it's much more complex, Trip. Not to deny that anti-Blackness, I think anti-Blackness exists, of course. But I also want people to understand that it does also come from like betrayal, basically, in that a lot of people turned their backs against us while we were being genocided and exterminated for 30 years. 20% of our population we lost. So, yeah, just wanted to say that.
Nah, I appreciate you. I just resent, with all my heart the way we talk sometimes, from the continent. Because by the way we talk, you can just tell we don't know what we're talking about, because we say things like, Black American were enslaved and, they don't know where they're from. I'm like, if you know anything about our history on the continent, that is not a talking point that you will ever make. That talking point alone told me that you don't know anything about the history of the continent. Anybody who know the history of the continent cannot make that talking point. You heard about Congo? You heard about Cameroon, Namibia? You heard about the Arab slave trade?
Brother, we had to fight so hard over here. Like, I love our history, like, before America. It didn't start here. But we fought, so I hate to sound like FBA, but we fought a lot over here. Like, we had a lot of fights over here. We have been born and unalive. We've been eaten. Like, they literally ate us here. You get what I'm saying? They made like clothing out of us here. Like we gone through a lot of trauma here. It's not that we proud of it, but it's like, you know what I mean? Like it's not an erasable part of our identity. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just like we don't expect our brothers and sisters from other countries to erase what they've been through in other areas that they've been through. It's not that some of us are in love with America, but not all of us. Some of us are just like, hey, we buried a lot of our loved ones here. You know what I mean? And
I got you, brother.
we care about them too.
I got you, brother. It's just because it's funny how little we know about ourselves on the continent. I mean, just as Black people in general, not just on the continent. It's like the Arab. They brought slavery on the continent before religion. And I challenge any scholar on the continent to argue the contrary. They brought slavery first before religion. Islam is 1,500 years old? They brought slavery first. These folks came through the eastern region, modern day Ethiopia, what else? Somalia, Eritrea, that entire region. Absolute brutally raped people en masse, castrated people, just unalive people. I mean, I don't know why we don't talk about this stuff. And they extended at one point all the way to the Sahel, modern day Mali, Burkina Faso, and all that region. The Arab did that to us. And it's almost like we have this historical amnesia when we don't remember what happened. It's like, yo, they enslave us. And I hear people talk about, well, we were the Moors. The Moors are one of the most grotesque and brutal colonial group on the continent. I mean, they brutally enslaved the Fulani,
Trip,
the Dogon.
Trip, you don't find that suspicious? You don't find it suspicious that Black Americans that don't claim Africa claim the Moors and Egyptians and Ethiopians? Like, you don't find that suspicious?
Strange.
And they all love
Those
King
are-
Jesus and
Those
Allah.
are the histories of Africa that they're obsessed with. Like even white people are obsessed with Egyptians and Egyptian
Right.
history. So it's just like, and
They
like when
light
you talk,
skin. Yeah.
when you talk about ancient history, those are the things that people really. There's obviously all this history in the continent, but Egyptian history is one of those ones they really highlight because the things the people that were there, right? And just remember that. What was happening in Egypt was also happening in other parts of Africa, like Sudan, right? They have more pyramids than Egypt, right? But I think it all comes down to is that they didn't think that the people that were there were capable of doing what they were doing. That's all what it comes down to. That's why I say just how they misrepresent Africa and it's all like they didn't think we were smart enough to do those things. They didn't think those black
But-
people there were educated, were able to do the things they did. So, but the Egyptian history, that one, they're like, oh, let's cling on to it because that couldn't be black
It is-
people.
Right. I think it is because, the colonizer, again,
And they
those
whitewashed
Arab
it.
people, because I think, the Arabs are actually a lot more advanced when it comes to imperialism and colonialism. They just don't have the means as much as the same means to the politics as the European colonizers. The point I'm trying to make here is if you follow the history, if you're Fulani and you have some kind of North African admixture, well, ask yourself how you got that. If you're from modern day Mauritania, which is, and you know what's sad is because of the history of the continent, the legacy of the Moors, you don't find people on the continent claiming Moors. The only time somebody is claiming more, chances are he's not from Africa. He was not born on the continent. That's what I'm trying to say. He was not born on the continent. Because even the descendants of the Moor on the continent, they don't call themselves Moors because they know what comes behind that title. They also don't call themselves Berbers anymore. They call themselves Amazigh. That's what they call themselves. I mean, you can find some Tuareg also, but they call themselves Amazigh. The point I'm trying to make, if you're Fulani and you got some North African, I make sure your ancestors were raped on the continent and enslaved by these folks. If you roll off and you got that, yeah, that's exactly how you got it. If you from Dogon and you got that admixture, yeah, that's exactly how you got that little 10% admixture. They absolutely enslaved the people in the Sahel region. That's exactly how some of us got that admixture on the continent. I just don't, for the life of me, I don't understand why, knowing our history on the continent, we won't use a slavery talking point ever. Like, are you okay? Do you heard about Congo? You know what happened in the Congo? Like, it's just I don't, for the life of me, and that's why I concluded that we must not know the history, because you're not making these talking points if you know better, and because we don't know the history, the same thing is happening right now. I'm not talking about the slavery part. I'm talking about we are being ethnically cleansed from all sides. North, east, south. We are being literally backstained, ethnically cleansed. The same thing they did in the what is it, 10th, 11th century. They are doing the same thing right now in front of our very eyes. Nobody even knows about it. We're just sitting down pretending to not know. These people are professional colonizers. These are the profession. They know what they're doing. They understand that there's a liability on the continent somewhere, and they're coming for us. And like I said, I give us about 20 more years. If we don't change our way on the continent, we are gonna get cleaned up. Just clean. West Africa is clean. I'm not sure people realize West Africa. North Africa is clean done. You can barely find a white man in black man in West Africa. Done. That it's done. And even though Central and West is not clean, it's not done. All of y'all Muslim in the West. Like
Bruh,
I
I thought it was
understand.
just me. I thought it was just
all
me.
of y'all Muslim.
I be trying
Bro.
not to. I be trying to do the opposite of what me and the other brother. But I'm like, let me not speak too much on this. Or
No,
the
brother,
Africans
we
in
have
the
to talk
room.
about this.
But it
We
be
have to talk about
confusing
this.
me. Like I be like,
We have to
dang,
talk about this,
because I be thinking it's a Black American thing. Like we love Jesus and Allah more than other Negroes. And then I talk to Black people from the continent, and they be on the same thing, and I be like, damn.
Bro, check this out. These are unacceptable on any level. There is no way in hell, it is not justifiable that Burkina Faso has 90+% Muslim, Senegal 90 plus, Niger 90 plus, Mauritania 90 plus. Like, you can't make Mali 90 plus. Are you kidding me? How is that even possible? We are more Muslim than the Middle Eastern. Then you see a lot more diversity in the Middle East that you see in some of these countries in Africa. I mean, 90% Muslim first way. How are you gonna what are we gonna build with that? 90%? Are you kidding?
Trip, I was raised
Are you kidding?
Trip, I was raised Baptist. And so I kind of understand both sides of this because I know what it's like to grow up in something your whole life and your parents believe this, your parents' believe this, and this is like your world. And it feels weird to look at a reality outside of, like, what do you mean the people that enslaved us and did all this stuff, like this was their religion? You know what I mean? Like, it's hard to reconcile that. Like, I felt that conflictedness for years in church. You know what I mean? Like, learning more about us, and then,
Right.
you know, you like, maybe
It's
I can
just-
have both. I could be Christian and be pro-Black, and then the more you learn, you be like, damn, this is all
right, brother. And it's just like if you see what's happening with Christianity. I mean, I don't, for the life of me, I can't explain these numbers. You got the Pope is in West Africa right now touring. Last time I checked, I guess 2 days ago, he was in Cameroon touring for some reason. Because we have one of the fastest growing population to this day when it comes to Christianity. I mean, what the hell? Like, what the hell? What the hell?
Oh,
I don't get it.
I don't know if I fully agree with this. Not gonna lie.
What part do you disagree with?
Okay, I think when it comes to like a lot of East African communities, I think people need to understand that. For example, how was Christianity introduced? It was introduced in the Aksum Empire, right? Which is not the Ethiopian Empire; it was present-day Eritrea and Tigray. Through Frumentius, who was a Syrian dude, and it was introduced before Europe was Christian. Right? So East Africa was Christian before Europe was Christian. And when we look at Islam, it was also introduced before the rest of the Arab world was Muslim either, right? So I think like when you look at certain East African communities, Christianity and Islam, and when I'm talking about Christian, I'm talking about like Orthodox Christianity. I'm talking about like the Islam that was introduced back then. It has become a part of people's ethnic identities, and I think it kind of low key
Can I ask you a
alienates
question?
people in a way, because like, for example, right, when we're looking at, let's say, for example, Darfur is some of the most religious Muslims in Sudan, right? And so when people are being, let's say, like attacking that part of their identity, when they are some of the most religious Muslims in Sudan.
That's not. I think we are having two separate comments. Let me ask you. Let me just so
No,
you
no,
can.
no. She's on point. She's on point. Because keep in mind,
I just think like it's a part of people's identity, and sometimes.
I got you. I want to ask you a question though. Let me ask.
I agree with Cubby, because as Black Americans, like I say, the AME churches, like a lot of those HBCUs I was talking about, were built by our Black churches. So it's like, it's both. And Cubby, to you, what I'm saying is, it's a duality, right? Because both our oppression and some of our liberation and our identity, like Black Americans, our attachment to America is to church.
But okay, well, sure. I'm not saying I'm just making a different argument. I guess my question I'm trying to make is, you can go the entire Middle East and Europe. What part of African culture do they practice? That's my question for you, Kove.
None. Nothing.
Are there any
Guys,
Actually,
go
I
ahead
babalawos?
would
answer the
I would
question.
say some of the
Guys,
foundations of their practices might have
no,
come from
let's
Africans, but
not
they don't
let's
recognize that
not
it's
let's
African.
Ah,
no, let's not do that. Let's not do that. The question is throughout the Middle East and Europe, what
Oh no, they
part of
don't.
African culture can you they don't
You
practice?
don't
You don't find that
recognize it.
strange?
They don't recognize it, even if it is baked
Well,
into the
if you
foundation. They don't recognize
okay,
it. Yeah.
if you recognize, name one.
I would say, for example, Saint Mauritius, who is the patron saint of Germany and Switzerland, was a black man from Egypt. But
No,
like,
no, no,
even though
no,
it's a
that's
part
not
of,
what I said.
oh, okay.
That's not. I'm thought we are having a cultural conversation. I'm asking what aspect, because I can point out to what aspect of African culture is practiced in the Middle East and Europe. What aspect?
No, nothing.
Zero. So that's the point. We have to decolonize though. We cannot get to the point of blacks people and we are proudly defending people who would never practice our culture. Ever. We just can't do this. Our ancestor never had a choice. We have a choice. What's our excuse? They don't practice our culture. If you study social science, you can see a power dynamic. When two culture comes in contact, one is going to end up, it's like a top to bottom relationship. If you ended up with my name, my language, my religion, maybe my culture, you got colonized. There's a painful history behind it. I don't know why we are not willing to come clean about these stuff. Like,
Keep in
there's a
mind there's a
painful history
duality.
behind it.
Trip. I think we just need to
But
speak to the duality because
Exactly.
there are black
I
liberators
get,
historically that were Christian. Garvey's one of them, right?
sure,
Like
but
even
not only
even the abolition of
that.
slavery
Kobe,
came through Christianity.
I
Like
mean,
either way,
it's not only that
I think,
the
but we are making two
duality.
different arguments though.
No, it's not
Okay,
too.
we're making two.
Yeah, Garvey.
I think you.
The duality.
Mukulu.
19th century. Hold on, Trip.
Mukulu, hold on a second. Hold on a second, Mukulu. Let me just clarify something. Before Arab and the European, we were not atheists. We had religion. We did. We did believe in God. We did. We did have our own languages. We did. We have our own name. We did. The question that I want people who are black in Africa and outside Africa, what is so bad? Because the last time I checked, mathematics came from us. Science came from us. That's what we like to brag about. So our practices were good enough. It was good enough to where we give the word science, we give the word Egypt, and we give the word a lot of things. What was so bad about that religion that makes us dish our own religion, dish our own language, dish our own name to adopt somebody who came out of Africa religion? Can we explain what happened?
No, I agree with that.
Say, well, can we
Yeah.
explain what happened?
I agree. Wait, one second. I agree with what you're saying with regards to if people are giving up their culture and demonizing their own indigenous roots, then that is a bad thing, right? I think this is why I'm saying people really need to kind of deeper into, let's say, for example, certain East African cultural practices, because, for example, within my community, within my culture, we still do practice some indigenous, some practices that existed pre-Abrahamic religions, right? But also at the same time, I think there has to be nuance added because, for example, certain groups within certain groups.
To you is, let's make this a dialogue. How is it that we are the only one required to have any cultural duality? We are the only one. Where's the duality?
It's not us being required. What she's speaking to is like the agency we have in it.
Exactly.
It's like when people talk about black people being freed by Abraham Lincoln. Gozy brought that example up earlier, and then they completely skip over the fact that black people left the plantations. Like we were already fighting, there were already votes going on, left on our own and negotiated our freedom with the Union Army in exchange for helping them win the war. Like they completely omit that. And it's like when we tell the story of black people coming into Christianity and Islam, there is some nuance there where not all groups come into them the same way. And I don't think we're romanticizing by just giving all, like I say, laying out all the facts. There are some groups that come in and it's not at the edge of a sword. But it's
Yeah,
a lot more
exactly.
black people that
Exactly, Meech.
were.
That's what I'm saying. So, for example, for
Yeah.
the Eritrean context, right? Yes, when we talk about like the Egyptians pressuring some Kunama or Nara people to adopt Islam for protection, that did exist, right? But then you also have certain ethnic groups like the Tigray, like some of the Bilan and all that stuff, who did not convert through the sword. They converted through trade. They converted through
No, that is not true.
it
That's
is
not
in
No,
true.
that's
Eritrea. Like
not
when we look at
true.
the
Okay, let me,
Tigray.
That is
guys,
not true.
let
Wait,
me. That's not
can
accurate.
I
I'm
please
gonna
land my
break it down
plane?
for you.
Can,
I have
Let's finish.
associate
I'm
for
but
gonna.
can
work.
can I please land my plane?
Mukulu. Let her finish. Let her finish.
Yeah. So within the Eritrean context, though, there are some ethnic groups who took it through migration and not through violence. That is just true, though, right? When we look at certain clans, for example, when we look at the Bet Askeda clan, right, which is a Tigray clan, they moved from the highlands to Western Eritrea, and then they just took on the religion themselves, not because they were forced to, but because they kind of merged and married into the communities that existed in Western Eritrea as well. Right? So, yes, I would never ever deny how Christianity was introduced in certain parts of Africa. I would never deny how Islam was introduced in certain parts of Africa. But then also we have to apply nuance in that there were certain parts of Africa that accepted these things too. And that is not...
No.
Okay.
No, I want you to land your plane, but I kind of disagree with you. I'm sorry. Go ahead and finish, and I'll go after you.
Yeah, so I would... So have you looked into like how certain Eritrean ethnic groups accepted these religions?
Oh, so sure, I have. So let me ask you a question. Let's get down to it. Between the Arab slave trade and Islam, which one come to Africa first?
It was around the same time, I'm thinking, because the first journey or the Sahaba went to Eritrea was it before the slave trade existed or was it after? I have to check
That's what
when
I'm asking.
the first journey came.
Correct.
Yeah, because the first
the point I'm trying to make to you is, if the Arab slavery come first, then the argument that you are making right now before us is that the religion from the slave master was voluntarily. That's not even an argument that anybody can make, right? Okay. There's no way the religion from the slave master himself can be passed down voluntarily. That's the slave master we're talking about. So,
so I just
it
checked.
makes no sense.
It was before. So Islam entered Eritrea before the Arab slave trade started.
No,
Specifically,
actually,
in 615 AD.
I'm not, guys. I'm not talking
So the
about. I
slave
said
trade
Africa.
goes back
I
to
never said.
4000 BC.
Yeah, but that's the point. When
Correct.
we're talking about Africa,
Sister,
Sister,
let's not Mukulu. Oh, sure, Mukulu. Let's learn. We can all learn from each other. What I'm saying is, when it comes to Africa, the Arab slave trade get there first. So we cannot say that the religion from the slave master was there voluntarily. It doesn't matter. So the point I'm trying to make here is, the reason why we are saying this is because we are ignoring the social scientific aspect of the conversation.
But that's not how. But that's not how the religion spread, though. It wasn't through the Arab slave trade only.
Guys, y'all gotta allow me, guys. Let's learn, people. Y'all gotta allow me to speak to close my point on this. That when two religion or two community or two group meet each other, if you ended up changing your name and adopting a random person name, and you start speaking a random person language, and you start speaking, practicing a random person religion when you have your own religion, something happened. something happened. I give you $50,000 to go to the Middle East right now and convert those brothers to Christianity. It is not happening. It's not happening. So if we were able to be converted, something happened to us that you guys either don't know or are not talking about. What you guys are understanding. Hold on.
Let me jump in.
I got it. Again, am I saying something that doesn't make sense here?
No,
I
no,
don't
no.
understand
So
why
I don't
we
necessarily fully disagree. Wait, before Makulu goes, please.
but y'all gotta let me land the point though. These are conversations that are overdue on a continent that we don't want to talk about. Because either because we are religious ourselves or because we just can't fathom that's how our ancestor got it. What you guys are saying, behind the voluntary that you guys are talking about, there's a power dynamic that you guys are not mentioning. This was not some kind of cultural exchange going on. It was a top to bottom relationship. We received everything from them and they never received a single thing from us. Nothing.
Exactly.
We adopted everything from them and they never received a single, whether there was a sword to your throat or whether it was because your neighbor did it and by protection or you whatever happened, they were the top dog at the time, and for whatever reason we decided to adopt their behavior, not because we wanted to. We have our own religion. Nobody dish out their religion to adopt a random stranger religion. And that's the story. Something is missing, folks.
Yeah, can I just
So,
say
can
something?
I just say one thing very, before it devolves,
It's
because
not voluntary.
it's about to devolve. I know it's
I've
about
been
to devolve
quiet.
because wait, I know it's about to
Quiet. Can I
devolve.
just say
What I'm
something
saying,
real quick?
I'm so sorry. What I'm saying is, Trip, I'm so sorry. I know it's about to devolve, and I do not want to devolve because I want to communicate it. Right. What I'm saying is, I do not deny, right, that these religions were introduced through violence, but also at the same time, that it is absolutist to say that they were only introduced through violence. And in doing so, we are pretending as if African history is a monolith, right? So that's what I'm just saying. African history is not a monolith.
That's
When we look
historically.
at
Can I jump in quick?
Guys, one at a time. One at a time.
Can I say something? I've been
something
quiet.
real quick?
Quincy, hold on.
Let me
Hold on,
just say.
Quincy.
Let me just say.
Hold on,
Mukulu,
Quincy.
real quick.
Mukulu, give her a minute, Mukulu.
Yeah, go ahead.
Give her a minute.
I hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying, Trip, and I agree with some of the things you're saying, right? But I also disagree, kind of like what Kavi said, right? So the Islam wasn't spread primarily through the Arab slave trade. The slave trade existed already in some like non-Muslim regions already, right? But it was not it was not the main driver of the religion's expansion. The religion been expanding with the Arab slave trade or without the Arab slave trade, right? And some of the expansion of the religion wasn't only through unaliving and enforcement. Some of it was spread peacefully because people just wanted to hold on because people wanted to go towards that religion. Because when the religion was spreading too, you have to understand knowledge was also being spread at the same time, right? So people gravitated to the religion and those people because of the everything about the religion. It wasn't just spreading the word of God. It was also
Guys,
Trip, let me chime in for a
no,
little
man.
bit. Hold on, Trip.
When we get a moment, hey y'all, real quick, when we get a moment, let Zanj go because Zanj has been requesting to go out. So when we get a clear space,
I got you. Mukulu, before, give me 30 seconds, Mukulu. 30 seconds. 30 seconds.
So
people, these folks wiped out Northern Africa entirely and cleansed the entire population. And you guys are saying that people got their religion in the West voluntarily?
Let me say this, Trip?
Really? Come on.
Hold on. I'm with you. But let me say this quick. I'm gonna have to drop Austin on mute for a little while, right? And this is funny, and I recommend everybody to go read in Dave Dr. Second Diop, right? It's absolutely absurd to give up your own belief system in exchange of a foreign belief system. It never happened. So listen, hold on. So how can you exchange a belief system that shaped your culture, your tradition, your value in exchange of what did they exchange to in order for us to get Islam? So here's my thing. When it comes to religion thing, these people, and you can never trade your belief system. African, we didn't have this European version of religion. We had belief system. We believed in things, some believed in power of the sun, the water, some deity, a lot of things. We had different sort of beliefs. It's absolutely not possible to trade your identity. So like Tripp is saying, these people, when they came, religion, go read Sheikh Ntadi of Africa Pre-Colonial. The system Arabs and European came with was something that was completely confused to our ancestors. So therefore, the religion aspect was introduced by violence. When I'm talking about violence, I'm not saying like whipping people. There are different ways that these people practice the violence and behavior towards our ancestors. So drop this mindset that how can you trade your own belief system? So it's like, I believe in something, you came, okay, let's trade. You no longer gonna believe in this. And mind you, that shaped your culture, your identity. Come on, man, let's use our sense.
Okay,
All right,
Makulu,
Hold on,
Makulu.
because I
I
muted for a
understand
while.
what you're saying. I understand what you're saying, but all I'm saying is I agree
I
with you
muted for a
guys.
while, and I'm
I agree
mediating.
with you
I'm
guys.
in
I'm just
between.
saying it wasn't all violence. It wasn't all violence.
No, it
But
was
I
all
agree with
violence.
what you guys.
Sister. So
Okay.
let me.
I'm
It was
trying to
all
get
violence.
y'all on the more than one thing. Trip. I'm
Mitch,
trying to get to understand more than one thing
Mitch,
can be true.
hold on, brother. Hold on. Let me just paint another picture before I go to. I think Zan wanted to talk. Let me just paint another picture, folks. Donald Trump go to Venezuela in the middle of the night, on the live about 200 people. Maybe not, somewhere around 200 people, I guess, based on these sources. Snatch up or kidnap the president and his wife, and on alive the entire presidential guards, okay, and bring them to America, okay, and have a blockade around the country. And he tell the vice president, who is not president, assuming the functions of president, he said, hey, all that oil that you have, I will tell you exactly how to handle it, and I tell you how to do it. Oh, by the way, do not sell oil to Cuba anymore, blah, blah, blah. What you guys are arguing is she's doing so voluntarily because she's not being hurt, because there's no pew-pew to her head. She's doing so voluntarily. No, it's not.
Exactly.
It's not voluntarily, folks. No, it's not. Yes, she's still running the country. She's still making decisions, which she have to run by her boss in America nowadays for some reason. But that's not the definition of voluntarily. That's exactly what happened on the continent. If I live in New York and you come and wipe out the entire New Jersey region, Delaware, and you own a lot and grape everybody, you better believe if I'm not going to fight, I'm going to adopt your culture. That's exactly what happened.
They use force.
That's exactly how that happened. You guys
force.
can talk this stuff about what's voluntary all you want. That is ahistorical on the
It
continent.
was not
That's
voluntary.
Exactly how that happened.
It was not voluntary.
It was never voluntary.
Yeah,
I mean, and you know me, I'm always gonna stay on the fact side, and the facts are there isn't a right or wrong side to what y'all are saying. Both of those things are true at the same time. That's the facts about religion. That's why religion is so toxic, because people can be harmed in religion and people can voluntarily adopt religion at the same time. That's literally happening right now. There are Nigerians saying, America, come in and protect our Christians. There's other Nigerians saying, protect you from what? Right? And then that's being weaponized. That's being weaponized.
Mukulu, hold on.
Right. But it's not America. Hold on. America's not coming in by force. America's being invited in like vampires by black Nigerians, right? Who feel that their Christian identity is being marginalized more so than their Nigerian identity. And so we're seeing, like you said earlier, Trip, it's happening before our eyes. We're seeing what's happening. Some people is by force. Like if this with Traore and the attempts on his life, that's by force, right? But with the Nigerians, it's like we want the white people here, right? They're both happening at the same time in Africa. Do you see it? That happened historically.
But bitch though, but bitch though, the reason why
That's
they're
different.
begging the white team man is because they're getting cleansed by them Fulani brothers over there. That's why they need a white man now, because they're getting
I
cleansed.
know,
I
but
mean,
I'm
No,
just
but
the
speaking
Trip,
to
numbers.
that's not what
self-interest.
happened.
That's what
I'm just speaking to the
That's not what
That's what I'm
self-interest.
happened in
saying. Though they're
Nigeria,
getting
though.
cleansed. Guys, let's go to this guy. Let's go to Zan's guys. Let's go to Zan. She's been waiting. Sister, my apology to you. You know I love you. So let's go ahead. Take your time and give your submission.
Okay, so y'all somewhat hit on some of the points, the question that I have. So comment. Anybody that comes into another place and gives you ideas of something that may look parallel to your current beliefs is coercion. Coercion is violence. So even if they decided on their own to, move into these Abrahamic religions in itself, it was not a first thought for them because they knew nothing of it. And we can go all the way back to BC. They didn't know nothing of it. It was brought to them. But my question was, my question was that is coercion, is gaslighting, is using parallelisms to what you currently believe. Is that your choice, or is it the person who chooses to do that and inflict it on you?
Don't forget propaganda. Don't forget
Yeah, it was
propaganda.
passed down.
That
It was
too.
passed down. Yeah,
That too.
I think that's
And
it's the
I'm
generation.
go ahead, Mukulu.
Yeah, like to that question, I think we all are victims of what happened. None of us choose to be. I'm not Christian nor Muslim, but I don't also go hard on those brothers and sisters because some of them didn't choose to. They were born Christian. Some probably removed themselves from the indoctrination. But I think, to your point, many of our ancestors were forced to be Christian, and out of fear, they also passed down whatever belief they had. If you were born in that family.
And
In
Mukulu, you from Congo, right? Mukulu, you from Congo, right? You from Congo, correct?
Yeah, originally from Congo Kingdom.
Right. Sure. So the point I'm trying to make is this argument. I don't understand the argument. When the Portuguese who brought you, Catholicism in Congo, when they got there, they got a merchant and trader, correct?
Huh? Say that again.
Merchant. When the Portuguese who brought, Catholicism in the Congo, when they got there, they get there at what? Merchants and trader, correct?
Like you mean when they brought Catholicism? That if you ask if they brought mentioned.
Correct. No, I'm saying when they first hit the ground in the Kingdom of Congo,
Right.
these are merchants, these are traders, these are people who build house in the community. Correct. They live in the community with you, right? And they are under the rules of the Kingdom of Congo, or Portugal. Correct.
No.
Okay. So your first contact. No, I'm saying your first contact in the 1400 with the Portuguese.
Right.
What happened at first? They
the
came in the community for business, correct?
Yeah, in 1482, yeah, they came like exploring.
Correct.
Yeah.
So that's the point I'm not sure if it's 1482 though.
Yeah,
but,
it's 1482. Diego Cao, that's his name. He was the first Portuguese explorer. Right. In the I mean prophet, he's from the same history like me. So it was in 1482. Right. Yeah, it's facts.
Right. So I'm trying to make a point. So they settle in the community and they're doing business with you. That's the story. And then this is like a movie, folks. And then for whatever reason, for the life of me, which has happened pretty much essentially everywhere on the continent, for the life of me, the local in Congo decided to have a deal with them. They were gonna, push their religion and teach religion to the kids in school. That's the story in the 1400.
No, that's not what happened. If you want me to say, I can.
Well, okay.
Yeah. So
no. I'm trying to make a point here based on.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Right. So based on the point I'm trying to make is the first step is not slavery. It's not.
Exactly.
It's not. The first step is business. The first step is business. The second step is religion. That's the second step. Hey, We got these new things. I'm not sure how you sell that to people who have been practicing their own spirituality for hundreds of years prior to that. I'm not sure what kind of sell, but somehow they were able to sell it and people bought it. By the time the King of Congo is begging the Vatican, the Pope, to get these to get these people. Hold on. I'm just saying. By the time he allowed them to come and preach the good words of God.
Yeah.
By the time he's begging them, he's begging the Pope to get them out of there. It is too late.
Yeah.
There's a what you call it? There's a ship ready to get these people. And can we go through the name of those ship, brother? Jesus.
Jesus is Lord. Yeah.
The slave ship.
Yeah.
Jesus, Virgin Mary,
right.
Jacob. These are the name of the ship, folks. It's like a movie. Facts. You can fact check me on this. These are the name of the ships carrying people. So, oh man, I don't for the life of me, I don't know why knowing this history.
But Trip, can I clarify something?
Please, hold on, real quick. Hold on.
Have you ever read
please,
Nietzsche?
can you please drop?
Have y'all read about
please
Nietzsche?
drop the name of those ship in the comments, please? Please drop the name of those ship in the comment if you can. Let's everybody drop a name. Let's
Are
drop
you familiar with the
Jesus
philosopher Nietzsche? He talked about he was a Christian, became atheist, philosopher. He talked about how if you take religion away from people too quickly, without anything to replace it with, they'll simply find something else to worship and be indoctrinated.
Wait, but Meech,
No,
you
that's
guys are
different.
talking about. Wait, I feel like I'm being misunderstood. You guys, nobody denies the fact that Christianity was a wing of colonialism, right? So what are the three C's? Colonialism, commerce, and Christianity, right? Nobody denies that. Nobody denies the fact that that was the Roman Pope who pushed like a lot of papal bulls, like the Dom de Versailles, right, to actually justify the enslavement. They were the ones who actively supported Henry the Navigator and Gomez de Zurara and all these different people used Christianity to oppress people. 100%. Nobody denies that active history, right? What I'm saying is, though, when we look at the Aksum Empire, right? Christianity did not come to the Aksum Empire through Europeans. It came through a Syrian man who was enslaved in Aksum. A Syrian man by the name of Frumentius was shipwrecked in the Aksum Empire. By the way, the Aksum Empire was at the height of its it was one of the fourth strongest empires in the world, right? Alongside the Roman Empire too. And Frumentius was enslaved by Izana, and then that's when Izana ended up like converting to Christianity. He didn't convert because he was enslaved. He converted from his from a person who was enslaved by him, right? So what I'm trying to tell you is nobody denies the fact that Christianity was actively used, and up until today and Islam as well, right? Abrahamic religions in general, that they are actively used to oppress people. 100%. Nobody denies that.
But
What I'm saying is,
I know there's a but coming.
Yeah, I know what you're saying, but that's different.
what I'm saying is,
I know there's a but coming.
No, hold on. What I'm just saying is, African history is not a monolith, and it is very important not to pretend like it's a monolith, and all African regions experience the same exact things in the same exact manner. Does a disservice, is my point. It's not a model. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, can I rough a little bit?
Hold on, Pop, for 1 second. With all
Yeah,
the
she's
respect,
right,
sister.
there is nuance in it.
Okay, I got you, but for with all the respect, sister, there was a point. Again, I'm not the one saying it. You can read African scholar themselves, a guy like Diop, saying that there was a point in a time where everybody on the continent were black. Right? Everybody. It doesn't matter where they were from. They were black. The question is, what happened? We got cleansed. It doesn't matter. East, North, we got cleansed. That's exactly the true history of Africa. And what you guys keep trying to tell us is your history from the East is somewhat different from my history in the West. True. Facts. But the point that you guys are ignoring is if we go back 1,000 years ago, there's no such thing as East Africa. West North Africa it doesn't exist.
Nope.
That is why a guy like me ended up with some Ethiopian DNA. How does that happen? It doesn't that how does that happen? How do I have Khoisan DNA? How do I
Exactly.
have Pygmy DNA? How do I have Ethiopian DNA? Because our people didn't have a concept before our kingdom, which kingdom is kind of recent on the continent. Our people did not have this concept of East Africa, North Africa. They always trade and did business within each other in Africa. That's number one.
Yeah.
What happened? We got brutally invaded. Start the beginning of the end from not the beginning of the end. Shit hit the fan on the continent when we were invaded by all these European countries, starting in Egypt.
And mixing
So the
our blood
Arab,
too. Don't forget about mixing the
correct. So
blood.
the Arab, right? So the Arab just finished the job that was started by the Persian, Macedonian, Roman, Hate Coast, CP, Libyan. All these people invade prior to the Arab. So at that point, we already losing our cradle of civilization in the north. We're losing it. So though all these white tea come and invade us and take the land, and we start mixing with them and whatever the case may be, force mixing, how you want to call it, and the Arab just come and put that last nail on the coffin. That's exactly how it's story on the continent. From that time, we obviously, if they're terrorizing the entire northern part of Africa, people are going to run for their life. That's why you see tribe who used to be in Sudan, now they're west in Africa. Tribe used to be modern day Egypt, people who used to be there. That's what the DNA shows. So the point I'm trying to make here is the Arab slave trade changed the demographic on the continent forever. From East Africa, it changed the demographic on the continent. But you guys keep trying to hammer this argument. Although we were cleansed from the north, enslaved in Western Central or in the Sahel, enslaved in the East. You guys keep pushing this narrative that somehow, some people chose it. How can you choose voluntary religion from a colonial master for the slave master?
Never happened. And not only that,
how can people who are how can people who are thousands of years old just decide to abandon their religion to pick a random guy who came from the Levant? Like,
your culture,
how is that even possible?
Your civilization. How can you let go something that was for thousands of years a part of your culture, your behavior? It's not possible. Hey, Carvey, it's not
That's not possible.
Yeah, it's not. I mean, come on, man. Let's use our logic.
People are saying. People are saying in the comment they didn't abandon. Okay,
No.
they didn't abandon the facts.
Yeah. Because I've been trying to say earlier that
added.
the way Black people practice Christianity is intertwined with some of those earlier African spiritual traditions. That it's somewhat of a hybrid. Black people in America, just like Black people in the continent, do not practice those people's religions in the way they practice. There's a very distinct difference. Like Black church in the United States is nothing like white church in the United States. The most coolest Negroes in the United States practice Christianity in a way that's very distinct, that's very akin to our African cultural customs, from the music to like the style of worship, the everything about it. It's very. It's. I'm gonna tell you, a Black church in the United States, it will feel a lot like it will feel a lot like a voodoo priest in Africa. You know what I'm saying? Like it feels a lot more similar to that. You could tell we were really trying to do that. And in documented cases, like when we talk about those of us that came in proximity to Christianity through force, we actually were still trying to practice our African spirituality and hide it under the guise of Christianity so we wouldn't be punished, if that makes sense. So it kind of turned into this hybrid where...
But that also happened in Africa, though.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
But what I'm saying, when it comes to African American, your case is completely different from historical, because you were taken from something, you left what was yours and brought to a place they have to adapt for survival and get certain religious practice. But when we're talking about Africa, the question is, how can you just abandon something that was a part of your culture? Because mind you, when we talk about religion, you cannot separate religion and tradition and culture. It's your lifestyle. So how can you
100%.
just
So Mukulu, let me ask a question to Kovi. Let me ask you a question. Before, are you religious at all?
I think so. She's Christian. Sorry.
I grew up
No.
in an Orthodox Christian household.
Okay, so before that, do you know what your own forefather used to practice as a religion on the continent?
Good question.
In Eritrea? I'm not trying to put you on the spot. I'm just
It was like we believed in 3 different gods. It was like a polytheistic religion. We believed in the sun god, the moon god, and the stars. If you look at a lot of like the obelisk in Matara, which is a city in Eritrea, which has also the oldest inscription of Ge'ez. It literally also has like the moon shape, which was like a crescent for like fertility, and that shape, by the way, is still used in our jewelry. Like within our jewelry, we still use the moon and the crescent shape that was used within those regions.
But sister, that's a universal belief, right? I mean,
it's not a universal belief. It was something that we specifically
no, like
believed in.
specifically like your tribe, like your original people.
Yes, that's what I'm
practice.
talking about. We specifically
Mukulu,
believe
I'm trying to
there
get
were
somewhere
some
with
there
this.
were some people who were animists, right? There were some ethnic groups who were animists, because the thing is, like within Eritrea, the ethnic groups are very, very wildly diverse, because we do find ourselves in the crossroads. That's also something that really needs to be understood. So we're going to be very diverse. There are some ethnic groups within Eritrea who were animists, and there are some ethnic groups in Eritrea who believed in a polytheistic religion that believed in the sun, the moon, and the stars, and that can be seen within our old
Right. I got you.
old
So
statues and
how do your people govern themselves? Do they use their spirituality system and spiritual system to govern themselves?
I think like there's a lot of indigenous practices that
not currently. Before what you got now. Before I'm talking about. Let's just go for the sake of this conversation. Let's do 6th century, before the Arab invading the region. How do people govern themselves?
Like what religion did they believe in?
Well, I'm saying, how did they govern themselves?
I mean, there were kingdoms. I mean, you had the kingdom of Aksum, and prior to that, you have Damet. Prior to that, Eritrea was a part of Punt, the land of Punt. And then after
the kingdom is now going to be, the kingdom is not going to be from the 5th century or 6th century. I mean, kingdoms are very recent, right?
No. Kingdom was from the 1st to the 4th century. So from the 1st to from the 1st to like the 7th century, it was the Aksum kingdom, which covers present day Eritrea and Tigray. Prior to that was Damet, right? Which was specifically again in most of Eritrea and Tigray. And then prior to that, what is now Eritrea, parts of Sudan, parts of Somalia were in the land of Punt. Right? So those were the kingdoms that existed. When I'm talking about kingdom of, like, Aksum existed prior to, like, Arabs. Like, Arabs didn't even exist then. It existed prior to Arabs. It existed prior to Islam, all that stuff, right? So it was a kingdom. It was the Aksum Empire. Yeah.
So, okay, but you making... Go ahead, Will.
Okay, you can finish your thought process. Fair enough. I'll go after you. I think you're trying to say something.
I got you. So the point I'm trying to make is, I always found that strange, right? Like when we talking about African American, for example, by the time African American leave Africa, 1 out of 3 of them is already Muslim, right? I think that's something we need to acknowledge. They're Muslim already before leaving Africa. When it goes on a continent, I just find it strange that for the most of us, we just don't know our ancient system of belief. We don't know the reason why we got rid of it.
A lot of us do though. Like I said, it really is a mixture, because I'm
talking about on the continent.
Well, I'm saying throughout the diaspora, like there's traces of like people bringing African spiritual practices, even in places that had Christianity and Islam, even over here in the West, like there's still black people worshiping Orishas and stuff like that. Like that, that's intertwined. And then some people just don't know the scholarship behind it.
But
They have
I just
bits and
find it, Mitch.
fragments.
I just find it strange that the white T South African have been in South Africa for at least 300 years, and we still don't see them around. With the dashiki, we don't see them around with the.
Oh, 100%. I think we're
we don't
all,
see them
earlier.
around with the dashiki.
But
We don't see them around
Earlier
with
when
African
the
names.
people were agreeing but disagreeing, I think it's now like we all agree on the colonization, and then I'm trying to play middleman here because I get both sides of it. Like I get worshiping what you worship, believing what you will believe, and want to reconcile it with your blackness. But I also get, as a black man raised in the church, the frustration with how we use Christianity and Islam, regardless of how we got it, which there's facts about how we got it. But even if we move away from the facts about how we got it, it's inescapable how it's being applied by not only black people. We can look at the Latinos, we can look at the Native Americans, we can look at the Vietnamese, how they were colonized through Christianity. You know what I mean? Like in how they immediately started to put themselves in a racial hierarchy over the traditional Buddhists in Vietnam, right? And then America comes and intervenes because the indoctrination isn't indoctrinating enough. Like America likes it too, so we try to come in and help the Eurocentric Christianized Vietnamese become dominant in their region, right? And like, like there's accounts of that across different ethnic groups of people that have nothing to do with each other, same religions,
when
right?
it comes to
So Mitch, my question to you. I got a question for you, Mitch. My question to you. Okay. You saying that if we take religion away from us, if we take that religion too soon, we might suffer some kind of consequences.
Well, if you
Okay, fair
take
enough.
it without a plan, if you take it without a strategic plan, because again, even before Abrahamic religion, as we pointed out, there's always been spiritual belief systems practiced by different groups of people. There's never not been that. So if you take away something that people are attached to now, and they're used to living this way, they're used to giving their problems to something, they're used to whatever relief they get from it, coping. They're
But
going
I
to start
think
to worship. They're going to start
Can we?
they're going to start to worship
Let
something
me.
else.
Can I
no,
show
but
you
I think
something, by the way, host?
Let me,
we're mixing a
I
little
got
bit.
you, sister. Let me just. I'm trying to. God, give him like 30 seconds to, a few seconds to ask a question to Mitch. Right. This is my personal belief, and I'll give my question in the end. My personal belief is there's no African, anyone on the continent right now, who can point out a single evidence of anything positive that religion brought to us. Zero. I will challenge. Show anything that we have accomplished because of religion on the continent. Nothing. Zero. We can show all kinds of destruction that we went through on the continent at the hands of religion.
Okay.
Hold on, let me ask
So
my question.
can I give a
I'm gonna ask a
historical?
question.
Can I give a historical reference
I'm
though to you?
trying to
ask
get
the
a question out. No, the question is not. Let me ask the question first.
I got one good thing
This
for
is
you.
my question.
When you're ready.
No, I got you, but I'm gonna ask the question. Let me ask the question. I don't see any evidence. That's facts. That's point number one. Point number two is when I look around Africa right now, everywhere you go, we are praying for some guy that's from outside of Africa. We're speaking some language. If it's not Semitic, it's some European language that's from outside of Africa. We are losing our own language, which is a problem. We don't even dress like African on the continent. We are adopting a more quote Western style of clothing. So our culture is absolutely being ethnicized. We are being ethnicized culturally. The point I'm trying to make is, if it's 2026 and you go all over West Africa, all you see is white T Santa Claus, you see white T Jesuses, you see what else? You see children are still not allowed in 2026 to grow their hair because some white T told them that in the 1800s. They're still doing that to this day. We are, by all account, we can talk about colonialism and neo-colonialism and all that stuff. By all account, we are as colonized as we were in the early 1900s. By all account. So
We are.
if we are now going to get rid of, the symbol of that colonization, what is the plan?
I mean, I'm trying to give it to you. Like we've made
Something, Meech. I'm
progress.
so sorry. Yeah. Can I say something, Meech? I'm so sorry.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
I'm so sorry. The only issue that I have is, again, this like the things that you said is true, but they're kind of absolutist because, again, they pretend as if African history is a monolith, right? First of all, the thing that I told you about, by the way, this is the statue that I told you about. You could literally see this is a statue with the oldest Giz inscription. It's in Matara. And then this is you can see the sun and the crescent. That's the gods that we specifically believed in. And then you can see our jewelry today. See, we still have it within our jewelry today. We still use that, right? We still hold on to that cultural practice that we did. But my point is, what I'm trying to tell you is, this alienates people because now they're being told that in order to be Pan-African, they have to give up a piece of their identity, right? A piece of their identity, which is you might be laughing, Trip, and I understand what you're saying, but my point is, this is how we have to have communication with one another. The way that we can grow as Africans and actively try to help move forward is to listen to these different perspectives from one another. And I'm listening to what you're saying. I don't negate any, majority of the things that you're saying. I don't negate it, right? Yes, there were certain parts that did come with violence, right? 100%. I would never negate that. But that is not the only story, and pretending it's the only story.
Sister, let me ask you a question.
Trip,
this is my question.
But my point is, this is the issue that I had before, right? The issue that I had before was when we're sitting here arguing about identity, giving up pieces of identity. You think Sudanese people who are being genocided right now are going to give up their religion, which is the religion that is literally keeping them sane?
Okay.
That's the issue that I'm having
sister.
when they're being.
Let's have a call. Let's have a dialogue.
But let me just say this, right? This is alienation, right? Because instead of focusing on the people who are stealing our resources, who are stealing our lands, who are exterminating our communities, we are expecting the people who are being exterminated to give up pieces of their identity. And that is not something they will not do that anytime soon. What you're only going to do is you're going to push those people away, and it's going to cause more division. That's all that I'm saying.
Okay. So my question to you, the same question I was trying to ask Mitch, is let's be realistic for a second. When you go back 5,000 years ago, stories show that you were thriving, glorious, everything was working for you at least 5,000 years ago. The point that I'm trying to argue with you right now is, since the 5th century that you met these people, you have absolutely nothing to show for. You've been subjugated for more than 1,000 years at this point, right? You guys are saying that there's nothing we can change. Well, if there's nothing you can change, if you're not willing
I'm
to
not
reset,
saying
hold on. If you're not
I'm not saying
willing
that at
to
all.
reset, I got you. If you're not willing to factory reset the entire phone and just start from fresh, if you don't want to do that, the last time I checked, there's not one military on the continent who can compete with these people. Not one. We don't have an economy that can, even South Africa, for God's sake, that people claim are doing well, or in America begging for help financially.
How did the Vietnamese defeat the Americans?
No, I'm not. Hold on. So
they were out weaponed.
I got you, Mitch. Let's get into it.
They won.
Let's get into it. I got you. Let me just land this plane, Mitch. What I'm asking my sister at the top is, from what she is saying, is if you're not gonna go through a factory reset, why would you ever expect a different result? We have 1500 year worth of history of us losing L for 1500 years. You guys are saying that, what's your solution then? If you're not
Trip,
going to do a
trip,
factory
trip,
reset, what's
trip.
your
As
solution?
somebody that's healed from religion, can I ask you what your spiritual belief is? Because you sound like you have a faith
See,
system. Because
from
I don't have
you
religion
know,
anymore.
a
But
God, a God. Well,
that's why I can talk to
yeah, I
people
grew.
who are religious because I don't have an attachment, so I don't have a need to
I'll tell
move
you.
them away from
I'll
their
tell
faith
you.
because I'm not hyper attached to a faith. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I got you. I grew up a Christian, and when I knew better, I tossed that shit in the garbage, and I decided to practice the religion of my ancestor. I went back to my tribe in
Ah,
Western Africa. I got close to the people. They told me exactly what God we used to practice. The God is called C from the Bafu people, and that's what I practice now. I don't do the. I don't. I'm not saying that if you're doing a colonial religion, you have a problem.
I'm
I'm just saying
Trip,
I
Trip. I'm a
personally
little
don't do that
closer
no
to
more.
something called agnostic. I'm not sure yet, but I think I'm a lot closer to agnostic because, and it's not that I don't believe in any spirituality, which is like atheist, right? But I don't believe there's a true delineation because if we're talking about the creation of the universe and humanity and omnipotence, we all speak different languages, have different cultures. A lot of what I've studied about multiple religions is that they all originate from the same exact stories that humans have told since the beginning of humans. And we've just morphed into kind of like what's happened on this panel, wanting to say the same thing different ways. And you can't tell humans that even though most of these belief systems, even prior to Christianity, have the same exact origin story. There's a mortar that sacrifices themselves. There's a immaculate conception. Like a lot of this stuff is repetitive and borrowed from culture to culture, and then people fight about like the names and the specifics.
But Mitch,
Just
though,
being honest with
Mitch,
you.
but no, I'm being honest with you. I think you and Carvey are dodging my question, though. You guys are dodging my
Well, I'm not
question,
even Christian at
respectfully.
this point. I grew up
No,
Christian,
I'm not.
and I'm
That's what
not.
I'm
I'm just
asking.
saying I'm not attached to a religion
I
at this
asked you all
point.
both the same question. My
So,
question is.
well, I tried to
My
answer
question
you, and you
is.
stopped me earlier when I told you about
No,
the slave
I
trade.
want y'all.
You asked about an example.
No, hold on.
Okay.
No, that's not. I'm not asking for. I'm saying that because we have to know our own history, because we have at least 1500 years worth of history to show that whatever we've been doing, we've been subjugated for at least 1500 years. That's the point I'm trying to make.
We don't disagree on
Subjugation,
that.
straight. Right. So my question to you is, if you're not going to do a factory reset, what is your solution?
Okay, so
I've done my own factory reset, and what I keep trying to tell you is
No,
that
Mitch,
you have to,
that's not what I'm talking about.
brother. I you won't let me get nothing out unless I agree with you for some point at this point. Like I hear everything you're saying. I go on mute while you're saying what you're saying. How like you the host is your live, but like how long do you need to say what you're saying? Because I want to respect your live, but I haven't been able to say what I want to respond to you with in quite some time now.
My bad, bro. My bad. You're right. Right is wrong. Right is right. You're right.
Yeah, that's all. And that's all I'm saying is we in order to be a diaspora and to be a diverse group, in order for this thing to work that you want, if you want Pan-Africanism, the way we made it work in the West already historically was we had to put aside our differences for a common interest. None of us in the West believed in the same thing. We came from different parts of West Africa. We weren't the same group of people when we got to the Americas. We weren't enslaved under the exact same white people, under the same language, the same religious practices. We bumped heads a lot over here. We bumped heads a lot, abolishing slavery, launching revolts. A lot of us lived as Maroons, ran away, lived as Maroons in the swamps, right? Like we when we created the word Pan-Africanism in the West, we were talking about our history, what we had already accomplished here, and we expanded that through the Pan-African Congress into let's take this back to Africa and see if we can liberate our brothers and sisters back home with it, right? But it started backwards. Like it started from where we already were, looking back, addressing our immediate needs, and our immediate needs that we had in common, it outweighed our religious and our cultural differences. Like some of us came over here in slavery and we were already Muslim coming from the continent. Not all of us were that. We argued over that. We argued over this shit now. Like we've never had the exact same beliefs. We argue with each other. A lot of Black Americans practice voodoo and African spirituality, Yoruba. Like a lot of Black people held on to that shit, and we argued about that. At
You
some
know,
point, we decided that we need to quit arguing and we need to whoop on some white people, and
you
we
know
need to
what's
free
crazy?
ourselves. And that became more important than our differences about what we did or did not believe. You understand it?
Can I say
Like
something?
that was more important. Go ahead.
You know what's crazy?
No, I wanted to answer your question. Sorry.
I just wanted to say something right quick. Now that you mentioned that, Meech, I read that Dottie Bookman when he came from like the Senegambia region. He was actually a Muslim cleric in the Senegambia region, but when he came to Haiti, he reverted back to his indigenous, like his traditional practices. Like he didn't continue the Islam faith.
Well, 100%. But it's a case by case basis. It's not the same for everybody, right? Like what was
And
Nat
that's
Turner
Right?
praising?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
and that's a frustration that I have, right? The frustration that I have is expecting all Africans to have, even when it comes to Pan-Africanism, it's going to be applied differently in different African countries. You don't have one cookie cutter form of solution, right? For example, when we look at these Abrahamic religions like Christianity and Islam, right? They have been present for over a millennium in so many regions, right? That these regions, the religions have become practically Africanized now, right? Because they've been blended in with local cosmologies, with languages, with music, with social structures, and they're deeply embedded in people's daily lives, their family structure, their moral codes, their rites of passage, their community belonging. They're part of their ethnic identity in certain regions, right? And when you're telling people to abandon them, right? It's not decolonization anymore. You're telling people to give up or abandon a part of their identity, right? And when we're talking about liberation, right, is not only about like hitting a factory reset. We can't hit a factory reset. For me personally, I don't think we can go back to the 7th century. We can't. So much has changed. So many people have died. So many ethnic groups have been erased. So many stuff has been changed. So many things have been adopted and left behind, and these hybrid identities have been created, right? That I think it is almost it's actually impossible to expect all Africans to somehow hit a factory reset and go back to the 7th century or 6th century. That is not realistic. And the problem is, while we're doing that, we're actively alienating different groups of people who maybe do not want to give up a part of their identity. And that's what I'm saying is, when we're thinking about, like, for example, I'm pretty sure Kwame Nkrumah as well, like he embraced more of like a synthesis, right? Like he mixed up like African traditions with socialism, with a little bit of sprinkle of Christianity, but then you had other people who wanted completely to remove, okay, I'm done. I feel like, I'm not gonna lie, I feel like this is leading, I personally don't think that this is productive, because I think like when you're fighting with people to give up things that they have adopted, instead of focusing on how to push out the people who are who are colonizing our lands, we're too busy fighting each other over that. And I think I just think it's harmful to pretend as if African history, African experiences, African solutions are a monolith. They're never going to be monolithic. You will never agree with one solution, and there's never going to be a cookie cutter baseline for everything.
100%. I agree. My only caveat, and I agree with you, Covey. My only thing is that, and I've seen this a lot across the diaspora, whether we talk about Black people from different parts of the continent, or Black Americans or Black Latinos. When Black people choose Allah or Jesus or whoever over other Black people, I'm going to treat them as an odd, right? Like I grew up loving Jesus too. I know a lot of revolutionary Black people that love Jesus, and they Jesus is Black. You know what I mean? And they Jesus telling to love Black people, and they Jesus opposes, colonialism. The only problem I have is when people can't reconcile their beliefs with how they're actually implementing their beliefs. And that's where I will sometimes sound like I'm bashing Abrahamic religion, because it's so much irrefutable history of people doing harmful things in the name of those religions, the papal bulls, like all of that, right? And it is not a monolith, but it's all there. And it's like, how like women, when y'all say it's all men till it's no men, for me it's all Christians till it's no Christians. Because I need the good Christians to oppose all the bad ones. I need the good Jewish people to oppose the Zionists, which a lot of them are. A lot of good Christians did stand up to the bad Christians, which is why I'm like saying what I'm saying in Trip. Like, I have seen people take Christianity and abolish slavery with it and stop the slave ships from traveling to West Africa to capture Africans. That also happened. The Quaker movement and the Sons of Africa movement, the Quakers supported the Sons of Africa movement. They supported Olaudah Equiano that published his autobiography, right? There were radical black revolutionaries that loved Jesus. That happened. We can't lie and make like that didn't happen. We also can't lie and act like the most horrible atrocities haven't been committed under Christianity, Islam, and Judaism. Y'all get what I'm saying? Like, we just got to take it all in.
No, I got you, bro. I think also before Mali, before I go to you, I kind of disagree with Corvée on this point, is because if you look around the world, I don't see an example of a peaceful revolution in Europe, in America, or even in Africa or in Asia, right? Revolution, entail some kind of level of unalivement. There's gonna be people who are gonna be willing to give their life for us. If that's the ask, at least we can do is have a conversation. I think us having a difficult conversation doesn't mean that we don't all want the same thing. If we are not willing to sacrifice culture, there are people who are willing to sacrifice their life for it, right? And we will give their life for it. I think I just think that anybody's going to have to give something, right? Because you don't have any historical precedent around the world where people just give free just because. Somebody's going to have to give something, whether it's culture, whether it's their own life, whatever. Somebody's going to have to give something for the global struggle. That's how Black American got free. That's how America got free from the British. That's what it teaches us, right? So
are you
if
familiar
we
with
are
the
not even
Nuremberg
willing,
trials? Like when they talked about how the Germans, how they changed their version of Christianity to align with their goals as German nationalists? Like that they were
a
willing
little
to
bit.
rewrite it if any of it contradicted what their goals. I'm not implying do the same thing a black version, but I'm just saying it already has been altered in that way, to your point. And I think the biggest thing is we just need to make sure to safeguard that people aren't allowing their whatever their beliefs are to be weaponized against black interests. I think
I
that's really
got
the
you.
takeaway. Does that make sense?
I got you. No, I got you. I think you have the point with that. So again, that's all I'm saying. All I'm saying is we are merely just having a conversation, and these are tough conversations. I realize, right? Because people are being called to make sacrifices. People are being criticized. I get it, but we also have to be willing to. I don't know, man. I'm not going to claim to have a solution. That's why I was asking, what is the plan? But let me go to Mali and maybe Milestone.
Thank
Mali,
you.
go ahead, brother. Where you from?
I'm Somali,
Oh, Prince is also here.
and
Black.
yeah, I'm black. I'm Somali. I'm 30 years old. I do agree with a lot of what Kovi was saying. I agree. She took a lot of words out of my mouth. But the main thing I'm seeing here, I'm hearing from some people, or in general, in discourse in general, I feel like no one is immune. Number one, to the Western Anglo view of the world. In my opinion, the Western, specifically the Anglo version of the world, what is it? They are a very empiricist people. The scientific method and the way they look at the world, very mechanically, very much black and white, very scientific, and a lot of things get lost in that. So they like to categorize things neatly. So when it comes to Africa, this manifests itself in a very two-dimensional view of Africa as Wakanda. Like Africa is like a magical place with a magical thing underneath all these layers that were imposed on it, such as religion. There is a magical, vibrant Wakanda. No, this is yourself infant. You make yourself look like a baby, kind of like you. It is a self. You're internalizing their view of you, and now you make it into like a shield or something. No, this is I'm thinking it's misguided. I don't know. I don't want to talk about. Okay, a minute is not a lot of time to get all this out. So I'll
Go
be
ahead,
quick.
brother. No, go ahead. Don't mind. Just go ahead, bro. You good.
Okay, so I don't want to yap too much, but basically, when we look at, I don't want to get into religious because religious, everyone has their own religion, but I want to talk against this anti-religion I'm hearing for some people, this suspicion of religion, secularism or organized religion. First of all, look, Africa was always religious. All the first people that brought us secularism was the European. They are the worst. They were the first one that moved away from God, moved away from religion and suspicion of organized religion. Number two, when it comes, I'm a Muslim. When it comes to Islam, Islam is African as hell. It was more Africans were Muslims before the Arabs were. The Prophet's own tribe was persecuting the Prophet. The Quraysh were persecuting him. His own tribe was persecuting him. Forget the Arabs. His tribe wasn't even Muslim. They fled to Ethiopia, East Africa, and then the first Muslims were there. You deny the Muslims their agency. It's been 1,000 years, as COVID was saying. So I don't want to get into this whole Muslim thing. But when it comes to Africa, I want to make sure that we don't slip into Wakandaism and this weird indigenous fetish that the Westerner have over us. We are people with agency. We have confidence. We are a conglomerate, a group of different peoples, but we share a land, we share a reality, we share an opponent. So this very two-dimensional view, I'm sorry, Meech, I see it from you a lot. I can see from you, you are basically cosmopolitan subject of the world. You're westernized, brother. When I listen to a white girl, I don't want to make it personal, but when I listen to white girls speak about religion, they like crystals and like paganism and all that stuff. Like there's a paganism fetish. First of all, nothing wrong with paganism, and the word itself is problematic. But these traditional, religions, when they uphold as a weapon against organized religions in Africa, large religions in Africa, then you make it into a
Brother
weapon
Mali,
to push a Western
quick
view.
question. I want to hear like one talking point that will make a guy like Mitch westernized. Just one.
All right, so this his secularism, his anti-religion. Secularism is white. Secularism is
So
white.
you're saying that because he's out of what's secularism? What's your definition? Separation of state
Secularism
and
is the
government. That's
European
secularism.
project. All of humanity was religious. All of humanity,
No,
at all
I'm
times.
asking. I'm very specific. I'm asking, what is secularism?
Secularism is suspicion of religion, to believe in no God, to be agnostic, to be atheist, all of that. To believe that religion.
That's not secularism.
Well, the secular view of the world, like no God, no religion.
Yeah, but what is? I'm saying, what is secularism, bro?
I don't know, the division of church and state.
Exactly. That's what I just
Right.
said.
Which is European.
Meaning, and what does that mean? Division of church and state.
It's an Anglo invention that originated in the Isles.
I'm not asking who invented it. I'll say, what does that mean?
This is this misguided notion that you can have some technocratic leadership of the people and keep religion in the private domain.
That's not secular. What are you talking about, bro? That's not secularism.
Secularism is to divide the government and the religion.
Right. For why? Like, what's the principle behind secularism? Why are they doing that?
To rule over like multiple religions, I suppose. I don't know.
No, that's okay. So secularism, it's about separation between the state and religion, meaning that the state must be independent from any religious affiliation. That is the principle behind secularism, right? Because we want to make sure we draw the line between freedoms of religion and the ability to rule or run a country, for example, right? We don't want to make law based on some kind of biblical belief. That's what secularism is. And to my earlier point, what is one talking point that Mitch said that will make him, westernized?
Secularism. Secularism is Western.
So because he's advocating for the which you didn't know what secularism mean, by the way. So because he's advocating for separation between the state and the government, that will make him westernized.
No, I
I
already
actually know
fucked
what
up by making it
secularism.
personal. Look, I shouldn't have addressed them
I
to
know
make
what
it personal.
secularism. I was on mute.
But
I know what secularism, and I can speak for my words. I know what it means to be secular. Pan Africanism is a secular concept, again developed in the West. It made it secular on purpose so we could quit fighting over our differences in beliefs and culture, which we had been doing during a lot of time that we were enslaved. Part of our ability to launch successful revolts, not only tapping into our original spirituality, but really just us agreeing to put our common interests of freedom over that. That
That's
was
not what
the defining
secularism
moment.
means.
but the question
He just
is,
gave you the definition of the secularism. That's not what it means.
I that's why I
It's
didn't
the
repeat what he
separation.
said. I didn't repeat
It's the
what he said.
separation of
I went on.
religion and state.
I went on to speak on the fact that Pan Africanism as a black Western concept is a
but Mitch,
secular concept divorced from religion. It
Mitch,
has
which,
you can be a religion, you cannot be a religion. It really has nothing to do with the Pan African construct
but
historically.
Mitch,
Pan Africanism is a religion.
look,
It
which,
is not. It was the word was coined by a
Guys,
Trinidadian man, Henry Sylvester. You can go read the Pan African
guys,
Congress and
Don't pay
exactly
no
what it was
attention to
about.
him. He thinks he's indigenous. Don't pay him no mind.
but
guys. One
I don't
second. Let
think
me
I'm
let me ask
indigenous.
Molly a
I am
question.
a
Yeah.
Molly,
But Trip, that's why I try to
Molly,
stay
let
on the
me.
facts, because this is becoming like religion where people are making up what they believe about history. That they're having now people are having a religious conversation about history. Somebody earlier was having their religious beliefs about WB, and when I asked them about concrete facts about what WB Du Bois did and did not do, it's the same thing as what's happening right now. Where I'm gonna tell you, as somebody that left Christianity, I see non-Christian black people act the exact same way as Christian and Muslim black people when it comes to this ideological perspective of the world that we have. Like we're still stuck in the belief, like we're still stuck in the indoctrination, regardless of what we're practicing. You can go back to traditional beliefs, but if you don't have the ability to like think pragmatically and understand the world from an objective lens because of your beliefs, you're no better off than if you're under Christianity or Islam. It's the same. It's the
Got you,
same train of thought. That's
Mitch.
why
Let
I'm
me
more.
ask
That's
you,
why I lean
Molly.
towards agnostic. Yeah.
Let me ask a question to Molly. Molly, between Islam and your brother and sister on the continent, meaning black people all over Africa, West Central and East, which one do you would you go for? Would you choose first between Islam
that is a
and
false choice,
your
my
and
brother.
people?
This is already the premise you're building
Well,
on.
ask me the same question. I answer.
Okay, but brother, 50% of Africa is Islamic. Your question is
No, I'm
problematic.
asking.
Okay.
My question. My
All right.
question is very specific.
May I engage
Me,
with the
if
question?
you absolutely, but if you can just make sure you answer at the end, I will appreciate it.
Of course, but I know you want a simple yes or no, brother. I understand the question, but can I actually engage with the question? You said if you had to choose between Islam or Africa, what did you say? Islam or Africa, basically, right?
No, Islam or the people, meaning your
Right.
people. Would you consider your people in East,
Right.
West, Central Africa? If you have to,
Okay.
which one would you choose?
Okay, so basically, yeah, you're saying we pick also them. Okay, so the question here is this: which Africa do you guys are fighting for in your head? Is it the real Africa or a metaphysical ideal? Because, brother, the reality on the ground is this: Africa is almost half Muslim, half Christian, and some other religions, but are basically, functionally, half and half. Half of Africa is Muslim. So when you pose this question, are you denying the agency of all these African Muslims? And when you otherizing us as a foreign implant or some people that are brainwashed, if you're opposing this, do you really like Africa or do you like a Wakanda type Africa?
I like all the black people I met
So,
that put blackness
Mitch,
over Christianity and Islam. Because I don't like how Kobe spoke to earlier, and this is what I'm talking about, Kobe. I don't like when we go from one extreme to where it's like Christianity and Islam is being alienated, but then the Christians and Muslims come in and they become dominant, and now all the Negroes have to be Christian or Muslim. And they completely leave
so
out all the black people, even in the continent that I personally know. that aren't hyper attached to either one, that put blackness first, right?
That's the only problem I have with Abrahamic religion. It will always be
So
like encroaching on other people because it's the root core. I mean, they have to like convert people pretty much. It has to establish like because it's going off of the chosen people and stuff. So everything else outside of that is
so I'll
pagan.
ask you, can you ask me the same question I just asked this brother?
Which question?
About the choice between religion and your people.
Oh, okay, yeah. If you had to choose between your religion or the black race, your people, which one you gonna choose?
I choose my people, the black race. Now let's ask them a question now. Let's ask the question again, brother. What would you choose?
That's a virtue signal, bro. I'm interested in a serious question, but you're basically trying to show
Bro,
like
that take way too long.
your virtue signal.
You don't love us like you love Jesus. I just want you to love black people like you love Jesus. That's all. Not more. You don't have to love us more. I just want the love of Jesus
That's why I
from black
sent
people.
them. You guys, it's okay also to learn. I think my thing is we have to start, respecting people's choice. Revolution does not require the entire continent of Africa. My message is simply for people who are actually about it. Like for me, if I see something shakes on the continent, I'm willing to go and put myself out there. Right? I can show you a picture of myself in northern Nigeria. I can show you in northern Cameroon, Burkina Faso. I'm on the ground. I'm willing. If that's what it takes, I'm willing to go for this. So we're not gonna get gaslit by people who are religion first or some kind of talk. We have a problem. If that's your position, I respect your position, but I'm just saying that we are trying to free the people in Sudan going through ethnic cleansing. We are trying to free the people from Ethiopia. We have serious problem. If we don't do nothing, we're gonna have the same problem in our hand 50 years from now.
But
We still have got to be serious. If you want to pray, people, like I said, revolution will be fought is for exceptional people who are so unselfish they are willing to put themselves on the line to liberate the collective. If that's not you, that is okay. Hold on. If that's not you, that's okay. But we have got to understand that there's a price to pay. It's not going to be free. We can keep waiting another 1,500 years. It's not going to be free. That's the point. For people who put their religion first, no problem. They can keep praying. We are actually trying to change something. Okay, so no problem. Go pray. No worries. Let us just shake some table and change some things.
But the Sudanese people who are being ethnically cleansed are Muslim. And that's the issue that I have. It doesn't tell the full story because the Sudanese people who are being exterminated are Muslim. The Darfuri people who are being exterminated are not only just Muslim, by the way. They're some of the most. Wait 1 second, but today in 2026, what I'm telling you, Trip, again, I understand what you are saying. I understand your perspective, right? But the issue that I have is you are trying to, and the person in the chat saying, this is my problem with Horners. This is what causes alienation. For me as an Eritrean person, wait 1 second, but Trip, for me as an Eritrean person, the fact that I haven't given up on Pan-Africanism, even though a lot of Pan-Africanists support Ethiopia. Why can't people see that? A lot of Pan-Africanists, like the Marcus Garveys, like the W.E.B. Du Bois, they supported Ethiopia. The African Union supported Ethiopia. The African states, but Trip, this is what I'm trying to tell you, the nuance. Because if I
keep
can
in mind,
sit
the Black
here,
Americans, the Black people from the West that support Ethiopia are mainly Christian. I can say this as a Black American. Most of us that fetishize Ethiopia, it is because we see it as the origin of Christianity.
But my point is, Meech,
that's true.
Yeah, but my point is, again,
I'll let you finish.
Okay.
But we have got to, the point I'm trying to make, my sister, with all the respect, is if we are trying to change something together, we have to fly above, this concept of religion, nationality. It's not just a religion we have to leave behind. We have to also leave the concept, because if I see myself,
why would I
as
leave behind my
Cameroonian
nationality? I'm confused.
Can I finish the point? I think we talk, but let's listen to each other, right?
But I have been
We
listening
were,
to your Trip, to be honest. I feel like you
but
haven't been listening to
you
me.
want you want me to land the plane? I can let you finish and go after you if you want to talk. No problem.
But no, I'm saying I have been actually listening to you. I have been validating your perspective. The issue that I have is you're forcing your perspective onto me and my people. I do not want to give up my nationality, right? Because I am black first, yes. But the nationality that I have is a nationality that my people have suffered and fought for and died for en masse. So why should I give up my nationality, right? When we talk about Pan-Africanism, the issue that I have is when people think that there is one cookie cutter. It's okay. It's your life.
Okay, so I'm not, guys. You guys are getting upset. You guys are picking it personal. You guys are not willing to have a dialogue for some reason. If you need more time, like your brother, just say I need more time. When the brother from I think Somali say he wanted more time, I give him more time, right? Guys, I want y'all to go. I'm not perfect, but you guys got to remove the feeling out of it and just have a conversation. This is
But
my point, Mitch. Let
but
me
Trip,
just land
I've
this
been
point. Let me
saying
let me
I've been
land this
saying
point,
it to you
Mitch.
too, though,
Mitch,
Trip, because what
I
you're
got you,
saying
but
is
let
not
me
part of Pan Africanism.
but I got you.
In
But
terms of
let me
religion,
make this
there's not a
point though. I
requirement
got you.
to absolve
I
oneself
got
of a
you.
religion or to adopt one to be
Right,
Pan African.
but I got you, but let me make this point though. If you look at African history, you see what's happening in Nigeria. There are people who are South African who had nothing to do with what's going on in Nigeria, who send their men or women to go be unalive in Nigeria. There are people who are South African who send their men or women in the Eastern Congo to go get unalive, right? I don't think we are grasping the concept of this liberation thing. It's going to require a guy who is from Cameroon to go get unalive in Eritrea. But if you're talking from a stance of my people thing, you cannot fight on your own. The white sea don't fight on their own. They don't. If you are looking from the lens of my people, that's what you're looking at. We're not winning anybody in a modern warfare like this, if it comes down to it. Even in a model financial warfare like this, we're gonna have to leave the my people concept behind. I'm not saying give away your country. I'm just saying we have to fly above those concepts. You think you're winning by your own by your own Eritrea? I don't think so. Do I think I'm winning by myself in Cameroon? I don't think so. Nigeria is the most populous country on the continent. 200 and they are on their knee right now. So I just feel like if we are serious about this unity thing and we want to win, we have to start finding new ways. Or we can isolate and call ourselves my people, and see where this takes us. That's my opinion. And I'm not trying to have a monopoly on the panel because that's my panel. I welcome the disagreement. We can disagree.
But
I'm just stating my personal opinion.
but brother, I just need the concept, and I tell this to everybody, regardless of where they stand in the diaspora. It's not just the people that you're talking to need to divorce themselves of that. You too have to do that. I too have to do that. Like we all have to divorce ourselves of this individuality, right? Because I understand the need. Even when we were talking earlier, when I told people you're not Black American, right? Like, like you're all my people, but also I have my specific struggle here in this land that, you know what I mean? Like our people that I'm closer to, just like Covey is saying, like we all have our specific cultural groups that we're a part of that are distinct, and our stories are a little bit unique, right? In order for us to be a collective, there has to be room for that. You know what I mean? Whether the other group, like whether I agree with what the Igbo doing or not, whether I agree with what the Eritrea is doing or not, there has to be room for us to have some level of distinction and individuality and still work together as a larger collective. Does that make
Mitch,
sense? It
Why
you're
can't
is
be one
that?
or
so
the
right.
other.
100%
Why is
correct.
that?
It doesn't
So
make
it's
any
100%
sense. It
important.
correct.
doesn't make any sense.
So it's
Mitch
Mali,
cooked
important.
bro.
there. You
Mali,
May
cooked,
I
bro.
ask a
wallah.
question?
Guys, 1 second. Mali, though. Mali, brother. Again, I don't, brother, again, you have to understand where we are coming from also. We are trying to kind of have serious conversation, but you, even though you are a brother, you claim that if it comes down to it, you follow your religion first and we can't count on you. That's
Thank
not,
you.
a status.
Host, that's not what
That's
I
not a
said,
base
host.
that. What you want to answer the question, bro?
Because the
Yeah,
Just
you
answer
did
the
question,
question.
hesitate.
You just want to answer the question, bro.
Kobe said she was black first. She still loved Jesus. She's still Christian, and she black first. She said that.
okay, well, look,
She's
host.
tribal.
What Meech just said, I'm fully in favor. Host, I'm not gonna lie, you asked me a very like a question like a design to lose, because you asked it on you asked
Designed
it
to
with a faulty
lose.
premise. You designed it not in a way to basically make a false distinction, because if you look at the UAE, the worst Arabs, the worst Muslim country, the ones that are doing this mess in Sudan, they're the worst. We were Muslims before the UAE, bro. The Somalis were Muslims before them, okay? We were Muslims before Saudi Arabia, bro. So that's my point, is this, you make a false distinction and you demand that I answer, and if I say wrong,
Are
boom, you
you
drop me.
are you claiming that Islam is African culture?
First of all, nothing is essentially African, but the Africans were among the first Muslims. We were among the first 1,000 Muslims.
Why does it matter about
Okay.
religion?
Okay.
So,
Guys, hold
are
on, hold on
black
one second.
people centered in your belief as a Muslim?
Of course they are. We're talking about Africa. But
So you see
listen,
black people, you see other black people as your people under your God.
of course, we have the same
Okay.
land struggle. One second, Mitch. But my point is this: we must judge it by its fruits. Pan Africanism, we must judge it by fruits. Of course, thanks host for raising me, but I disagree. Okay, and it's a credit to him that he put me a backup because I disagree. But under the host version of Pan Africanism, even his own Nigeria won't rock with him because half of Nigeria is Muslim. Even he can't even unite one country. Forget the whole of Africa. Which Africa do you guys like? Wakanda or the real Africa? Because you must accept Africa as it is.
My brother, respectfully, you made that talking point before, right? You made that talking point before. Again, we are having conversation. These are tough conversation, right? What we are saying is, for me, there's no hesitation. If it came down to it, I will pick my people over any religion. But you can say the same thing. Right. So let me just put it in perspective in 30 seconds for you. People that you call Arab or Christian in the Western world, their religion have never stopped them from oppressing us. Never. Never. So as we are fighting for our lives, right? We're talking about religion in Nigeria. Nigeria have just closed in the last 4 months 20,000 schools. The reason why they closed 20,000 schools is because children are being kidnapped at the rate that we have never seen before. So the only way to protect them is by sending 18 million, some close to 20 million children at home. In Nigeria, it's happening right now. That's the only way to protect those children. What's the problem in Nigeria? Jihadism, right? Jihadism. So these are conversations we can have. We have a jihadism problem in Africa right now. Okay. So when we are asking these questions as real people, how many people on alive in Nigeria this year alone? In the 4 or 5,000. The last time I checked, and again, the schools are closed because the kidnapping is so bad. The same scenario is going on in northern Cameroon. The issue is jihadism. You got jihadism problem in the Sahel. Y'all can all see what's going on. So when we are questioning the validity of Islam, it's because our people are dropping like flies. So our questions are valid. So we are asking you a fair question. Brother, if it comes down to it, would you side with us or the religion? You can't answer the question for some reason.
If you ask me, would I side with the UAE or East Africa? I'm siding with Africa. If you ask me Africa or the UAE, Africa. But listen, brother, look, if Pan-Africanism has to be anti-Islam, brother, 50% of Africa is Muslim, you will not be Pan-African. Pan-Africa means pan, all of Africa. 50% of Africa is Muslim.
Brother, I never made that comment one time. Again, we can walk and chew gum at the same time. I am challenging the validity of any Abrahamic religion on the continent. I never at any point said I can only talk to you if you're no longer religious. I question our identity first policy our religious identity first policy on the continent. We're just having a conversation. I never told anybody on this panel, you gotta or in my opinion, we have to get rid of it. But we cannot ignore that religion came on a continent and then slavery followed. These are things that we can have a conversation. You made a comment about forget Africa. I'm not sure why you make that comment, forget Africa. I don't know. It is not very consistent. Your message in the comment, what you're saying, is not very consistent with the ideal that we're trying
No,
to build. I
can
mean,
I
can you
can I
understand where
can
we're
I
coming from?
explain what I meant by that? Sorry, no, I didn't mean forget Africa. I said your ideology can't even unite Nigeria. Forget Africa. You can't even unite Nigeria with this. You can't even unite Nigeria with this.
Okay, I think again we can okay, so it's like me saying that again, guys, we have to start, having a better conversation about this topic. What's going on in Nigeria, for example, is not as easy as unite Nigeria. What's going on in Nigeria is heavy financing coming from the Middle East. That's problem number one. Weaponry doesn't come from anywhere in Africa. It's trafficked through the Red Sea, by the way of Sudan, found their way in Nigeria. Okay. So that's the problem. So meaning somebody outside of Africa is heavily involved. Problem number two, they're utilizing religion to take some of our people, brothers and sisters, that we now call T group or it's jihadism, who are telling us that unless we all go on the Sharia law, then we can't have a country anymore. So you can't separate religion for those issues. That's the point I'm trying to point out. All those extremism, but you can't separate religion from that. And I prefaced my commentary on the panel earlier by saying that if this is going to be, if we are not ready for these conversations, I said that earlier before I even got on the panel. I said, I don't want to have these conversations because we get frustrated. Most Africans get frustrated when we start talking about religion on the continent. They get defensive. They don't want to talk about it, right? They just don't want to talk about it. So, and I told people, let's not have the conversation. But the panel said, let's have it. I said, are you sure y'all want to have this topic today? Because I don't want to do it. Y'all said, let's get it. Now that we're having a conversation, we're being told, well, your idea of Pan-Africanism doesn't work. Bro, these are real life people. They're real people who are on alive by the thousand, by honest. We are just talking. Can we at least have the conversation that people ask for? That's all I'm asking. I'm not sure why it's just so touchy we can never talk about that. I'm just confused.
Yeah,
We're having a dialogue now.
Trip, you're not asking all the questions. You guys are the ones making it complicated, make it look like, why are you being unalived, in Nigeria with all the numbers you have in Africa? Why always you in Somalia, in Ethiopia, in Nigeria, all over the place is only you? That's part of the question. You having a discussion with people, this discussion with people that are not part of this discussion. That's why it's going the way it's going. And it makes me happy because it looks like all roads lead to where I stand. Because I never been Pan-Africanist, and I never will. Why? Because Pan-Africanist involves all different types of people. And most of all these really non-black people are the ones that antagonizing black people all over the place. So how do you give a goat yams to keep for you? It's a total waste of time. The conversation is compromised. From the beginning, this is a discussion that should be had in swatches. The Somali guy told you what he told you. The Eritrea woman has told you what she told you. They're not going to be part of these things. If you have urgent need to save your people, you work out a plan to save your people. These people are not going to help you to save your people. That is for sure. They don't face what you face, even though they will tell you that they're fighting for the same thing. It's a lie. Go inside Ethiopia, go inside Eritrea, go inside Somalia. You will get a better perspective what I'm saying. You know, it's a waste of time. You're having discussion with the wrong crowd. You know, they're never gonna align with you for anything. That is natural. You know, this is what is called automatic barriers. That's already there. There's nothing you can do. You're gonna be going around in circles. You know?
Can I ask a
Yeah.
question?
All right. Hold on, Peacemaker. Before you ask your question, I think Harvey also have a question. Before you ask questions, I'm just gonna go on record to say this. You guys should know this if you're from East Africa. There's a lot of smoke for East Africans that come from West and Central Africa. A lot of smoke. And a lot of them has to do with, the reality on the continent when people are being blamed for what's happening. They're blaming religion, obviously Islam, for the jihadism in West Africa. So by association, every person who was some kind of Islam first get blamed for it, right? There's no love lost between the two regions right now. And for those of us who are seeking who are trying to build a breach, I got to keep it real with y'all. It's kind of heartbreaking that we are literally listening to people like Peacemaker saying, bro, don't do it, don't do it, don't do it. They will never put people first. Their religion first. And for us, it's kind of heartbreaking that we like, no, let's reach out, man. Let's reach out. We need to unite. And when we reach out and we ask your people first, and you validating essentially what a guy like Peacemaker would say, right? I don't know, man. That's just my 2 cents. But I can go ahead and ask the question.
Okay. Kobe, actually, it's Kobe's question. If you want to ask Kobe about Ibrahim
It's not
Traore.
that question. Before that question, I wanted to say it wasn't validated though. Molly literally sat here and said he would pick Africa over the UAE. If he were to validate like Peacemaker, he would have said he would have picked the UAE or other Arab countries before he picked Africa or East Africa. Peacemaker has confirmation bias. That's what it sounds like. And that's fine. But Molly didn't validate what he said. Neither did I validate what he said. Like both of us have been very much actually anti what Peacemaker just said.
Yes, you really
and
think
second of
I
all,
believe
wait,
what
can
you tell me?
Can I finish?
You
Oh
know?
my god!
I thought you had a question. You said it's question session time.
I didn't have a.
You know? Okay, well, let people that have question ask question. That's what you have to do.
Can we also address how the point that you brought up, Trip? Can we address how the most of the victims of those groups that you just mentioned are Muslims? Because why don't
Why
we
does it
address the
matter?
fact that no, it does matter because if
No, it
people are
doesn't
trying
matter.
to it does matter
Let me
because
No,
ask
if
you a
guys,
people are
question.
I
trying
never
to
said nothing about
if
religion.
people are trying to
I
oh
did
my
not say a
goodness
word
oh
about
my
religion.
goodness
I'm going to chime in, guy. Let me just reclaim the
can
floor. I'm going to
I
chime in.
wait
For
I
the
didn't
record,
finish yet
guys.
though.
Okay, go ahead and finish so I can respond real quick.
Yes, because if this is being used as an attempt to just villainize and demonize Muslims, why don't we tell the full story? Why don't we tell the full story of who most of the victims of these groups are, these
Why do we
extremist
need to
groups?
talk about
Why
it at
don't we
all?
tell? No, it is important because you guys have an
One
agenda.
at the time.
You guys have an agenda.
Okay. We can engage into an intellectual conversation.
Yes, it is intellect. That's why I'm trying to be intellectual. Yeah, I'm trying to be intellectual instead of trying to push an agenda, right? Because there is an agenda. If you want to say Muslims are the problem, Muslims cause these issues, Muslims are unaliving people, you can do that. You can dehumanize Muslims, you can villainize Muslims all you want. If that is the agenda that you're trying to actively push, which is triangulation, by the way, which is what white supremacy wants. But if we want to actually get to the crux, if we want to get to the crux of it, who are a majority of the people who are being unalived in Nigeria by the numbers? Who are a majority of the people who are being unalived by those groups that you are talking about, Trip? We can go there because I do have the statistics, Trip. I do have the statistics. I do have the numbers. We can.
Let your own brother
Can
that
I
try to
finish?
instrumentalize us
at
too,
the
using
time.
white supremacy to start calling us pagan.
One at a time,
I
guys.
never said nothing about religion. I didn't say anything
I'm not
about
talking about
religion.
you,
I
please.
got it. I got it. Guys, let me
Okay,
just
can I?
just solve Sister, go ahead and land though, because I want to respond to what you said. I think what you said is not correct, but I'll go ahead and respond.
I have the numbers.
Guys,
I did do a deep dive.
that's not the point though. I think you're missing the point.
No. The point is there's an attempt to villainize.
Sister, you're missing the
Trip, do we want to have an actual genuine conversation? Because I feel like we were having a genuine conversation with you.
You're wasting your time. You're wasting your time with these people.
Peace. Let me clarify the record. Again, the conversation is heated, but let me just clarify the record so we can move on. What's going on for those who don't know somebody has a lot of echo. I'm not sure who that is. Maybe it's Peacemaker. For those who don't know what's happening in Sudan is a showdown between Saudi Arabia and the UAE. So what I mean by that is Saudi Arabia supports the government and the RSF is supported by the UAE. So it's a showdown between two group of people. Okay, just like right now in Iran, it's a showdown between on one side America and Israel. On the other side, you have Iran, who is supported by China and Russia. Okay, that's how that works. In Ukraine, you got the U.S. behind Ukraine, and you got Iran behind. That's how nobody's fight by themselves. Somebody tell you that, they don't know what they're talking about. What is going on in Nigeria? The fact that you got different Muslim fraction going at each other. Islam is not a monolith, right? We know for a fact, and I have video evidence. You have stats. I actually have video from the region, 1,500 or more than 1,500 plus video that I can share with you if you have the stomach to watch those video. What's going on in Nigeria is different Muslim faction. One, we can trace them all the way to Oman, okay? And the second one, we can trace somewhere in the region also, or not in the region, but in the Middle Eastern region also. So different Muslim faction going at each other has absolutely nothing to do with the Christian. No, the Christians are not running around Nigeria kidnapping people by the thousand. No, the Christians are not going around rounding up 500 Muslim on a Sunday in the church and setting up on fire. They're not doing that. Okay, they're not doing that. I think that's a false equivalency. We don't have any record of a group of Christian traveling around Nigeria, snatching all kinds of kids from school or unaliving hundreds of people in the church at the same. We don't have any record of that. So the fact that two different group from the same religion are going at each other has nothing to do with the Christian. The Christian are merely a victim. Okay, so let me just finish my point real quick. We have to start being honest when we tell the story. And also, I didn't like what you just said. I think that was intellectually dishonest, Kofi. We talk about jihadism. We talking about Muslim extremism. But you conveniently remove extremism in our talking point, and you remove jihadism to talk about Muslim in general. Nobody said that. That's not good. That's not good. Nobody said that. We was very careful with our language. We said jihadism, and we said Muslim extremism, right? So let's not come here and paint this narrative about there's an agenda against Muslim. I think that's kind of crazy. That's intellectually inconsistent. So let's not.
I said though, if you let me land my plane, that's not what I said. What I said
is what you said.
No. What I said was a majority of the victims of these groups that you're talking about are Muslims. When it comes to, I don't know why the thing with the Sudan was brought up. By the way, the government, the SAF in Sudan, is the legally recognized government, and it's also supported by Sudanese people against the RSF. But when we talk about, let's say, for example, the Tutsis are majority Christian, and the Tutsis are the ones who are majority unaliving the Congolese people. Right? But we don't go around talking about Christian extremist groups are the ones who are unaliving Congolese people. When it comes to these Muslim extremist groups that you're talking about, and when people use this conversation to villainize Muslims, to villainize fellow African Muslims, you're not telling the full story, because a majority of the people who are suffering and being unalived by these Muslim extremist groups are Muslims. Ask Mali how his community, his country are actively right now fighting Al-Shabaab and fighting Daesh. right? They're the ones who are fighting them. They're the ones who are also primarily victimized by them. These groups that were imported by the... I feel like I was on mute and I let you speak, Trip, and I feel like you're not listening to me, so I don't...
I never say a word, by the way, but go ahead.
Yeah. So why don't we tell the full story? Why don't we tell the full story of... Why don't we tell the full...
Sister, I got earphones on, sister. I'm allowed to breathe. God damn, what's the problem?
It's not about breathing, though.
I got earphones on.
It's not about breathing.
You're acting
though.
like I'm huffing and puffing.
No. My point
But
is
I'm not.
we never tell the full story. And this is the issue that I've had from the get-go. We make it seem as if it's a monolith, if it's absolutist. When we're talking about these extremist groups, we don't talk about the Muslims who are being victimized by them. We don't talk about the Muslims who are the ones fighting these different groups of people. And in only telling a single story, by the way, Trip, which is what Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie said. Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie, in her full-blown TED Talk, A Single Story, when she was talking about the danger of telling a single story, what she said was the danger of telling a single story is not that it's not true, it's incomplete. And when you keep pushing that one single narrative, you are pushing an incomplete story that is demonizing and villainizing your fellow Africans who you want to unite with. How are you going to unite with people when you're demonizing
you
them?
are the only person doing that on this panel. You're the one telling a story from one side.
Exactly. I never tell a story from one side.
Let me tell you.
I
tell you why you're telling the story from one side. Sister, there's no record in Nigeria, Cameroon, and all these countries of a group of Christian militia going around terrorizing the community. It does not exist. The community is not being terrorized by Christian militia. It is not true. It's not true. The people who are terrorizing the community are Muslim extremists, right? Now, maybe they're terrorizing other Muslim also, which is your argument, which is fine, but it doesn't negate the fact that people who are terrorizing the community overall are Muslim militia. You understand what I'm saying?
Exactly.
So now, it doesn't, hold on, let me finish real quick. It does not negate the fact that this idea that, well, it's like me as a black person going around a white tea community, unaliving the white tea by the thousand. And when I get confronted, I'll say, well, you know, I unalive white tea black people too. That is not that's not an argument. Your argument cannot be, well, you know, I unalive white tea people too. I just don't unalive black people too. That's not an argument that makes sense. That's number one. We cannot deny, you try to excuse almost, we do have a jihadism problem on the continent right now. We do. What's going on in Sudan is jihadism.
No, it's not jihadism.
That's a fact.
It's not
Okay, guys,
jihadism.
let me finish. Let me finish. You can call that however you want to call it. You can call that however you want it. But if you can stomach the video, we have a recording for you. We are connecting with people on the ground, recording this. We don't Google it. We are connecting with people. We can share the footage with you so you can see with your own eyes how they're beheading people, screaming Allah Akbar. I have at least 1,600 video footage I can share with you. So let's not play games. Maybe y'all don't know, because y'all don't know. But the video we have in Peacemaker know what I'm talking about. He's from Nigeria too. We see that on footage. We see it with our own two eyes. So nobody can tell another story. There's not a news media who's going to tell what's going on. We have the footage, right? So the point we are hold on, let me land real quick. The point we are making is we can have these conversations, which I recognize are extremely uncomfortable, but we cannot tell this story about, well, you know, the Muslims are getting unalive too. Yes, of course, but that has nothing to do with a Christian being unalive. Nothing to do. And I said, there's a showdown in the government in Sudan. I don't know how legit they are, but by all account, they are not legit. These are people unaliving too. So you got two groups. One is funded by Saudi Arabia. The second one is funded by the UAE on unaliving people by the 100,000. No justification for that. And this idea that there's no religion, if it's not religious, it's ethnic. I'm not the one saying it. It's on record. The UN document called that a genocide. You know what genocide is? Genociding people on the basis of religion or ethnicity. That's what every credible and international organization call that a genocide. That's number two. There's no way you can separate jihadism from what's going on in Cameroon, Nigeria, Burkina Faso, Mali. It's come on, man. What are we talking about? You want to have a serious conversation? Let's be honest.
Let's have a serious conversation.
Yeah, but we can.
Hold on. Let me land right here. Let's not. This has nothing to do. We have zero evidence that a group of Christian, and I'm not Christian, by the way. I'm not Christian. But there's zero evidence that a group of Christians are running rampant in a region terrorizing people. There's zero evidence to support that. So let's address that small issue with jihadism that we have without y'all saying what the Muslim or no, it's jihadism, it's extremism the issue. It's jihadism the issue. That's had nothing to do with what you guys talking about. Let's address the jihadism issue. Why are we defending this?
Host Trip, if the RSF is just like a jihadist group, why are they allied with the SPLMN, which is a South Sudanese militia, which is predominantly Christian? Why are they allied with Salva Kiir, who is the Dinka Christian president of South Sudan? Why are they allied? By the way, they're so much allied that the SPLMN, together with the RSF, together with the ENDF, which is a group in Ethiopia, which is not predominantly Muslim either, which is led by Abiy Ahmed, who is. Wait, can I please?
Religious or ethnic? It's a genocide system. Why are we justifying the genocide?
I'm not defending a genocide. I know it's a genocide. I talk about it all the time. I fundraise for Sudan all the time. Trip. Respectfully, I'm like, as a person, I fundraise for Congo. I fundraise for Sudan all the time. I talk about these topics. I fundraise for our people who are in Libya. So I do talk about these topics. But what I'm saying is, when it comes to Sudan, to pretend as if the RSF is jihadist is not true, because the RSF literally today is allied with the SPLMN from South Sudan, which are predominantly Christian, is allied with the South Sudanese president Salva Kiir, who is Dinka, is allied with Museveni in Uganda, and is allied with Kenya, and is unaliving Sudanese people. They literally are unaliving Sudanese Muslims people, right? So to make, and this is the issue that I had. I'm not trying to tell you it's a single perspective. I'm trying to tell you it is a nuance. It is an active, nuanced topic. It's not monolithic, because removing the nuances from all of these genocides does a disservice to the people who are being genocided, and does a disservice to us as Africans as well. So to say that Sudan, first of all, Saudi Arabia joined the fight later on. Saudi Arabia wasn't there from the get-go. It didn't start supporting Sudan from 2023, by the way. The SAF, which is not genociding Sudanese people right now, it's the RSF that is genociding Sudanese people. The SAF was mostly fighting on its own, right? Eritrea, who is the leader is not Muslim, is allied with the SAF as well, with the leader of with the current government of Sudan. So when we apply these very one-sided, monolithic perspectives to people who are being exterminated,
That's a lie. That's a bald-faced lie.
Sister, the reason why we in West and Central have a problem with some of y'all in the East, it is because when it comes to jihadism, you seem to have we can sit here at people who are West African and make fun of Christianity all day and tell you how the slave ship have name. We can make fun of that all day.
The second it gets onto Islam, it's a problem.
Christian imperialism all day. We've been doing that all day, by the way. The second we get to Islam, all of a sudden it's like, whoa, we're now monolithic. We have to consider edge cases. It's not the way you think it is. Hold on, it's not the way you think it is. Let's apologize for this. At no point we can hear y'all down there say something like, well, we condemn jihadism. It's not, we condemn Muslim extremism. You guys won't even say that. It's what's happening is this. No, we have video evidence.
I'm
They're
not
all
even Muslim, by
screaming.
the way.
Hold on, let me finish. I know, but they're all screaming on camera. Peacemaker, you saw the same footage that on our online that we see it from Nigeria. Allah Akbar. They're all screaming in Sudan. Allah Akbar. After every beheading. That's how they all scream. Maybe they just cosplaying Muslim people, but we cannot separate this issue from that. It's unfair for people who are losing their life that you guys would not even call out extremism. You won't even call it out. You won't call it out. Like, it makes no sense. How can we call out Christianity? We are supposed to build something together, but we can call out Christian imperialism and all the Christian unaliving, but you won't do it for some reason.
I don't want to
You just won't
overstep.
do it.
I don't want to overstep, but I can somewhat empathize with the dominance that Islamic people have in that part of the world. Like, I feel it even here in the US. There's a different type of energy when you try to have these conversations correcting Islamic people that is, you know what I mean? Like, I could see some people being in fear of their life from speaking out publicly about this type of
Because
thing.
they are trained to react that way. They are groomed from childhood
Apostasy
to
law,
defend
Sharia
and
law.
attack. That's how they. So good luck to you
I
guys.
don't want anybody to put themselves in harm's way trying to say something that they literally are in a, you know, like it would literally be a risk to their life. Because like in America, I do have a little bit of privilege where I could say some things out loud that would have me unalived in another country. Like, I'm conscious of that. So it's different me as a Black American talking about Christianity, Muslim, you know, with the exception of little hats. Them the only people we can't talk about in the US, strangely. But like, I can say stuff about Muslim and Christian in the United States and not be necessarily in fear of my life. Now, granted,
That
Malcolm
is
X
not
was
true.
unalived by the Muslims. You know what I mean? Like,
That is not true. There are things you will say about Islam. You will hide from you will hide for your life in America. You will hide for your. If you say anything about the prophet, remember the guy
not in the United
Rushing.
States. Not in the United States.
Not in the United States.
Yeah, we got people way tougher than like Christians and Muslims in the United States. Like, just
Let
honestly.
me tell you something. The things that people do in the US cause havoc all over the world, even in Nigeria.
Right.
Even Nigerian Muslims,
but brother, you have to
black
understand,
ones.
the United States has a bastardized version of religion where the people with money control both the government and the religious groups. Like, all the major religious
Why you
organizations,
think
churches,
Malcolm X
no, I'm
meet the
telling you, they're
demise?
all paid off.
Hold
So
on. Why you think
like they're not the top of our hierarchy.
What is the part of the reasons why Malcolm X met his demise? Part of the reason.
Well, see,
Not the reason.
he was
part of the reason.
he had joined their organization though. He had joined their organization and then he went against them as a member.
That's in the
So they called him a
USA.
traitor. He went against Elijah, who was allegedly
A leader.
dealing with underage women, and they felt that there was disrespect for them to out
I
him.
got that story, but I'm telling you that if you go against Islam in the USA, you better fear for your life, depending on what you
Not
say
in the
and where you
USA.
say it. I don't say. I'm talking about USA, bro. I'm talking about just USA.
I have a relationship with a
You
few.
see, now
with
see,
a few groups
you
of-
run off with something else. I'm USA centric. I'm not talking about Middle East or Nigeria or anywhere, because Tripp said in America you can talk about Islam anywhere you like, you know, because it's America.
in America,
it's okay.
yeah.
That
In
is
US,
a
yes.
lie. That's why Malcolm X,
That's false,
you
brother.
know.
I'm
Louis
sorry to
Farrakhan
tell you,
said
they
it.
don't have that dominance.
Louis Farrakhan said it. He said it himself in one of his speeches. Said
Louis
the brother makes
Farrakhan was
he
on
made his
60 Minutes
now. You make
apologizing
excuses,
to Malcolm
man.
X's daughter
You make
because Black
excuses,
Americans
bro.
have been
Come on,
we
man.
have been giving Farrakhan hell for saying what he said about
What is
Malcolm X
that
after
gonna
Malcolm
do?
X
What is that
passed.
gonna do with what I'm saying?
Because he's
Farrakhan
exiled
is
from the
an
Lord.
insider.
So
You're not an insider.
brother. I have data.
My people,
You're
let's
not
share,
an
largely
insider,
black-
let's
bro.
share the panel. My
Farrakhan.
people, let's share
I'm
the
just
panel a
trying to
little
tell
bit
you.
and allow let's share the panel a little bit, people. Let's allow Mitch. I think you
I'm
have
not.
your mic is bad. Your microphone is bad, my brother. I'm not sure what happened.
I
But
wanted to
guys,
say,
let's share the panel. And go
I,
ahead, Lasco,
My,
bro.
yeah,
my,
I just wanted to
I
say
think
something real quick, because I know Molly was
Mitch,
talking
you have
about
a
like
problem with your
how is
phone.
this? Yeah, he said how is this going to unite Nigeria, but maybe more like on a macroscopic level, even within like I'm gonna use like the Yoruba tribe, right? Like one thing I respect about their Muslims and their oral tradition that they have, like their version of Islam, like it's like it's independent from the influence of like the Sokoto jihadists who try to come and conquer Oyo, right? So in even more recent times, right, we have so I'm gonna read this from the Efemino government of Nigeria, right? So the Yorubas opposing Sharia courts are a broad coalition, not just Christians and traditionalists. It includes Yoruba Muslims, Christian groups, traditional Ifa practitioners, youth leaders, and state governors. The opposition is framed as protecting Yoruba culture, secularism, not Islam versus other religions. The Pan-Yoruba Coalition, Yoruba Regional Alliance, YRA, Yoruba National Religious Council, members including Muslim Association of Yoruba Nation Christian Association, Imodaye, Isheshe Yoruba Land, filed court cases and wrote to the government rejecting Sharia courts in Oyo. So, and who wants to keep the Sharia courts out of Yoruba land? It's cross-religious Yoruba coalition, including Yoruba Muslims. This isn't Christian versus Muslim. It's Yoruba cultural bloc versus Sokoto model. So like that's what I respect about them. They don't they I believe it's 40%, the statistic 40% Muslim, 40% Christian, and then 10% traditionalists in Yoruba land, right? But somehow they all seem to coexist just fine. They have festival where they all
Right.
enjoy and they put their ethnicity and cultural tradition first and they all come together as one, you know?
Right.
So and they don't have this extension and they're trying to protect themselves from these extremists and these jihadists still.
Brother, that's the nature of Yoruba tribe. Yoruba tribe are not violent people. They are not, and you know this. I don't know what you just read. What they gotta do with what we're talking about. Yoruba is a very small faction of Muslim world, very tiny faction of what's going on in Burkina Faso, what's going on in Middle East. Muslims be rampaging across Middle East, across everywhere for a long time. That's what we're saying. Yoruba is a very minute, segment of that.
I also peacemaker. I also want to make sure. And oh, by the way, Mali, I'm not Nigerian, and y'all need to leave this concept of country and nationality behind when we're having conversation. I am not Nigerian, so you guessed it. You guessed it wrong. Just because I'm speaking for Nigeria doesn't make me Nigerian. I'm not Nigerian. Okay. So the point I'm trying to make is, and this is my problem with the continent, we are blinded by these nationality ethnicity concept. We always want to speak behind our tribe or our country. No, I personally don't care about the concept of tribe and nationality on the continent. As far as I'm concerned, we have got to detribalize. That's my personal belief. But I want people to understand what's going on in Nigeria, where Peacemaker is from. You have a country with 36 states. Nigeria is it's a republic. It's supposedly a secular state. But somehow you got 1/3 of those states, 12 out of 36 states that have started Sharia law, right? The people do not want that. You cannot have a country of a two separate law, the law of the land and the religious law. So it doesn't matter what's the percentage of Muslim. No, it doesn't matter. They don't want Sharia law as the law of their land in any state because it's a republic. They don't want it. That simple. They don't want it. If you look at what's happening in Mali, the same people send a request, they put forward a request to the Malian government. At the top of that request, I can read down in front of you right now. They are demanding Sharia law. The answer is no. They're refusing in Nigeria Sharia law. They're refusing Sharia law in Mali. When we are telling the story one-sided, we are pretending like religion is not a factor. That's extremely disingenuous. It is a factor. It is a factor. It is. You cannot just impose some kind of religious law because you're Muslim on the entire population who those people are Muslim or Christian. They don't want it. Some of people, someone's not even religious. They don't want it. It's that simple. They don't want it. So that's one of the fundamental issue on a continent outside of colonialism and destabilization. So when I see people say things like, well, they can't even unite. Well, why can't they unite? Are you addressing the issue of colonialism that, by the way, you guys are going through in East Africa? No. Are you addressing the issue of, the secular nature of Nigeria being attacked by as one religious group? No, you're not talking about that. But you're making the simple argument like, oh, they're not being united as pew and weapon are being dropped on their head. Like, come on, man. We have to be a little serious, bro. We always talking about, okay, go ahead, Mali, respond. Let me see what you got.
All right, so if you're not Nigerian, I was wrong, but my argument stands because essentially what's going on here is one group of Africans is demanding from another group of Africans that they bend the knee, capitulate, or strip themselves of their way of life. And you guys demanding all these things, in my opinion, based off a faulty way of classifying and categorizing.
Can you be specific so we know exactly what you're talking about?
So basically, my argument stands. Nigeria is 50% Muslim, 50% Christian. Because the Muslims are able to elect presidents, that means they are a large enough group. They are a large enough group to elect the head of state. They are a big bloc. In Nigeria, the biggest powerful country in Africa, potentially is going to be where Nigeria is going to be very influential. If you can't solve the contradictions in Nigeria itself, how can Pan-Africans claim to speak for all Africa, number one? Number two, what given one group of Africans the right and power to stand over the other Africans and say, you're not really African, number two? And earlier, host, you slipped because you said, like, you guys in the East over there, and you tried to basically...
My brother, can you please be specific? Let me just, I'm begging you, because I'm trying
being
to get
very
context.
specific.
You'll be saying one group. What group is doing what you're saying?
Pan-Africans,
What group is
the
doing
Pan-Africans in Nigeria, the Pan-Africans, your position, the Pan-African position in Nigeria would say to the Muslim Nigerian, hey, you are an invader, you are colonized mentally, you are ascribing to a foreign, you are not African, basically. So the Pan-Africans, number one, you would demand by Muslim Africans, 50% of Africa, by the way, to bend the knee, to capitulate. And this is your basis for unity? How does that work?
Hold on, wait.
You Muslim,
Why do
right?
y'all keep saying Pan-African?
Let me ask you a question,
Hold on. That's
Mitch,
Tripp's
quickly.
views individual.
Exactly.
But hold on, a timeout. Because I think there's confusion that your views on this with the religion thing are Pan-African views about people needing to leave a religion or whatever. Because that's what he said, and I think Covey said it earlier, that they're Pan-Africans. And I've seen this, but that is actually what Pan-Africanism is, that's part of the concept. And historically, it's not. An aspect of Pan-African that requires you to leave a religion or to join. It's a secular construct.
Wait, but Meech, that's not what I said. What I said was...
One second, Corvette. 1 second. Let me just respond to Mali real quick. Mali, we are trying to have an intellectual conversation. And I wish you guys would stop making up stuff. What you said is a flat out lie. It is not true. There's no such thing in Nigeria as, quote, Pan-African doing whatever you say. It is not true. There's no source behind it. It's not true. I just told you what the problem is. You're a Muslim person. You would never accept me forcing Christianity on you as the law of your land. Okay?
No.
You will never accept that. Of course no. So the Nigerian are telling you that people are pushing Sharia law on them.
That's wrong.
That's one of the... Okay, that is wrong. Exactly. Let's learn how to have balanced conversations so we don't sound like propagandists. That's the issue is also foreign actor financing or using certain people in Nigeria to destabilize the land, right? We can talk about the Fulani issue, for example, in Nigeria, which some of those issues is valid, but we cannot forget where they getting this money from, that kind of weapon from. We cannot have those conversations seriously. I just don't want to have a panel that's based on just made up assumption, not rooted in reality, right? When I say that 12 states in Nigeria out of 36 are forced into Sharia law, that's a fact. That's not a personal opinion of mine. So let's be serious when we're having these conversations so we don't seem that we're gaslighting people.
Okay, so I don't think anybody on this panel is going to agree. Even I don't agree with religion being forced onto other people, right? The issue that I have is you applied that to Sudan as well. And I think that that is also disingenuous. Because to say
What
that what's
exactly did I
happening,
apply in Sudan?
you said that the RSF were jihadists and it was jihadism and all that stuff, when that is not true. What's happening in Sudan is not about religion, because Sudanese people are all Muslim. So when you look at when the SAF liberate towns, they also say Allahu Akbar when they liberate those towns from the RSF. So what's happening in Sudan is not religious, because the RSF is actively uniting.
I never said that though.
Oh my God.
I said you can.
Can I please land my plane? Because I've been on mute and
I know you want to let. Yeah, but you want to tell you. Y'all cannot talk by giving me words that I never said. I never said what you guys are saying.
Did you not bring up the RSF and jihadists though?
Let me finish. Let me just clarify my point before you finish your point. But you're saying things that I never said. I got you. I never said that.
I'm out. This is ass, man. I'm out. Safe.
I got you, man. Bye. Goodbye.
No, but you said RSF jihadists before.
But I never said that. I said
you
it's
did,
a
though.
G side, and that's it. Okay, sister, let's just clarify what I said so we don't. You're trying
but
to,
nobody denies
it's
a G side. It's the worst humanitarian crisis in the world.
Okay, then that's
no,
not
but
the
you
point,
said
though,
the RSF. Hold on, you said the RSF are jihadists. When we see them unaliving people, they say Allahu Akbar. That's literally what you said. And what I'm trying to tell you is that
Why won't you allow me to clarify what I said?
Oh my God. You're not even letting me finish, though.
Clarify. But you won't allow me to clarify what I said, though.
Too aggressive.
No, hold on,
I'm not
peacemaker.
aggressive. I'm just saying it's doing a disservice to people.
You won't even allow me to clarify what I said.
But Kobe's not being
aggressive. You won't allow me to do
though.
that.
Like, let's clarify this.
No, I got you, but she won't allow me to clarify what I said. What I said was a G-side is defined by the targeting of a population based on the religious or the ethnicity. Call it what you want it. A specific population is being targeted. Maybe it's because of the way they look, the guy they are being targeted. So it's called G-side for a reason. And what I said was, some of these guys are Muslim extremists. That's what I said. What is false about what I said?
It's false because they're not doing the unaliving because they're Muslim extremists. They're doing the
all right, man.
Wait. Okay. I feel like I genuinely thought that this was about unity, but clearly you guys don't care about unity. You have a very preconceived notion of East Africans, which has kind of slipped out.
People never said.
I feel like there is a very preconceived notion because I've been respectful this whole time trip. I keep muting you. I don't know if it's the misogynoir coming out, but I don't know if it's the misogynoir coming out, but I keep muting and I let you finish, Trip, and then
I'm not going to do it. It's my
panel. No, but you
though.
keep interrupting me.
I'm trying to run a panel. You want?
How are you going to run a panel if you interrupt people? But how are you going to run a panel if you keep interrupting people?
Sister, let me just finish. Let me just say something. Let me just finish. The panel, I have a responsibility as a host of the panel. Mitch hosts panel. A host has a responsibility. Number one, we get flagged for misinformation. That's number one. Number two, I have the right as a host to direct the room and ask questions. It's not about.
But you're not asking questions, not letting me land my plane.
Let me finish. Allow me to finish. But the way you want to have this conversation is the host can never interrupt as a talker.
That's not what I said. You're not letting me land my plane.
But why you get upset even when I'm breathing on the mic? I'm breathing on the mic. You get upset.
No, because you're not letting me land my plane. I stay on mute,
but you
and I'm respectful to you the whole time.
I never say you were disrespectful, but you won't even allow me to chime in to correct something
No,
that
but
I
I'm
think
saying
you are
you're
misrepresenting
alienating
about me.
people. You're alienating people. That's the issue that
These
I have
people will
because I
never,
look at
they
your
will never work
perspective.
with you. They
I
will never
see your
agree with
perspective.
you.
Listen, this is
No,
me.
I
I'm an
said it from the
Eritrean. One second.
beginning.
I'm
You're
an
wasting
Eritrean
your
person. I'm
time.
black first. I'm Pan African.
No,
But
you're
you're
not. You're just
alienating
saying it
me.
here. You're
I'm a
saying
person.
it
Listen,
here.
Go on,
Wait, one
peacemaker. Look,
second.
I
One
just don't want to
second.
do.
I'm a
I don't.
person
Again,
who believes in Pan Africanism. I actively advocate for African communities. If you look at my lives, if you look at the fundraisers I highlight fundraisers for Congo, for Sudan. For refugees who are stuck in Libya, for South Sudan, for different African countries. I highlight these things because I
right. I'm
believe
not.
in
I'm not
Pan-Africanism. But the problem that
disagreeing.
I'm saying
Okay,
is
sure. I'm
there
not
okay.
disagreeing with you, but you have
No,
to
but
be
I'm saying
honest,
there's
though.
a
You don't want to
fundament.
be
Oh my
interrupted.
God.
Be honest for a second. Be
I am
honest
trying
for a
to be
second.
honest, but I'm
I
saying there's a
don't. Okay,
fundamental
give me 30
disregard. Can I
seconds so I
please
can.
finish what
Let
I'm
me.
saying? I beg
Okay, give me
you.
30 seconds. No,
Oh
I
my
want to
God.
beg you to leave me 30 seconds. I don't want you to blame the conversation on your gender, which you did. I don't like that. You also blame the conversation on the fact that you're East African. I don't like that
No, but
because
you
A
did
man
say
okay,
just
East
so
came out. It's a
African.
manipulation.
A
It's a
man
You
just came
brought up
off
manipulation.
mute
East
and talked over.
African for
Peace just
no
got to
reason.
talking
You
over,
brought up East
and you
African. You
didn't
did
correct him,
though. You
Trip.
did. You said this is the issue with West Africans and East
The
Africans. You brought up
trouble
the
is
region.
one.
I
It's
didn't
one
bring up the
Africa.
region. You did.
It's one Africa,
You
not East
brought
Africa. Not
guys,
Can
let
you
me
Tanzania,
mute him,
not
Trip?
Uganda. It's one
But
Africa.
you letting the brother be
peacemaker,
disrespectful
hold
to
on.
her, man, and then you telling her about respect.
Peacemaker, hold on. Again. We are African people. We have the right to mention is East Africa. The panel, let me just make sure we clarify the room for a second. Nobody who is black gets to come on the panel and use and weaponize the region or the tribe. It's
When did that
not going
happen,
to
though, Trip?
happen.
When did that
No, I'm
happen?
talking. No. Hold on, Mitch. Let me just
But
address
why
this girl real quick for
generalize
two
though,
seconds.
man? Nah, that
No,
what, and then you
hold
just
on,
let that
Mitch.
man, you just let
Allow
peace
me
come off
to,
his mic and
but
talk over that
Mitch,
since
allow me
you
to get
didn't
it out
correct him
though.
for that. You corrected
That
me. I
woman
go
come
double
out her
check it.
mic.
Mitch,
The
That woman come
anti-black
off the mic
Americans
all the
supposed to
time.
have on your panel.
All the time, the woman come off
Trip,
the mic.
you let these
Yo, like,
anti-black American as
let me,
Negroes
guys.
come on your panel sometime and say crazy shit, and we gotta play nice with them.
Oh,
You did that
okay,
earlier, and I tried to be
give me 2
respectful,
seconds though.
and I respected your panel. When the people were
Okay,
disrespecting
guys,
me, when the brother was disrespecting WB Du Bois, all that crazy shit earlier, I tried to bring it back in and respect you and respect your guests as they were going out cursing, talking shit. Did that not happen earlier?
But Mitch,
You want to
Okay, but
signal
did
it.
Cubby cuss at you?
Y'all
Did
got to let me
Cubby
get a
cuss
word
at
too,
you?
though.
Did she call you out your name?
Okay, sure.
Did she cuss at you?
No, she did. Mitch,
But
you're not
your
even
guest
allowing me to
cussed at
speak,
me
bro.
though. I got cussed at on you.
But
I got cussed at a few times.
okay,
I got disrespected on your panel.
Mitch, let me just say something too. What I'm saying is the way I try to run. I'm not saying I'm perfect, but I don't want a guest to just speak and not allow me to chime in. She seemed very sensitive every time I chime
Brother,
in.
she was on mute for a long time listening
Mitch, you have
to
to see the
us go on
Mitch.
and on
Okay.
about how we
Mitch, you
don't
have
like
to.
religion and
Okay.
Christianity
This
and all that.
woman spoke
We
more
did
than
that for a
everybody
long time.
else.
Yo, can I
While
get a
she was
word?
on
Can I
mute.
get a word? Guys, can I get a word myself so I can explain my personal view? It is my personal view. I feel like as a guest, I struggle on this panel interrupting her from time to time to ask a question. That is a personal view. I feel like it was difficult for me. Now will allow so peacemaker or I felt like it was very difficult for her. She will get kind of irritated every time she get interrupted. I don't like that. I feel like she got
brother,
welcome
you
on it. Hold
also
on,
have
Mitch,
been very
let me land.
Trip, you have been emotional
allow
about
me
this
to land now,
conversation.
bro.
Trip, you weren't this emotional about
Mitch.
everything we talked about since I come up on your panel today. You have not been this involved in any topic we've had but this one about religion. You have been just as emotional you feel like she's been. I've listened to both of you. You've been just as emotional. That's why I asked you what you believe in. You have a self-interest in the
Mitch,
conversation.
But I got you, Mitch. The point I'm trying to make is if you the host, you have got to be able to chime in to ask a question because there's a specific way you want to run the panel. The same way you run your panel. You will not allow a guest on the panel who does not want to who get upset every time she gets stopped at all. Even though there's no evidence on this panel that when she got on the panel, she was welcome. I asked, are you black? Yes. And I said, okay, no problem, go. She spoke. She's been talking probably more than anybody outside of Mitch. She's been talking. So
I can't say that, brother. I've been
hold
here.
on.
I've been here.
Okay,
I
okay,
watch her
I
be
got
I
you.
watch her be mute and be quiet for
Sure,
long
bro.
periods of time
Bro,
and
she
pass the mic
sure. I'm not
and be
saying she
respectful
was.
of you.
I'm not saying she wasn't. I'm not saying she wasn't quiet. But you have to give to receive something. I just feel like it is. And I'm gonna say this. It is unfair for us to be able to have a conversation when we have no problem criticizing Cameroon, Nigeria. We are putting our business out there. We're criticizing the religion. And the second a region get mentioned, it get weaponized against us. I am not gonna fall for the okie doke on the continent when people who are black are telling us that we are not allowed. I can challenge any region on the continent and talk about those problems. It's a problem that we may have on the continent for a while.
Who said
When
that
people
though?
from a specific
Nobody
hold
said
on,
that.
let me finish. Let me land my plan. Let me tell you, you can respond. We can respond. For some reason, if I say on this panel and start calling out the BS in East Africa, I become anti-East African, right? That's the logic. If I start calling up the BS about religion, I'm anti-Muslim. Just like if I go in America and I call the BS in America, some people will call me anti-American because I dare criticize the status quo. I'm not gonna have that. I'm not going to have that. It's not going to happen. You come here and I keep saying, people, you want to have a conversation with y'all. My ethnicity, I left it behind. My country, I'm leaving behind to have a conversation with black people. If you're not willing to do the same, we can't have a conversation because you can't have a conversation. That's all I'm saying.
You had Peacemaker and Child of Sunlight literally come up and wait, can I please say something, Meech? I'm so sorry. Thank you very much. You had Child of Sunlight and Peacemaker come up and question our African identity and our blackness. The first thing they did was they dismissed our African identity and our blackness. Child did it in the chat. Peace did it on the panel where he said we were others. He otherized us actively. That is one thing that causes division, but you allowed that to happen. And I'm just trying to tell you that there's an active fundamental misunderstanding of East African history, of our cultures, of our identities, and there's an attempt to force your perspective onto ours. That is the issue that I have. When we are talking about jihad, I didn't have an issue with you talking about your experiences in your country and your area and whatever it is. But the problem is when you're sitting here and saying stuff like the RSF or jihadists, that is misinformation that is being put onto people who are being exterminated right now. And it always tends to be that within some of these spaces, unfortunately, within some of these spaces, people do feel comfortable enough to misunderstand our identity, our history, our cultures, and our current experiences. And they pretend as if there is only one monolithic African experience, there is one monolithic African perspective, and they try to force that onto us. And when we are saying, hey, we have different experiences, different perspectives, different histories as well, because Africa is not monolithic. We're being told you're not African, you're actually 50%, 60% Eurasian, actually you're not even black, you're an Arab invader, you're an Indian invader, yada, 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 demographic change in East Africa. And that is coming from people who don't bother understanding our perspective, and that is causing division, Trip. That's all that I was saying. I am not telling you you cannot talk about our regions. Of course not. That's not what I'm saying. The issue that I have, though, is that there is a very monolithic perspective that is being applied to our regions where people from our regions are like, you know what? I don't want to do this. Why should I do this? Why should I sit here and ally up with people who are telling me I'm an Indian invader? I've gotten that so many times. I got it on your panel right now. On your panel. 2 people on your panel dismissed my African identity. How does this cause unity?
Okay. So let me address one thing that I don't do, and I'm just gonna say this. We can agree to disagree. One thing I don't do is there are all kinds of racial slur that come out of Africa. You will never hear that out of my mouth when I'm talking to you because as far as I'm concerned, you never said that to me. So I'm never gonna bring it to make a point, right? So you bringing people calling you name in East Africa has nothing to do with me because I would never treat you that way. I don't want to bring those arguments, your experience with different West African panel to this panel. And number two, when I'm talking, I try to be as careful as possible the way I talk. You will never see me referring to any say things like what's happening in your country. I don't do the your country thing on a continent, for God's sake. I don't do that. I just don't talk like that. I don't do the my country, your country thing, your country that you guys are talking about. So you can keep guessing that he's challenging because he's Nigerian, the way you just say I don't do the your country thing. I'm come here to talk to people who are black from Africa and outside of Africa. Point blank, period. And to the cultural talking point. I get I get irritated every time I try to talk to anybody who is black in Africa or even right here in America, and they say, "Well, our culture is different." Duh. We got 270 tribes in Cameroon. We got different cultures. So I get the fact that our culture is different. That's not the point. Well, we got different beliefs. Duh, I get it. I'm trying to talk about our problem and how we can solve it. You guys keep trying to bring the cultural conversation who has nothing to do with the topic. You're somebody else, the whataboutism. When I says people, somebody got on the live, that was this person is getting on the live too. I feel like it's just the way you guys argue these talking points because it's always based on religious affinity, tribal affinity, identity, or some kind of cultural talking point. Can we talk about the economical situation in Cameroon or in Nigeria without you resorting to your East African experience or your Senegalese experience? That's the thing that make it impossible for me to have a conversation with folks who are nation-based first, region-based first, identity-based first. That's what I'm saying. That's what I mean by I said, put your identity and all culture behind. Show up as a black man and a black woman so we can talk. I got a cultural identity too, right? I'm not here to hear about people culture, and I personally don't care about people culture. I want to solve problem. That's it. That's my position.
Can I speak?
Yes, sister. Where you from?
Cameroon. Cameroonian American. I was born in America, but I'm Cameroonian.
What part of Cameroon?
I'm from West.
Oh, I think
Western.
Yeah,
Cameroon. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I recognize the voice.
I think people should separate East Horn, like the Djibouti, the Somali, the Eritrea from East Africa, because when we do that as West and Central Africans, we just sound ignorant because there needs to be specification to like that conversation, because Ugandans and most of Uganda and the indigents of Uganda and Kenya or whatever, they don't really have sentiments that maybe other Africans may have against most indigenous West and Central Africans. And can I also say that there has been something that have been brought to my attention about Somalis, especially Somalis in Britain, about some they're in the music industry and their lyrics are regarding um, Nigerians and West and Central Africans, about putting them in coffins, laying them, unaliving them. This has been going viral in terms of their music. Their musical culture is literally about unaliving West and Central Africans. Um, and I can also say that so it be if there is Wahhabism, jihadism, Salafism in Africa, if they happen to be a certain ethnic group, if they happen to be a certain culture and a certain religion, it is what it is. It's just about people taking accountability. Just like if there's Catholics that are ruling a certain country and giving out land to the Catholic Church and imposing extreme Christianity, they should be held accountable, right? So it should never be about, oh, let's not take accountability. You're marginalizing my people. Even the more we deflect, the more we're not gonna ever solve anything, in Africa, where it's like, don't talk about my religion, don't talk about my tribe, don't talk. But if you're doing something destructive, you should be held accountable. Just like there has been Africans who have wrote, my ancestors sold so and so, right? They happen to be Christian. There has been countries like Ghana who has said, whatever the system that was created by Britain, and maybe there were a few actors within Ghana, I apologize for the slave trade, right? That is, they happen to be Christian that apologize. But when it's Muslims, it's like no accountability. I'm not saying all Muslims, but there is a spread of Salafism and Wahhabism that has been getting out of hand in Africa. That you cannot you can't be like acting like a toddler, and you don't want to be like non-accountability and just don't talk about our people. It does not make any sense that these issues are always going to compound in Africa if we keep acting like that. So that's all I had to say. And
All right,
also
so
and wait, sorry, real quick. There's a reason why South Sudan split from Sudan, because I remember there were newer people who were advocating for self-determination, that they did not want to get Arabized. They didn't want to have their names changed to Muslim names. And they stated that very clearly, that they were being Arabized in Sudan. So please do not pass that misinformation that by force, by fire, there was not an Islam, there was not a Wahhabism by force and by fire to Islamize certain groups within Sudan. That is a blatant lie. So that's all I had to say.
Mitch, your mic is not good. Guys, let me just say something real quick before I go to the next person. I think Charles Sutton want to say something. Mitch, your mic is not. I'm gonna say something, people. Communication is about disagreeing with people. We can agree all day and laugh all day. But if that's what you're looking for, then yeah, that's not going to happen, folks. You make peace with your enemies. There's no need to make peace with your friends. Peace is for your enemy. Okay? That's the point I'm trying to make. This idea, yeah, there are a lot of people in West and Central Africa, even in America, who don't think you're indigenous. Yeah, I heard that before. I heard that. So the way you do it is you sit down at the table, you have a conversation with them. That's how that works. We can't just get, upset every time we hear something. We're like, oh my gosh, no. There are a lot of people who think you're not indigenous. That's just the status quo. There's a lot of people who think you are Arabs. Okay. And we also get a lot of people who come from Eritrea on this panel to tell us that they're not black. Yeah, we get on this panel all the time. I'm not black. I don't see myself as you. And they got a name for us on the way on this panel. I used to own people like you. Yeah, they come on this panel and say things like that. So as somebody who hosts these live, I'm used to rhetoric from all sides, right? But I'm saying that peace is achieved with your enemies, not with your friends. Like, guys, we got significant problem on the continent. So let's not get triggered because you're hearing something that you hear from the first time. I hear all kind of BS from Black American, and Black American hear all kind of BS from African also. So we are not, the nicest people on earth. So you want to have a conversation, sit down at the table with people who actually disagree with, right? So we can have a real conversation. That's how that works. Or we can sit here and cry about, oh my gosh, they think I'm not indigenous. Yeah, a lot of people think that. Yeah. They think that. A lot of people call you Arab. Yeah. So how do we combat misinformation? By educating people, or we can just scream and get upset and call people name and say, this panel, I will never come on Trip panel before. You will find another panel who's saying things that's 20 times worse. And I'm not even like that. I'm not even like that. Like, guys, don't get alarmed. Just pull up your credential and just show that you're intellectually sophisticated and educate people. That's what this is all about. That's what this is all about. So let me see. I have a sister, Gracie, who's been waiting for a long time. I want her to introduce herself, even though she was dissing me in a comment for some reason. But it's cool though, no problem. And then after that, child of God, child of the Son, who's be waiting, and then I don't know if Prince is still on the panel. God, you have to do a better job, moderating, or even myself, I gotta do a better job because we are lost in track of people who come on the panel and they wait for an hour before talking. That's not really how we want to run it. So Gracie, sister, what's up? Where you from?
Hey Trip, I'm from Senegal. And for my comments, Trip,
What's up?
it's
What
no
did I do
shade.
to you?
It's no shade. You know, it's all love on my end. But it's like when I hear certain things that I don't really like, especially with identity politics in Africa, I think that that conversation needs to be shut down and we need to tell the truth. It doesn't need to be just because someone thinks this way, they are allowed to express it. When you are expressing something that is fundamentally inaccurate, it should be called out, whether it's a status quo or not. Isn't that the point of your panels?
Yes, we are cool. Tell me
Right.
what
So
I
it's
mean.
so
I'm not perfect, but what happened?
I really didn't like the conversation about a lot of jihadism in the Sahel region because I think just reducing it to religious conflicts just destroys the nuance that these conversations have.
Share your opinion. What's up? What
Well, my
part do
opinion
you
is that I think that we can obviously create a space to condemn Islam because Islam has harmed the continent in many ways that we cannot come back from. I think that we can have a space to do that, but also have a space to talk about the nuances of a lot of these conflicts and what actually happens, because there's probably going to be someone here that doesn't know what's going on and they're going to go spread misinformation, and that does not do anything but harm more people in that process.
right? So, do you okay? So, how can we have? Again, I'm just asking for your opinion, right?
Mhm.
How do you maneuver? How do you maneuver to have a conversation with people who disagree with, from a religious standpoint, cultural standpoint, economical standpoint, even geographical region standpoint on a continent, without offending somebody? How do you manage to do that?
Well,
If you want to be honest, how do
it
you
needs
manage
to
to do
be
that?
respectful. Like, of course, these conversations are going to get a little bit tricky and they are going to get a little bit personal. But I mean, like Covey was telling you that people were literally dismissing her identity as an African. East Africans are Africans, period. It's not they're not indigenous. It's they are African, and that's it. I don't understand why we have to have people on the
So,
panel that are disrupting the conversation by implementing identity politics.
okay, I think that's fair. But let me ask you a question. If
Yes.
I don't, if my personal belief is I think religion should go out of Africa, how do I tell that to a person who is religious without hurting their feelings? How do I do that?
Well, the thing is, sometimes some people aren't equipped for conversations. Like I'm someone who I would say that I'm religious, but I am very able to have conversations where unfortunately you're going to say a lot of demeaning things about my religion. But because I'm honest, I'm intellectually honest, I'm going to sit down and I'm going to agree with you and we're going to have a conversation. Some like Lean, sorry, no shade to you, girl, but you don't seem equipped to have a conversation because it's coming out of a place of emotion. You're not really saying anything that makes sense. And you already have a personal bias, which already is going to lead to a dishonest conversation.
What personal bias do I have,
Can
Grace?
great
I mean, clearly you
Lin,
have some sort of
Lin,
vitriol against East Africans and you feel like you,
guess,
please, come on.
No, 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 no,
Gracie,
because
Gracie. Hold on, Lin, 1 second, 1 second. Hold on a second. I think we can all have this conversation the right way. So, Gracie. So let
Yes.
me ask you this question.
Hmm.
Do you think, I'm not saying it's justifiable, but there are real people being affected by jihadism on the continent? Is that true?
Absolutely.
So if Gracie, uh, Lynn says she was Cameroonian, right? Why is it so wrong by a sister who's Cameroonian, who, I'm just guessing, just for the sake of this conversation, who had maybe allowed her family member on the live under this problem to express her frustration. Why is that so? Like, why can we? I mean, I'm not trying to. Why? Maybe you have not lost people to this. Why is it so wrong to come public here and just? I'm just asking a question. Why is it so wrong if she actually lost people to this?
Because monolithic arguments are dishonest. I mean, I'm sorry for whatever has happened in your life, but that does not give justification for any reason to like it. To me, it doesn't make sense because also Muslim people are being affected by these issues. The same people that are unaliving quote unquote Christians are also doing it to Muslims as well. It's not a religious conflict in the way that you think that it is. We need to have deeper conversations about who is funding these conflicts. What is like, there's obviously a very clear narrative in a lot of these conflicts, but when you just say religious, that does not, to me, it just doesn't make sense. And not only that, you cannot claim that you want to have a space for unity while also promoting division.
Can I address her because she addressed me personally?
Yeah, let me ask the
Respond
last
to
question.
her as well after. Can I respond to Lee?
Okay. Okay. So, Gracie, I think we cannot get to the point in society where real people, real human, are coming around and say, "I lost my family member." You're like, well, I don't think that's your intention. You're like, well, actually, you have to understand that, other people are being on life too.
Then you don't need to be in educational spaces where we're talking and we're being honest. You don't need to be in those spaces that you're going to use personal anecdotes to justify any sort of vitriol.
Easy. I think it is easier to manage if you're not personally involved. It's kind of easier to manage. I think any one of us, if I lost my mother or my father to this, and I told somebody about what's happening, they were like, well, some people are being on live too, or you don't need to be in educational spaces. I don't know if that's the pill I'm going to swallow. But let me go to who's next. Well, child of the sun.
Can I please respond to Lean? Can I respond to Lean after, please?
Lean, go ahead. I think child of the sun is trying to show something, but he's been waiting for a while also. But Lean, respond real quick.
Okay.
I'm gonna go to everybody.
Okay.
I'm gonna mute up for the next 20 minutes if I have to. But Lean, go ahead quickly before I go to child of the sun.
Right? I don't think your ears are working, right? I stated that East Africa, right? Within East Africa, there is Horners and there are other East Africans called Kenyans, Ugandans, that there needs to be a specification because, like I said, when we just group East Africans in a certain type of way as West and Central Africans, we sound stupid. And you deflate that by just repeating the same thing as if we're discriminating against East Africans, right? We know that there's a difference between certain East African groups. Another thing, right? Lack of accountability, right, in Africa is a huge thing, right? You're saying that I have a certain emotionalism, a mind frame, right? I have a certain mind frame of what is right and what is wrong, right?
I said specifically,
and to deflect from if you happen to be so and so ethnic group and you happen to be so and so religion, whether it be you're a Christian or a Muslim, you're doing bad. And if you so happen to be this ethnic group, and if you so happen to be Muslim or Christian, you have to take accountability. And that is what is wrong in Africa, is that people are always defending their religion, defending their ethnic group. If your ethnic group is happening to do harm, if you're hearing them in spaces that this ethnic group is passing on Wahhabism, right? Or Salafism, is this ethnic group is selling their land to the Catholic Church, right? You have to be called out and you have to be taken to justice. You cannot keep deflecting as if you're a toddler and you don't know what you're doing, right? Because there will be a time where karma comes back. That is the way the universe works. The people who are doing harm within the Black race that happen to be Black and then happen to be Western imperialists, they will get karma back to you. So please do not make this that we're targeting a certain ethnic group and we're targeting a certain religion. If you're doing harm, you're doing harm. And if you so happen to be this religion, let it fly. Take accountability.
Say something. Can I please respond to one thing that she said?
Okay, Kofi, I know you don't like it when people give you time, but I'm gonna give you a
No,
timer.
it's okay.
So,
I appreciate the time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So she came up and said Horners were not indigenous, and then she said Kenyans and Ugandans. Well, the Kenyans and Ugandans, Lean, are genociding Sudanese people. Why are they doing that? Why are the Kenyans and you? Can I? Don't interrupt me, please. Do not interrupt. Do not interrupt me. I said on mute. I said on mute. I said on mute. Do not interrupt me. I said on mute. While you sat here and you tried to say that. I said you can say whatever you want. The Kenyan and Ugandan governments right now are participating in the genocide in Sudan. The ethnic cleansing of other Black Africans that you're talking about are being done by Kenyans, the Kenyan and Ugandan governments. That's literally what they're doing. The Kenyan and Ugandan government are actively not only recognizing and acknowledging the RSF parallel government, but they're actively aiding them through opening up front companies within their countries, within their respective countries. Lean. The people that you said, which by the way, Lean, I am 100% indigenous. I don't know what you're talking about. My people are indigenous to my land. My people died for my land. We got exterminated. Unalived. Sorry, my bad. Unalived. We got unalived and exterminated by outsiders for our land. My people are being enslaved right now in Libya. My people get enslaved in West Africa. Not in West Africa, sorry, in West Asia. My people are actively being unalived in the Mediterranean Sea. Okay, so I don't know why you think that you can come here and have the audacity to dismiss the indigeneity of a group of African people just because you met some trolls. I have met Black people on this app who say that they're indigenous, they're Indian, they're whatever it is, they're white, they're Caucasian, but I do not generalize whole groups of people based on those people that I meet on these apps based on my anecdotal experience, because that would be unfair. So we are indigenous. I don't know why that is being debated in the first place, and that is not going to cause unity. Trip, if I came to you and I told you that you were not indigenous to the lands that your ancestors came to you, Trip.
Okay, so I got you. Guys, let me just set the rooms of engagement because I can feel the energy coming. I tell people all the time, when a Black American come on the panel, say, well, immigrants are coming here and saying this about, my first question is why are they doing so? Because there's always two sides to a story. I told you, sister, I said, there are people, unfortunately, who feel like you're not indigenous. If we are trying to unite, these are just, I think it's fair that we address some of those talking points, right? Let's use the opportunity to educate ourselves. I think, or we can hide behind the back and we can just hide those issues. You will never know why a random person will have an issue with you when the first time they see you, right? I don't condone, and I'm just gonna put this out there, folks, because my GM is getting flooded right now, and I'm gonna start asking for some kind of scholarship, because sister, you said something about Uganda, and I'm getting messages right now about Uganda. Being okay, I'm getting a message because we're gonna start asking for some primary sources to back up, claim that I got you to back up the claim that we are making, because we want to be fair to everybody. We don't want people to say that Nigerians are committing a genocide and there's no evidence to support it. But I'm just saying, people. So we're gonna start asking for sources before we because I'm getting the message right now, people saying I'm allowing misinformation and I'm allowing a group of people to be stigmatized and whatever they're talking about my GM.
I can show the sources right now. I have them.
I got you. Mm-hmm. Son of a child, can you you get the source, you can.
Yeah, what's going on, brother?
What's up, man? You saying you finally took a DNA test?
Yeah, brother. I had to come to the stark reality. I'm not gonna lie, I was surprised.
Because I thought I was gonna be a mix of
So,
different tribes, but it's just really 3 tribes on there.
what did you find, my brother?
I
I
found
like it when y'all take the DNA
I
test.
found I was majority Igbo, and then the Congo or Congo. I don't know how you. I could just pull it up.
Congo, bro, Congo. Let's see that beautiful DNA test, man. Let me switch and put you. Okay, so
No, but it's got 2 O's.
wait. Okay, so oh, you 94% sub-Saharan African?
Yeah.
Damn.
I was surprised. I thought I was gonna be a mix of different tribes. It just says straight Igbo.
Golly, for somebody like you, how's that fit? That got
That
you
means
humble
he's
a
a
little bit because I
tether.
know you were.
He's half tether.
Guys, hold on, because I know you've been pushing, so you were fighting this hard for a long time, man, for at least a few months, for what I can count. But the DNA got you humble a little bit, huh?
I mean, yeah, I mean, one of my points has been disproven because I thought we was gonna be a mix of different tribes, but at least for me personally, because my people from the deep south, I think we maintain more of our Igbo heritage, which is why I'm 62% Igbo. But other than that,
yeah,
like,
man,
this it's not really surprising to me because I'm a dark skinned brother.
Hey, man, shout out to you, my brother. Okay, man, 94% it's crazy. Somebody's in the comments said fake, brother. You guys are an anti-scientist. Maybe it's about time to read a book, bro. Read a book. You guys are trying to challenge science with no credential. Go get some credential before you challenge the science. Called DNA. So Nigeria 62%. You got some I guess some local admixture from Ghana, Liberia, Sierra Leone. You got grades with East African DNA. I see Congolese. Yeah, I got grades with the same DNA too. That's kind of funny. Okay.
Wait, so is that
Do they
double
match
O?
you
Is that
with
Congo or Kungo?
if I can see, it's Congo. Whoa, no. That's still, yes, that's Congo still. But let me see this. Okay, that's crazy. Did they connect you with on the paternal side with Egypt?
Yeah,
An
they said
Egyptian pharaoh?
Ramses the second or third. One of them.
Ramses the second.
Yeah.
Okay. The DNA is out there, bro.
Why does
DNA is
it
connecting,
connect everyone to Egypt?
It's it's a paternal haplogroup, so it shows that most sub-Saharan African men, share some an ancient, a paternal haplogroup with some Egyptian pharaohs.
He won't be one day.
But I mean, getting back to the point, right? So, as a foundational Igbo American, I need to.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm a foundational Igbo American now. So I need to clarify what I mean when I speak about the admixture. So a lot of Horners, Ethiopians, tend to be lighter skinned, and it tends to lead to a lot of colorism within the Black diaspora, where you see people be like, "Oh, Ethiopian women are the most beautiful women on earth." They're trying to diss my foundational Black American women. So I feel like if you're gonna classify them as a Black phenotype, you have to take into account that they do have 30 to 50% non-African ancestry anciently. This is from the National Institute of Health. So you can't just say, "Oh, this is a Black phenotype," where historically they have mixed outside of the African continent to create a phenotype that is specific to their region. So you can't just now just say that, "Oh, they're phenotypically Black," because that leads to erasure and colorism. And Ethiopian women, Eritrean women, they do nothing to fight the colorism that they bring to the Black diaspora.
Yeah,
It's not generalizing.
I don't
I'm
think
so
that's
sorry.
Guys.
Is this
One
not
at a time, people.
generalization? I'm so sorry.
Sister. I got you. One at a time, people. Again, like I said, their opinion, and we can have these conversations. I see you laughing in the comment. I like that you're laughing about it. We have to just create a space where we can have these conversations. That's my business model, right? Let's not, you probably heard it somewhere, or that's just personal experience. I think we talking about colorism. That's a valid point. Let's have a conversation, folks. Let's not feel personally attacked, right? This space for everybody who's Black. That's all I'm saying. But go ahead, brother. I really appreciate you for making that step and taking the DNA test.
Wait,
Yeah,
Host, I
I
have a
think.
question. But don't you think like if people have a conversation that's not in good faith out of like not actually knowing how things work, we're not gonna get anywhere? Because if you say, oh, most of these women in this country are known for being light skinned, that's actually not true. I think most Africans in general from every country are dark skinned to brown skin. Like for the most part, the only difference is the Eritreans you're seeing, right? Just like how colorism works, right? You're seeing the specific look of Eritrean and Ethiopian people because of colorism. On the media, they're only going to show you that. Same thing with when you go to like, oh, you want to see a Nigerian woman or you want to see a Senegalese woman or something like that, and like y'all want to do your, you know those videos on TikTok where they want to do their, oh, our people are pretty as well, whatever is pretty as well. They never go and choose the dark skinned people in their country. They go and they pick the 1% of the 1% that are the fairest of skin colors and the loosest of hairs and the loosest of whatever to do that with. Same thing. I'm Fulani, right? I'm half Fulani. Whenever you search up Fulani on this app, they will tell you, oh, mixed. They're mixed. Most Fulani people are dark skinned. Like since till I came to
But
TikTok.
sister,
Hold on. When I
sister,
came to TikTok is when I started seeing all this. Like people want to like push the most ethnically, unique or whatever it is that they call them as the standard for each people's ethnicity, which is crazy.
so let me ask you a question. As a Fulani, you catch a lot of strays, right? Correct?
No.
You don't? You
No,
never
I'm
see
not on.
a rhetoric
I'm
about.
not on diaspora war fighting. I don't engage too much.
Okay, so I'm just okay. Well, a lot of Fulani do, a lot of Fulanis they do cash a lot. They do cash a lot of strays. Again, I'm in a tough position, right? As a host, I can't be biased, right? And y'all also got to understand that today it looks like people are gearing this rhetoric towards, East African. But I get it the other way around also. So I got to be somewhere in the middle, right? Am I gonna condone everything?
Wait, what does
No,
catch
but my
strays
approach,
mean? Maybe I'm not understanding.
it means that people will be talking, you know, calling out, Fulani militia, and you will be accidentally implicated
Oh, I'm
just
screaming. I
because
was
you're.
thinking you meant they were catching people.
No, no, no.
Sorry, I'm not. Okay. Yeah, I mean,
Okay,
yeah,
so
those
that's
things do happen. So,
Yeah,
right,
Trip, can I
correct.
can
So,
I say something real quick on that East Africa thing? It,
sure, you can say
yeah, that
something, but
you
that's
know, with the African like Pan Africanism and the whole African community, all Black people, right? There's some people that like they consider East Horners, like uh, Arab mixed breed, not fully African and not fully indigenous.
invaders.
Invaders, yes, exactly. Yep. And then and they have some like proofs of like historical wrongs that us Horners did against the other Black people that are in the continent with us. So, but to that, I would like to say though, a lot of countries that are Black do have similar skeletons in their closet. So it's just and the Pan African Council has to come together and say, are they gonna kick us out or accept us at one point so we can squash the whole thing? You know what I mean?
Right. No, I agree. I think, because I'm from a tribe when we were enslaved by the Fulani. We were enslaved by the Fulani. But you're not gonna see me, speak from that historical, perspective and seeing anything like that because I learned how to recognize the difference between, some people, I'm not gonna generalize, right? All I'm saying is if we are to unite, we can't just reject a person because they're disagreeing with our point of view, right? We just have to kind of digest it and try to figure out why they feel the way they feel. Right? That's where I'm coming from. So if we can go back to the
wait,
conversation.
I was saying something.
Um
Yeah, can I please respond as well after?
Okay, so just to wrap up, because I've been listening to everyone for a while. Just to finish or build up on the point I was making, another thing too is a lot of people as Africans, I think that we are very prone to, maybe honestly, because most Arism groups, people are aware of this, but I think when it comes to Nigeria, maybe it's because of how Nigeria portrays things that makes y'all think like this. I'm not a Nigerian Fulani, I'm from Niger, but my mom is Nigerian, right? My mom is Yoruba. I will say this, right? In Nigeria, I was born and raised and brought up in Nigeria. In Nigeria, most people identify with only 3 tribes. The 4th one just became popular, like saying Fulani just became popular. Typically beforehand, unfortunately, if you're Ibibio, if you're whatever else that's not common, people who end up being Yoruba, Igbo, Hausa just group you into one of those three. One of those 3, unfortunately, right? So I would say when it comes to the Aris groups in Nigeria, they're made up of people from a multitude of tribes. But because of in Nigeria, right, people go off stereotypes. See someone wearing like a northerner type of clothing with a turban, oh, that person has to be Fulani. Mind you, there's over 100 different tribes in North Nigeria that wears the exact same thing. So for me, how I see it is a lot of people don't have the discernment of realizing a Aris group, they recruit from anywhere. They don't care what tribe you are, they recruit from anywhere and you end up wearing the exact same clothes. You have people who are Aris that are, or a part of Boko Haram that are Fulani, Hausa, Kanuri, etc., etc., etc. But people don't focus on their tribes too much. And when they do, they only say, oh, they're Fulani. Mind you, you watch videos, you watch whatever of like the Aris people, and they're speaking in their own indigenous languages. Sometimes they're speaking in Hausa, because Hausa is the main language in North Nigeria. Sometimes they might be speaking in Fulani, depending on the video you watch. Sometimes Kanuri, sometimes Shua, etc., because it's not ethnicity based, right? And then to build up on that again, and I'm not going to use the whole 1 minute. Another thing too is these people tend to, most of the people that they're harming are literally people from our said same exact communities. So I don't know why people think it's like a tribal thing when the herdsmen and all these things are attacking and unaliving people. They're not looking, oh, what is your tribe first? Are we forgetting Chibok girls? Were Chibok girls Igbo or Yoruba? No, they were all still Fulani. They were Hausa. They were all the Zarma, all these different tribes in North Nigeria. So I think when we have these conversations, we need to have more discernment and get out of that mentality of grouping people by one of those 3 or 4 tribes in Nigeria. Nigeria has almost 400 different ethnic groups. So next person can speak.
All right, so you can still got 30 seconds. If you don't mind, let me use your 35 seconds real quick. I'm just gonna say this, folks. And also I see we're all doing it. I was doing that today also. Folks, when a person come to you and say, hey, I got hurt by a member of your community, let's not tell the person, well, I know you got hurt, but that doesn't speak for my community. I get what you're trying to say though, but we have to acknowledge people pain, right? I think when we tell people that, well, let's make sure that we don't stigmatize the entire community, people might feel like you're not addressing their personal issue and you're looking for a cop out, right? You see what I'm trying to say, sister?
Wait, what are you talking about?
I'm saying that if there's an issue, okay, so I'm Cameroonian, right? From a Bamileke tribe. If a group of Cameroonian from the Bamileke tribe go around Washington, D.C., where I am right now, and start robbing people, okay? And that issue is brought to my attention as a Cameroonian, and I'm like, well, that's not all Cameroonian. Please make sure you don't stigmatize the entire community. The people being affected by a member of my community might feel like, well, okay. Like, I get the fact that it's not the entire community, but I still got robbed by people. Like I just feel like we have to kind of.
I mean, Trip, but I don't think you're. Well, firstly, I was not responding to you. Someone in the comments said, Fulani's kidnap people, and for me, I was just basically drawing the difference between.
Okay.
I was drawing the difference between were they kidnapping people and based on identity, or were they just Fulani people who happen to be kidnappers, right? Because I can say like, I'm also half Yoruba, right? My mom's Yoruba. If I went to Nigeria right now and let's say I robbed someone. Are you gonna say I robbed someone because of my tribe? No, that makes no sense. So those are just armed robbers and kidnappers who happen to be Fulani person. Same way if I'm driving from freaking Adamawa to, I don't know, Anambra State and people rob me on the road, I'm not gonna say, oh, it's Igbo kidnappers. No, I'm gonna say it's kidnappers. You know?
That's not what was said. He said Fulani's catch strays, and you said no, they don't catch strays. And he repeated it, and you said, I thought he said kidnap. And you were referring
I didn't say kidnap.
Okay, regardless of the fact, right? I thought you said kidnap, right? Referring that he was referring that, oh, they kidnap. That is what you were thinking he was saying. And I put a question mark. Fulanis do not kidnap people, and you said no. So that was what it was referring to, right? There are other groups within the Boko Haram, the ISWAP, the JNIM, the Lakawaras. Yes, there's Kanori. There's other Nupe, maybe. There are other groups. Fulanis are included in that too. But what they're speaking, there are videos, right, of different groups. Yeah, Fulanis are included, and Fulanis will speak Fulfade too. And some of them speak Hausa. And you, Fadero, specifically, I know you from my big auntie. I didn't know you were half Fulani because initially you were saying you were Hausa. I didn't know you were half
I never said that.
You are from my big auntie.
I have never claimed Hausa. My dad is Fulani, my mom is Yoruba.
But regardless of the fact, that's my problem, right? With certain people, right? If you keep changing your identity, you just don't say where you're from because
girl, anyone who knows me knows I'm Fulani and Yoruba. I never said Hausa.
Some people.
Maybe you have memory loss. I never said that.
Some people. Okay,
all right,
then
guys, this is where
I will
come
message
in.
my big auntie and
message
ask
her.
I will
And
message her.
screenshot it and send it to me.
All right, guys.
I mean, I could
how
vouch
much
for him. He always said
liars
he is
some
half.
of
Screenshot it and send it to
are.
me because I
All
never
right,
heard
guys.
that.
This is where I come in.
Stop lying
Guys,
and don't
allow
change
me
your
to
identity.
Who is lying? I
reclaim the
never
prompt,
said
please.
that. What?
Hold on.
Yeah, let me reclaim the prompt. No, the panel. Let me reclaim the panel and hopefully convey can kind of diverge the energy in the room real quick so we can have some peace. Go ahead.
So, this person up top.
Are you about to bring some peace or
what peace? No,
I hope you're about to bring some peace on the panel.
No, I just think it's like funny, right? So this is me, by the way. Okay. So I'm hearing from some random man who claims to be FBA, which in my opinion, FBA is literally another psyop, okay? They're telling me that I'm not African. What is this? What is this? This guy, what was his name? Child of God in the chat said I'm 50% not African, or I look Indian. Look at that. It's crazy. This is the people that I'm supposed to unite with. To me is wild, right? A person who is FBA, who believes in divisive politics within America and who's dividing black communities there, is now sitting here trying to bring that divisive right-wing white supremacist ideology to the African continent. That's crazy to me. I genuinely, I'm going to drop after I say this. I do not care about identity politics. I don't care about these identity topics. What I care about is, from the beginning, I told you, the UAE, Israel, the West, the East are all colonizing our lands. When they're too busy colonizing our lands and they're too busy exterminating our people, I'm not going to sit here and debate my indigeneity or my identity or any of these topics with people, because this is literally what they want. And this is why I came up as well, Trip. I came up initially and I told you, what is the point of having these topics about identity, about whatever it is, and about indigenous, which I am indigenous, right? But what's the point of having these conversations when people are literally stealing our lands? 60,000 people were unalived in 3 weeks in Al Fashir in Sudan. I'm so sorry. People in Al Fashir in Sudan, people in Eritrea, people in Somalia, people in who are going to Libya and being enslaved, they're not sitting there too busy talking about who's indigenous and who isn't indigenous. So that's all I'm gonna say. I'm just going to disengage because I've noticed like there are some people on this panel who are divisive. I'm speaking specifically about Child and Lean. Both of them clearly have an agenda, which is an alienating, divisive agenda. And I would rather spend my time with like-minded people who care about the liberation of Africans, of Black people, instead of sitting here being divisive and doing the white man's work for them, right?
So
So,
before you leave,
yes.
let me just say something. I think okay. So we have to. There are millions of people in Africa and outside Africa who push the same talking point, right? The goal is never to unite with everybody. That's not a realistic goal. So what I'm trying to say is I think we have to understand that we went through some shit. Like a lot of us went through some shit. Like we are where we are today for a reason. And this idea that we will find a panel or find a group of people who just marry our thoughts, it's not rooted in the reality, folks. And I gotta be honest, right? You know, to achieve what your goal is really commendable. However, to achieve what you're trying to achieve is going to take a lot of work and a lot of patience, right? Because people are going through a lot. We mentioned people who are going through and what people are going through in Sudan, which is hard. But we also got to realize that a lot of people are beyond alive in Nigeria, Cameroon, and Burkina Faso, all these countries. There are people who are beyond alive too, everywhere on the continent. The point I'm trying to make is we have a problem on our hand. And we have to rise to the occasion and have these conversations. If you get discouraged because one person is saying something disparaging about yourself, or two people are saying something that you don't like, and that makes you feel uncomfortable. I'm Cameroonian myself. All kinds of people. Some people, sometimes I hear, crazy thing from some African American. Crazy thing come from a guy who was from Haiti. I hear that from East Africa, North Africa. I mean, we gonna and I'm leaving the white tea off the hook. Now we all go through these things, right? And if we are just going to say, okay, you know what? Yeah, I give up. I don't feel like it because people are saying this. It's just like,
I didn't
like
say
I said,
that
you make
though.
peace.
Yeah, I didn't say that
But
though.
you're saying,
No, what I said was this guy, Child of Sunlight, came up here and questioned when you're erasing a person's identity and ties to their land, that is violence. Like this isn't about ideological disagreements, because I fully am perfectly fine with ideological disagreements. I'm perfectly fine with political disagreements, with methods of liberation, with methods of revolution. I can sit there one-on-one and engage with other Black people about these things, but erasing a person's ties to their land, to their ancestral land, is violence. And
Wait,
he
so
can
did I
sit
do it or
here
did the
and say,
scientists do it?
which I don't even deny colorism, by the way. Colorism, texturism, these are all issues. Anti-Blackness, these are all issues that we need to deal with. But I'm not going to sit here and allow my people to be subjected to genocidal violence. That is genocidal violence. When you're actively erasing a people's history, a people's identity, a people's ancestral ties to their land, there is nothing unifying about that. It's like a person telling you, like, yeah, I know a Triple K member doesn't believe in your existence or your history, but can't you just like put aside your differences and negotiate with them? No. Why would I do that? So the problem that I have is even Lean, even Child, they don't know anything about East Africa. They haven't bothered educating themselves about East Africa, but they think they can sit here and have the audacity to think that they have the authority to determine who are you? Who are you? Who's Lean? Lean Big Lean 158 and Mr. child of sunlight 05. Who gave you guys the moral authority
The
to
scientists.
determine that the white scientists, the
All
same
right,
white
guys.
scientists who said that Africans didn't have civilizations,
Do you
those same
believe in
white people,
science?
the same white people.
Guys. Okay, let
Wait,
me
wait,
chime in.
hold
Let
on.
me
You're
chime in.
listening to the same white people who told you Africans don't have a civilization. Those same white people you're listening to. And you mean to tell me that this person who's mentally colonized enough to let a white man tell him who he is going to lead to our liberation?
So you don't believe in
Liberate
DNA?
your own mind first. Liberate your own mind first. You're mentally
Do you believe in
colonized,
DNA?
clearly.
Liberate from what? Accountability? That you're running away from
Thank
accountability?
you for
Okay,
having me,
guys,
Trip. I
guys, guys.
appreciate you.
Okay, bye. Thank you.
Okay, I got you. So again, people, like I said, I say that every day. You make peace with your enemy. You don't make peace with your friends. You don't make. If you don't want to have, contrary, opinion, people, we have a history. That history is not going to change. Okay. You got some group in Africa who enslaved other group in Africa. I'm not talking about transatlantic slave. That's their history. You got some people, some group in Africa who call other group racial term. Okay, that's the history. If you want to solve those problems, sit at the table and have a conversation. That's how that works. This idea, there's all kinds of incendiary rhetoric that comes from. We have to just have these conversations. You guys are trying to run from the conversation for some reason.
No, you have this girl
let's
here
be
saying that
honest.
she needs to take accountability for something. What does she need to take
Yeah, but
accountability for?
I'm not saying that I'm not, again, guys, what I'm trying to tell you is my perspective. What people are doing is they're looking for this miracle to happen. Like, oh my gosh, I'm going to find a space, or I'm going to find people who agree with me. You're going to keep looking. Even within your own family, if that's your goal, you're going to be looking for a long time within your own direct family.
I don't understand.
People are not going to agree to you like that, huh?
I don't understand the point you were trying to make.
The point I'm trying to make is we cannot run away from our own problem by pretending they don't exist.
And what was the
Right?
problem though? Like can you give me an example of a problem that you were
The problem on a continent is because certain group in Africa, millions of people consider other group as non-indigenous. That's a problem that we have to find a way to talk about it. We can pretend it doesn't exist, but that's an issue that we need to talk about. You got certain people on a continent who also use racial fuel epithets against. Like, these are problem on the continent. Why are we pretending like we don't know these issues? Like, these are problem on the continent.
I mean,
I don't know why we are pretending like we don't know that these problems exist on the continent. You can run from it all you like. You can keep running, but these problems are there. Sit down and say, why do you feel about this way? This is like, have the conversation. Oh, we can pretend it doesn't exist. It's never gonna solve anything.
I don't think
Can I say
none of
something real
us.
quick, Trip?
No, I got you, Hank. I'm just saying, like, when a black American come on the panel and say, well, I think, the transatlantic slave trade did not exist, right? Okay, that's his position. And I think we are actually the real indigenous American. That's his claim. Well, what are you gonna do about it? Are you gonna be like, oh my gosh, you're erasing the history of my people in Africa? That's very disrespectful. Or you're gonna pull your DNA test and be, heck, okay, man, let's do this the right way.
I mean, but
This is why I
not
think
everyone has a DNA
right.
test, but you can still definitely identify where you're from without taking one.
Sure, but I'm saying that there's an intellectual argument that you can make. Maybe the person is saying that because he doesn't know better, he doesn't know any better. Whatever the case may be, you can engage people who disagree with you and have a conversation with them. Or you can say, well, they're trying to, ethnicize me and erase my okay. Sure, but I'm just saying, like, we need to be serious when we're having this conversation. This issue have been existing. I've been in the continent for hundreds of years. There's nothing new about them. We're just talking about it right now together because we have a platform. But there's nothing. It's not new. Talk about it. Explain your position. explain, hey, here's why I believe I'm an indigenous African, and solve the problem. Or we can kumbaya and pretend that we are all cool, there's no problem, and that strategy does not work. And I'm gonna be honest. Do y'all see, maybe I see something on a systemic scale. Do you see a lot of West African dating people from East Africa? We don't see it. And we don't see the other way around. These are problems that we have. There's a reason behind it. But every time we bring these African issue forward, y'all don't want to talk about it. Y'all pretend to be confused. You don't know what I'm talking about. Everybody's not confused.
I mean,
Even though we can see that each community stay by themselves. But all of y'all not confused.
but you
Nobody
don't
know what I'm
have
talking
to
about.
like. I understand what you're saying to an extent, but I feel
You
as though like
never
the
know
reasoning.
anything.
Can you like let me finish? But I'm just saying that I just don't understand some of the reasoning because, for example, the last statement you made about like you don't see people dating from the different regions as much. Most people tend to date within their ethnic group, right? Like to me, that's not a issue, and you do have individuals who happen to not date within their ethnic group, and that also is just as okay. And I don't think dating within your ethnic group would change anything about a character of a person. You can date interracially, interculturally, and still be a horrible as fuck person. So I'm not really seeing that
Okay,
as being the pinnacle of Pan Africanism.
okay. So again, every time we have these conversations, folks, are we serious? And that's what I'm saying, guys. You guys are not serious people when we have these. You guys are not serious. You guys are not willing to have a conversation. If you're gonna tell me with a straight face that on the average, we don't see any. Let's talk about businesses, dating, things that show unity between a community, romance, relationship, politics. There's nothing there, folks. I don't know why we pretending like we don't know these issues. There's nothing there. Within the West and the East, there's zero. There's not. We don't see the dating. We don't see the marriage. We don't see the financial allyship. We don't see military. There's nothing there to say, okay, we are united. Let's go and fight these colonizers. There's zero. We can pretend like we don't know what we're talking about, or say, well, you know what? Most people did. Is that your talking point? Fine. But I can tell you, when I do my own DNA test, I see it. I see Ethiopian in it. Tell me which tell me that a long time ago, hundreds of years ago, our ancestors were doing better than us. Meaning they were connecting with each other before there was ever any East Africa, North Africa, South Africa. They were actually connecting with each other. We are not doing it. We are not doing it.
But if your
anymore.
standard of connection
We're not doing
is
it.
people having a child from different cultures, sorry, but that's not like enough. If you're
I
talking about
gave you
African
politics.
unity,
I gave you
yes, I
finance. I
agree with
gave you
all of those.
military. Okay, and I gave you also romance. That's just one out of four. So I
Okay.
gave you multiple examples to make my point.
And when you talk about the military, you do have some, I mean, of course, I agree with you that we're not at the level of Pan-Africanism that I would wish we would be at. But I'm also saying that I was specifically responding to the relationship one, because that's what you said first before you responded, you rebutted to me and you brought up the other things. So I agree with you, but I don't think relationship is going to, I don't know. I just don't see that as anything. You can date within your culture and still be a Pan-African person.
Okay, sure. But again, people, I'm not saying, okay, you guys are making an argument that I never made. There are things palpable things that can show a relationship between people. You don't need to be a magician to know that there's a lot more cultural similarity between people who are East African themselves. You don't need to be a magician, folks. If we were that united, like just like in America, a guy who don't see life through any racial lens in America will have a friend who's Ethiopian, have a friend who's Jamaican. He can have friends with everybody. But people who are a little biased will pick their friend based on the way they look, based on the little social club. These are conversations that we are having. Again, people, we can have a conversation or pretend like we don't know what the problem is, which seems to be what we are doing right now. They're a problem. But y'all don't want to talk about those problems, which is cool with me too. Let me see who's next on the panel. Like I said, we have significant problems. There's a reason why there's a G-side in Sudan. You don't see no country in Western Central Africa protesting or marching or doing anything to help, right? That's another evidence. There are all kinds of problems in Nigeria. You don't see people in Sudan trying to protest to help, right? Are we going to sit down and actually have those conversations so we don't do the same mistake? Or we're going to still pretending like we don't know what the problem is? We do have a problem. If you were really brothers and sisters, we'll all be putting our money right now on this panel trying to create funds to help Sudan. We'll be probably sending military to go help them out, but it's not happening for a reason. The more we deny it, the bigger our problem will get. That's all I'm saying.
Can I go now, bro?
Yes, sir.
Trip. We need to revisit what you so prophetically and so eloquently said this morning when you said that Black Americans got this black thing figured out, because y'all still struggling with this, man, and it don't make no sense. I get it, man. We got a lot of tribal differences. Like I always tell you, bro. My brother-in-law, he is Ashanti. They live in Ghana. We have dark sense of humor. We get on the phone because when I did my DNA test, just like my brother earlier came out and talked about his DNA test. I'm kind of jealous because he got 94% African, and I only had 75% because all of these white people that's swimming around in me. But you know what I'm saying? It's we have to figure this out, man, because y'all, that's why I be trying to tell y'all to flex on yourselves, man. That's why I tell African people, talk about yourselves, talk about y'all accomplishments, talk about y'all greatness more, man, because the only thing that we hear about Africa in these conversations is, hey, man, it's terrible over there. It's wars over there. It's nobody's doing good. Nope, everybody is falling flat on their face. The Shanties are, the South Sudanese are being G-sided. We got these other groups that are trampling over these groups. Come on, man. Is there anything good happening in the continent?
Brother, one thing that kind of, I'm amazed when I talk to my brother from a continent. You said you don't see a lot of marriage or dating to indicate any kind of relationship. They're like, well, most people marry within their community. You're like, okay, you don't see us supporting each other when it comes to just helping military or just support one a specific group of people in Africa are going through something. Even a social media post to raise awareness. You don't see people doing that. They're like, well, they have an excuse for that. I'm like, well, we have a jihadism on the continent right now. They're like, whoa, don't generalize. It's almost like we have an excuse for all our problems. Every single one of them. It's almost like we are programmed to defend first. It's like I'm an indigenous African myself, and I'm trying to point out an issue within our community, but we just defend and make it me versus you thing. No, we have significant problem, and can we just address those? I can use my country as an example, and sit on a panel and go through all the issues in Cameroon with y'all. You will never see me be defensive at any time. I'll be the first one to tell you, oh, this country is going through this problem. But when you talk about that, for some reason, people just defend the indefensible. I don't know if we're serious about solving problem. People are saying, well, we know the problem.
Listen.
Okay, talk about it.
But no one is being defensive, though.
You live in America. You live in America, right, Trip? You see black Americans. We have problems here. We have crime areas here. We have all kind of problems here. But when you talk to us, we talk like we the biggest thing on earth. Why y'all don't do that?
Right, bro. Right. No, the
Why do
point
we have
I'm
to
trying
do
to
that,
make, I'm
though?
making
I'm
another
confused.
point though. Another point that I'm making, Hank, is that just you saying that there are people who are Black American who will never come publicly and admit that there are problems in the community, right? They're talking will be something along the lines of, well, Black Americans have about $6 trillion in wealth, and when we have 1.7 trillion spending power. That's the garbage that they won't tell you, and I call that out all the time.
I mean, but
They will refuse.
Trip. I feel like you try. I feel like you fall into this TikTok. But hold on, I feel like you be falling into this TikTok trap. No, because you say you're trying to have real conversation, but you sometimes would try to oversimplify complex social issues in the name of solution.
No.
And I'm an actual activist. Like, I actually be involved in social issues for like past 2 decades here in the United States. Like, I interact with different Black communities, different Black American communities, different immigrant communities. These people don't get along even among Black Americans on the stuff you're talking about. And it's stuff where people really, they loved ones done been unalive. Like, they really going through shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's easy to say, all right, come on, let's just have a real, like, you gotta have empathy if you're gonna have any type of impact in working on real world issues. Part of you actually being objective and getting out of your own emotions, that you're dealing with an emotional problem. You talk about social issues with people. There's no way to fix that problem without dealing with people's emotions, whether they being irrational or not. If you're a doctor, you're going to deal with people being emotional because they losing their life. You got to deal with that. Now, it's a balance. You can only deal with so much. But to think that everybody going to come in and be perfectly reasonable while they bleeding out, like, that's not realistic, Trip. Like, you got to expect some level of apprehension based on the topic that you say you want to talk about. You can't approach every social issue with the same energy and say, I'm saying this as a man. When we talk to Black women about women's issues, we approach that shit all wrong. We talk like we talk to each other as men, which is why we get into it all the time as men. Because we emotional too, but we don't recognize it. So we piss each other off all the time. We go to cussing and grunting, and we used to talking to each other like that. When women be in the space with us, we talk to them like that. And then they be like, oh, hell no, right? And we think they're being overly emotional. We really being emotional. Women will sit up, I don't care if it's African women, Black American women. I watch Black women have civilized dialogue with each other all the time about the most sensitive. I'm not saying they never act a fool or they never get out of line, but more often than not, the women handle these tough conversations better than the men in the Black community, in the diaspora. The women historically and recently. And I can tell you, like, with social issues in the U.S., I'll challenge you, find me an organization that's not led by women that's working on any of these issues that's wrong with Black Americans. Find me one.
They with
I
Black
think,
women always working.
hang
Black women
one
standing
second,
up
one
in
second,
that
one
hole
second.
all the time.
Hang one second. So what I'm saying is, we can disagree on this, Meech. What I'm saying is, you cannot solve a problem by pretending that a problem doesn't exist at all. If we are serious about, if I come and join let me just a group of Black Americans who are trying to solve Black American problem in Baltimore, for example, and I'm like, well, I've been in Baltimore for now 15 years. And I'm like, okay, this is what I've noticed that is wrong with the community in Baltimore. And just because I'm not Black American, somebody come on the panel, somebody come and say, whoa, well, actually, that's not what you think. Black American is the most successful group on planet Earth. You know, we got this kind of money. Okay then. All right then. That's all I'm saying. Like, some folks are now willing to talk about real issue because the natural behavior is to defend themselves. Right?
Right,
You
but is that
can't
also
point
not a
out an
real
issue.
issue? But Trip, is
I'm
that
not
also not a
saying
real
that their
issue?
behavior is wrong. I'm just saying that if
I
that's your
ain't talking about the behavior. I'm
predisposition,
talking about the talking point you just brought up about, like, Black American spending power. You know how I keep saying more than one thing can be true all early while everybody was arguing? I like, hey, y'all, more than one thing can be true. We talking about real stuff in real life, most of the time it is. There's a high Black American spending power and high Black poverty at the same time. Do you understand that? Like, the two
again,
coexist.
Right, sure,
Do you
but
understand that both things?
brother.
Can you wrestle with that? If you want to have real talk, can you wrestle
No,
with
I
that
want to
mentally?
have a conversation, but
Then we can pull up
I
the
feel like if
stats,
we're
and we're gonna see
no,
good shit and bad shit together.
that's okay. So I get what you're saying though, but that's besides my point. I just feel like if you're talking about the economical situation in Nigeria and we are trying to work to solve the problem, and a Nigerian want to talk to me about Nigerian billionaire, bro, we're on two different time. We're not even
I
having
agree
that's
with
not even
you.
the same conversation.
I agree. I agree. But I'm just saying, if you're trying to solve the problem, I'm speaking from an activist perspective. Somebody that actually, like, I get out here in the trenches behind black issues, right? Like, when I'm out here in these communities working with these people, and a lot of times they are being unreasonable. A lot of times they rattle, they spook, it's something going on. You got to understand when people being triggered by something. You were talking to an Eritrean earlier. Like, you talk to Eritreans a lot? Like, I talk
I
to them a
try my
lot.
best.
I talk to
I
them a lot.
do.
I
Try
talk
my
to
best.
Ethiopians and I talk to Eritreans. I've had Ethiopians and Eritreans on the same panel going at each other's necks. Right? I'm not saying I'm not an expert at all. I'm not from there. But what I have seen and what I verified factually, like when we talk about Sudan and Congo, the Eritreans are the marginalized group in that area. Like when we was talking about the Ethiopian stuff, notice like Jean disagree with us about the Ethiopian thing because she be going at their neck because they be bullying the Eritreans. I'm just saying objectively. I don't even want to use the word bullying, but they are the smaller group. They are the group with less power in the power dynamic. And some people refer to what they're going through as somewhat of an ethnic cleanser, like you were talking about. Like you was, which is probably why she came up. And she's on me, right? But she heard you talk about people being ethnically cleansed, right? So you gotta think about the emotion a person's carrying in that. You know what I'm saying? And you from the continent, so you know where I'm coming from. Like when people, like we talk to these Palestinians and stuff like that, or we talk to Sudanese or Congolese people, and they done actually seen their people on a live. They done had to leave their people they ain't gonna never talk to again, and that trauma is on their chest. Of course, you want to feel something good, even if whether it's come across as delusion or not. You want to feel like she said it a couple of times. Like, you want these people to give up the only thing giving them a little piece of hope. Like, when people in a struggle
But
situation, they gonna grab onto make-believe stuff more than anybody. That's why Negroes love
right, but
Jesus
I
so
just
much.
don't feel like she was fair though, because again, I got a lot of Ethiopian who come on this panel all the time. I have Ethiopian friend in real life. I work with them actually. She came on the panel and she called Ethiopian. Well, is it all Ethiopian? No, but she called Ethiopian all the names in the books, right? And we allowed that rhetoric about Ethiopia to fly. I said,
I'm
okay, I
not saying she
appreciate.
right,
Hold on. I
but
got
you
you.
know how I
I
talk
got
about
you.
white people.
No,
That's they
no,
white
I got
people,
you. But I'm just
right?
saying. I'm just saying. She's from Eritrea, and she comes on the panel. She has all kinds of rhetoric to say about Ethiopians. She calls them anything: ethnic cleanser, slave master, whatever. She called them all the names in the book, right? Now she's leaving because she cannot handle a rhetoric that don't even match the rhetoric she was pushing about Ethiopia. And she's from Eritrea, right? She can't handle critique. She's like, oh, these people, they don't want unity. I'm going to leave the panel because it's too toxic. But she called Ethiopian all the names in the book, including slave master and ethnic cleanser, right? And that was okay. But the second you criticize something that she cares about, that's too much for her to take. I can't. I think it's very hypocritical. It's extremely hypocritical. I mean, she called Ethiopian every single name in the book. That's hypocritical. I just don't want to have a space when we are not allowed to have this conversation. If you want to criticize, allow yourself to be critique, right? Let's be
I
honest.
feel like we're not having a concise conversation because I feel like it just keeps jumping. Your initial point, right, was that, oh, we don't feel like having, we always ignore these conversations happening and we never want to address them. So what I was going to say to that Meech actually just like put the words perfectly together in my brain. But I was going to say, the way you frame it is very surface level. It goes way further than that,
Frame
right?
what?
Because, okay, so for example, when you said, oh, like the thing with the militaries and the assistant, all like people, getting together to like protest or something, these are things that happen. These are just things that are not happening on the scale that you're probably wanting it to, which I also want it to happen on a larger scale. But as Meech said, I understand that there's like, we have to remember, because this is my issue with Pan-Africanism, and I've talked to Meech about this on his panel before, but I feel like a lot of times whenever I hear a lot of Pan-African men speak, your Pan-Africanism is giving America in Africa. You know how each of our countries work. A protest is not going to do jack. In Nigeria, people have protested many times. The same police that are supposed to be there defending the people are going to be unaliving them, shooting the pew-pewing all of them on the street. And who's going to say anything?
How would
Hold
you
on.
know my? How would you know my version of Pan-Africanism? How would you
From
know?
what you've explained, hold on, let me finish. So those things happen, right? This is not like in America. I'm not gonna say like, you know, you don't have cops who pew pew people during protests and stuff. But if they were to do that, first off, that'll become national news. They would get arrested. It would go to trial, et cetera, et cetera. But most times they have like the tear gases and the thing to like push people, the crowds back and stuff, right? That's what they mainly have. In Africa, a
I know,
lot of our
but
countries,
let's be.
hold on, a lot of our countries are very unserious in the sense that the things that we're gonna think would work in America, it's not going to work over there. You have people who still don't even know the name of the neighboring country right next to them, and all of a sudden you want them to know about what's happening in Sudan. Like
I don't know. I reject what you're saying though. I think so. Just so we can stay focused on the topic. Why don't you offer a solution? What is your solution
my solution for what?
for the problem on the continent? Since what's your solution?
I would say the first step would be proper and easily accessible education for everyone. That would be the first base, because unfortunately you cannot change a generation without educating them. So
I agree.
That's what
Can
I
I
and
briefly?
that's what I'm saying. Hold on, sister. I'll get back to you real quick. That's what I'm saying. Like sometimes when we having this conversation, we keep attacking Pan-Africanism. If I challenging people who are attacking Pan-Africanism about the core fundamental of Pan-Africanism, y'all may not know. But for whatever reason, we keep challenge Pan-Africanism when we probably we don't even know the pillars of Pan-Africanism, right? So I don't understand that. I would never understand that argument.
I
That's
didn't
number
We
challenge
one.
also
Pan-Africanism. What
Let
I've
me,
always
guys.
said
Yeah,
is
yeah, I got it.
a lot of the
Okay, hold
men
on. You
who are
spoke.
Pan-African.
You spoke. You spoke. Let me respond. It doesn't. I don't know why I have to be a man or no women. I don't think that really matter. You
I
can
never
have.
said
but
that.
that's a problem. But brother,
Okay.
as a Pan
Oh, Mitch,
Africanist, you
Mitch, you
can't
got
say
to,
that.
Mitch, you got to let me respond. You got to let me
I mean,
respond
but you
also.
can't.
Though.
But
They
brother, you
talking.
can't. But brother, you
Every
can't.
time,
But brother, you can't keep making up
every
your
time I'm
own.
trying to
Brother, you can't.
respond, you
Trip. You can't
challenge me,
have your
bro.
own Pan
Can I respond
Africanism.
also?
Yeah, but you
But I
can't make
never
up your
said that though.
own
But you got.
definitions
But
to
I
stuff.
never said that, Mitch. I never said what you just said. I never said that. Not one time. What I said was, if you look at the documentation about Pan Africanism, that has nothing to do with the stuff that they're talking about.
Brother,
That's
you
what I
are
said. I never
wrong.
said anything
Brother,
about.
you are misrepresenting
Okay,
Pan
brother,
Africanism.
but you have to let me finish a point, though, brother. I've not said a word about Pan Africanism
But
yet.
brother, you
I'm
keep
being called
introducing
Pan.
these things that have nothing to
Bro,
do with
can
the
I
Pan
have more
African
than 10?
Congress.
Can I have more? Mitch, can I speak for more than 10 seconds, bro? Let me have more
You,
than 10 seconds,
but
bro.
you keep you.
But you keep saying but you won't allow me to speak, bro. Give me 10 seconds to explain myself. You won't allow me to speak at all. So what I'm saying is I've never said anything. You don't see Pan-Africanism on the prompt. I've been here for probably 3 hours now. The word Pan-Africanism never came out of my mouth. One time. Not one time. So I'm not sure why people keep talking about it. I said I want unity. I've not said Pan-Africanism one time. But people keep referring to me a Pan-Africanist. I never said that. The word never came out of my mouth. Not one time. This is the first time I say something about that. And what I said was, if you read the documentation about Pan-Africanism, it doesn't match the things that you guys are saying. Not you, but the things that she was talking about. I never say
Can
anything
you
about
please
It
Pan-Africanism.
does.
That's not even my argument.
can you define the pillars you talked about Pan-Africanism?
Okay, sure. So
Yeah, let's just.
Pan-Africanism promote unity. Okay, all right, guys. All
No,
right, so
can you finish first?
Sure. So the question I asked you first was because you said my Pan Africanism view of Africa is very surface level. So I said, what is your solution? Right. That's the question I asked. You didn't answer the question.
I
Now
did
we're talking
answer.
about
I
what are the
said the
pillars of Pan
foundation
Africa.
would be fixing the education system. That's what I said. And
How do
making
you
it
fix the
easily
education
accessible
system?
for everyone.
How do you do that?
So you want me to give a whole, like, I don't know. I'm not an economist, but I know the foundation would be
Okay,
fixing
then.
education.
But if you calling people position surface level, I will hope you will have something better
See,
than
the
fixing the
reason why I
education
called it,
system.
I told you the reason why I called it surface level is because the rebuttal that you give to whatever anyone says is basically leaving out the context of these African countries you're talking about. If you're saying people should go out and protest, mind you, protests have been happening in Nigeria. I don't know about the rest of you guys' country. In Nigeria, protests happen damn near almost every other month. In Niger, protests happen as well. I don't know about anyone else's countries, but my thing is, of course, it can happen at a bigger scale, but we also have to remember these people are going out there and more than even risking their lives, because the same police officers that we have in our own countries would be the one pew-pewing you on the street, and the government would not say Jack Robinson about it. In Nigeria, one of the biggest thieves, armed robbers, the first person to steal from you is going to be a police officer. When they stop you on the road and they try and find an issue or they try and plant something in your car just so you can give them money. Here in America, you know how fast that police would be on every news station? I'm saying there's a difference with how our economy and system works, that you cannot just apply American way of attacking those things and say, oh, let's just protest. Protest is not going to work. Let's just write petition. Petition is not going to work. So that's what I was
Okay.
saying.
All right. So, guys, again, we can agree to disagree on these topics. I just don't know exactly if people know what a colonized country is. This expectation that we have on the continents are laughable. I don't know why you pay somebody $50 a month and wonder why it's corrupt. It makes no sense, right? Those problems have a root cause, right? You can't pay people $50, $100 per month and wonder why they're corrupt and why the police officer is doing this. Did they get paid $100 a month? Maybe that's the reason, right? Again, these conversations are very nuanced, and we have this very simplistic view of things. But again, there's context to everything. And at the surface level, we can do the mistake of comparing, an African country to America when the average salaries in the thousands of dollars to people who make, barely $1,000 a year and wonder why they're corrupt and why they behave the way they behave. But again, that's not the point. I'm just saying I have a solution from the point I'm talking about. I was expecting for you to elaborate something that you thought of that, maybe I can learn something from you also, right? Because I'm open to learn. We want to learn from each other. But you saying maybe I don't know, but you're calling my analysis surface level, and I didn't even present an analysis. I've not presented anything yet at all. We're just having a conversation. We're talking about identity, which is an issue. We have not talked about education. We are not talking about military. We are not talking about liberation. Nothing. So I'm
I'm
not
very
sure why we are
confused
quick to
by
judge
you.
people.
Like, I don't understand
I
your
know you've been
rebuttal.
confused since you got on the panel. You've been confused since you got on the panel.
No, because I
But
feel like
anybody
you don't make concise points. Like, you're jumping.
Sister, everybody who was on panel understand what I just said. What I said was it makes
I don't
absolute
understand what you just
zero
said,
sense.
Trip. I
Mitch,
can't let you
Mitch,
do
Mitch,
that.
Mitch, Mitch, Mitch. You
Brother,
got
I don't
no,
understand
Mitch. You
what you
can't let
talking
me.
about, bro.
No, Mitch, brother. You
Yeah, I
gotta let me
understand
finish.
you,
I don't
brother.
want you to interrupt me
Of course you do,
any
child.
5 seconds, man. What I said was it's very clear. You cannot complain about corruption in a country when the average person make $50 per month. Yes, you should expect corruption if people get paid $50 per month. If you can't understand that, maybe we should not be talking about these African issues, right? I'm not sure what part doesn't make sense.
The
Like,
part that
what are we
doesn't
even
make
talking
sense
about?
was that your rebuttal to me is not rooted in what I was saying. What I was telling you was there's so many different nuances, right? Even that, what you just mentioned goes into it as well. So many different nuances that makes it more complicated than just having people going outside and protesting. It's not the same. That's the point I'm
I
making,
never
which is
said
exactly what you're
I'll
saying.
never argue. I never argue that protesting was the solution on the continent. I've
Oh
never
my
argued
gosh.
that
When
was
you
Never
the
heard him
after
say
you
that.
what I
listed
said
after
was
you listed
Never said
relationship,
that.
after
okay,
you
sure,
who's
guys.
no
Okay.
one's talking to you.
Okay.
After you mentioned
I
relationship, right? And you rebutted me, and then now you brought up you said, oh, outside of relationship.
But
all right, guys. I'm not
part
sure
of
who muted you, but guys, hold on a second. I'm not trying to have the back
Whoever
and
did is
forth.
going to
Like I
hell.
said, okay, all right, guys. Language. I'm not sure what the back and forth is, but like I said, Africa, we have all kinds of problem in the continent. And we are sometimes I personally feel as though we are not giving those problems the level of seriousness that those problems deserve. From education to economy, military,
Tell me
identity,
about
we have
women's rights
all
in Africa.
okay.
Tell me about women's
You say
rights
what?
in Africa. Tell me
Woman,
about women's
what's
rights
woman's
from
right?
African women. Tell me about the
Bro, I
problems
don't know, man.
with
I
the
don't know,
continent. Tell me
brother. I
about
don't know, man. I don't
women's.
know.
Yeah, okay,
I don't
so
know, brother.
that's
We have
so that's
women's
the
right is
problem,
also a problem on the continent, bro.
brother. That's the
part
The problem is
problem.
not just women's right,
That's
bro.
the
part
I'm
problem.
not. The problem is not just women's right, man. That's one of the problem with
And
it.
this is
Because
my
Got all
issue with
kinds of
from a
problems.
Pan-African
black man to a
men.
black man, from a black man.
I'm not gonna do. Yeah, I'm not gonna do the gaslighting. My panel is not about gender-based conversation. We talk, women
That's
talk, men talk.
exactly what this is gaslighting.
Gas,
You're talking
nah,
about
man.
real problems in Africa, and
Nah, brother, we're not doing that. We're not doing gender-based topic, bro. We're not doing that. This is not gender-based topic. I don't know a single woman who have ever been disrespected on my panel because she was a woman. That never happened, not one time. So I'm not sure what y'all talking about. Not one woman have ever been disrespected on the panel because she was a woman. That has never happened. Not one time. Y'all, I don't want the gaslighting. Nobody have ever been disrespected on the panel because she was a woman. If anything, I can't talk, Mitch, because you keep interrupting me. Like you won't allow me to talk, and now you're making it about women's right, man. What are we talking about? What women's right? Did you ever see me disrespect a woman ever? What are we talking about?
can I say part of the issue, right? That yeah, there was a point that you can't compare America revolutionary and Africa and how the solutions in Africa, but I think in America too, right? Part of the cop system, the criminal justice system, is part of the um, it's part of a complex, right? It's a corrupt complex, right? But within America, I know America has more weapons to people than Africa, right? So they have amendment rights, the right to carry, et cetera, and also illegal firearms that is really uncontrollable. Like I think America is the country where the most civilians have weapons compared to the government, right? Compared to Africa, the weapons are put into the elite class, right? And the police, the security aspect of African countries, they protect those elite class, and then um, they quell unrest in Africa. That is literally because they're part of that colonial system, right? So those are the differences, but that doesn't take away from the fact that they did fight for their right for freedom of press, freedom of speech, free like right to mobilize. Examples like the Black Panthers, right? They fought for that right too. A lot of them got unalived, right, by the three-letter agency, right? That doesn't take away from the fact that they did fight for that. And then continuation with Black Lives Matter. Yeah, people don't agree with Black Lives Matter, but after that movement, there was a corruption, but there were still concessions that came, right? I think lawsuits, the payout for most agencies increased by like over 50%. People are making millions based on police, but there is still gangsterization within the police. They still have qualified immunity, right? They still traffic powder, right? The police themselves. So you cannot eliminate the corruption from the police agencies in America as well.
Right,
So
but sister, the point I was trying to make is, we cannot get to the point where we are telling people, and poverty is everywhere on the continent. We are telling people who are making $100 a month below poverty level. I mean, just completely impoverished. We are telling those people from the Western world that they are quote corrupt, right? I just don't understand how. Like, I get it. Maybe we are loads, desensitized from the reality on the continent. But if these people are making maybe 500 a month, which is still not a lot of money, and they're still corrupt, maybe we can have the conversation. But to call a person, like, even when Aisha Speed went in Nigeria, and people were talking about why are people begging for money. Well, that's a great question. All these Nigerian from London and from America was talking about how embarrassed they are. They're saying this from the hotel in London, from the hotel in California, and talking about how embarrassed they are that Nigerians are embarrassing them, asking for money. Man, but the person on the ground in Nigeria asking for money does not have $1 in his pocket. But I just don't understand this behavior
But
that
Trip,
we
who
have,
said
that we get
that?
to. Well, the point that you made is, make your point, because I don't want to mischaracterize
Okay,
what you said. What was
thank
your
you.
point about the
The
military officer?
So the point that I was making, right, goes into what you're trying to convey, but I think maybe you just did not understand. That's what I was saying. What I was saying is there's so much more that goes into how our system, our society, all of those things work, right? The exact same way I then brought up the example of even police officers in Nigeria. You have police officers they will stop you in your car to ask you for money or try and plant something in your car, tell you they're going to threaten you to take you to jail, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And I'm speaking of the average person, right? Because they don't do this when they see, oh, the person is riding in a very nice car because they're assuming the person is probably like a political or has some type of power. It's the same woman who has 4 children who's just trying to go to the market so her children can eat something for the rest of the day. That same person that's in that same economy where they're all both making $50 a month, right? That same person is going to be stopped later on the road by a police officer, someone that's supposed to be there to protect us, and being asked for that money that she was going to use in the market. And this is not like, oh, one example out of a few. This happens every single day. When I was in Nigeria, every single day you're seeing people getting stopped. We were stopped every single day during our stay in Nigeria as well. And you always have to carry extra money so you can give to them because they're going to find a way to ask you for money or try and plant something in your car or say they found something in your car and they will take you to jail. And for you to not go through that, money. I was not trying to attack them. I was just trying to bring up a point that like it's easier. It's a lot more complicated than just organizing a protest when even our system and the people that are appointed to take care of us or protect us, whatever, are going to be perpetuating that exact same thing when we're organizing. That's the point I was making. I was not trying to bash anything.
Issue that you point out in Nigeria is an issue that you see in Cameroon, Congo, the entire region. The same problem, all the entire region, all these countries, including Egypt. If you ever travel to Egypt, then you know they have a problem like that. The point I'm trying to make is to say that sometimes we don't analyze this issue to understand what's the root cause. The root cause is how much money is the average Nigerian cop makes. That's the problem. They're making something that's around the equivalent of $150 a month, right? Meaning they don't have the resources to afford anything in that country. The reason why, if you just increase that base salary to $500 a month, you solve some of those problems at 75% overnight. So some those problems will be solved at 75% overnight, because one of the reasons why they engage into that behavior is because it's a survival behavior. No, I don't condone the behavior itself. I do not condone that behavior. You see that everywhere on the continent. I don't condone the behavior. But however, the reason why there's a reason behind that. Is anybody ever gonna step up and actually explain why they behave that way? No, you guys are dropping when you hear the fact. I don't know. And that's what I'm saying. You guys are not willing to have these conversations. We are just talking and condemning and condemning, and we are doing so from the comfort of our apartment in Washington D.C. Right? That's why. That's how we are making these conversations from the comfort of our nice house somewhere in California. I don't know, man. I beg to differ. I don't know.
Can I say something, by the way? Prior to this, the reason as to why I dropped is not because criticism was brought, is because our heritage was being denied. I have absolutely no issue with talking about anti-blackness, with talking about colorism, texturism, featureism, all these other different issues. I have no issue with talking about that. When people come up though and they claim that that I'm not indigenous, the conversation ends then. I'm so sorry. I'm not going to talk to an ignorant person who claims to be FBA, which FBA itself is literally a right-wing ideology, okay? So for a person who claims to be FBA and is a follower of Tariq Nasheed, a man who's xenophobic and espouses a lot of xenophobic, anti-African sentiments, for that person to come here and try to say that a whole group of people are not indigenous to their lands, to me is diabolical. So that is what I was talking about, by the way. I don't have an issue with talking about the hard conversations. I actually like nuance. I like conversations. But I don't know why Lean and Child came up here just to be divisive, because I know that people like them don't actually have any interest in engaging in genuine conversation. So yes,
I brought up a
that's what I was
source
saying.
that shows that foreigners are 40 to
So you
50%.
mean to tell me if I did a DNA test right now, it would tell me
Yeah, wait, hold on.
50%
Just let me
African?
respond real quick. There's 30
Hold on, guys.
seconds.
Hold on, guys. I can squash all of this. I can
Accountability is
squash all this.
divisiveness. When we are talking a matter of fact, this is what's going on. It's always
So if I did a DNA test now,
it's
you're telling me
always
that it won't be
divisive to the
50%
people who
Africa?
don't want to take
Wait,
accountability.
hold on,
That
hold
is
on. If I did a
literally
DNA
the
test right
violence.
now,
It's the
yeah,
violence of you
if I did a
people
DNA
Hold
who
test
are
on.
right
so
now,
oblivious.
Lean, we're
You
talking
never
about
know what's going on.
indigeneity of
You never say
East
we
Africans
did
right
this.
now.
We never
yes,
do
yes, she
anything.
is. You heard
You
what she
guys
said?
are always it's always the predators that are victims. I don't even
Predators.
understand.
One at a time,
Oh
people.
my
Guys, I think
goodness.
we're going all
Hold on,
over
could
the
I
place. Can I say
respond?
something? Can you say something?
Guys. Okay,
I got something
I
real
hear
quick to
three
say.
mic. One at a time. I
All right, I
hear
haven't
three
talked
mic.
for a
One at
while,
a
but
time.
let me.
Who guys,
Hold
hold
on.
on
She
a
just
second. Who
addressed
has
me,
the
so could I
floor?
respond?
So
Who
if
has
I
the
child, I
okay,
just asked you a question. If I
guys,
did a
one at a
DNA
time. Who
test,
has the floor?
if I did a DNA test right now, would it say 50% African?
It would say that you're 100% Ethiopian because the Ethiopian genome already, like
I'm not
if you
Ethiopian
did
though.
it Eritrean. So if you did a 23andMe test, it would because 23andMe only collects samples from the people that are currently in the region. But when you go into deeper genetic studies that include the whole genome, every genetic study that you can find says that you have 40 to 50%
It doesn't
ancient
say 40 though. I don't
admixture.
have 40%
Okay, so
admixture.
could you pull up a source, a
I don't
scientific
have
source that proves me
40%
wrong?
admixture because
I
I
could pull
did
up a
my
source.
DNA test. I did it.
All
So
right, guys.
I did
Let's
it.
do
I
it
don't
one at a
have
time.
40%
Guys,
admixture, you
let
weirdo.
me chime in. Let's do it one at a time. Okay. I mean, every day we get on this panel, we break, African American DNA like pistachios. We do that every day. So everybody else DNA is fair game, right? It's not. Again, it depends on the intention. If the intention is to disparage people, and then that's not good. But if you're
It's
just
called us
doing it for
predators
educational
though, Lean.
purpose,
How is that not to disparage
I did
people?
not
Did
say
I
that.
call you personally
He
a
said
predator?
this is
I
yes,
said the
you said
people
that
who
we were
do
predators.
not take
Guys,
How is
accountability.
one
that
at a
not
time.
They
One
never
at
know
a
what is
can
going
we
time.
stay
on.
away? I
When
have
we
to
One
mute
at
address
a
people. I have to
you,
time,
stop
guys.
you
We
muting.
don't
always
want to mute
I
you
don't like
guys. One at a
using the
time.
mute
you're
button, but
taking things
I'm gonna
personal
stop.
because you
Sister,
think
I'm gonna start muting. I'm sorry. I'm gonna start muting. I don't like using the mute button, but I'm gonna start muting because I have to somehow get control of the panel. We can't go back to the back and forth stuff. I'm confused myself. What is the argument here so we can clarify and just move on?
The
she thinks
argument is
I don't know
foreigners
much
are
about
indigenous to
One
her.
Africa.
second.
Okay, guys. One at a
Foreigners are
I
time.
don't
indigenous
know
to
One
much
Africa.
second.
That's what
about
it
One
is.
Guys,
at a
again,
time.
please, one at a time. Maybe I need to start using the mute button more often because, man, it's impossible. Guys, let me, sister, you have a lot of background. So, child of the sun, she took exception to certain things that you said. Can you clarify what is your position?
Yeah, my point is very clear. So I put it in context of colorism. So to say that Horners are just purely African is erasure, because if you go back into your genome and find 30 to 50% of your genetics trace back to outside of Africa, and it influences your phenotype that we see today, you cannot put yourself into that context. Just like how if a mixed person was to just say I'm just black, that would be erasure of darker skinned people. So you can't just simply say, oh, we're purely African, because you're discounting the other side of your heritage. That's my entire point. And if you
Okay.
can pull up a source that says otherwise, then I would love to see it.
Okay, so your argument is, Horners carries DNA from outside Africa. That's your argument.
Yes, that's my argument.
Okay, all right.
Okay, I
Well,
can debunk that though.
no, south side. Go ahead. If you want to
So I'm gonna
offer a
share the
rebuttal,
source
what's
here.
your
Okay.
argument? But can you please explain to us first,
Okay.
what
First,
you're
this is the thing.
sharing and
Okay.
what you're trying to debunk?
A simple Google search. If you ask it, when did Cushitic people enter Africa? When did Natufians? That's the Eurasian DNA he's talking about for the East African people, the Eritrean, Somali, all of them. Those are called Natufians, and they came from the Levant area. But Google says they came from 15,000 years ago to 7,000 years. And other groups like Bantu have only been traced to Africa 4,000 to 2,000 years. So we've been
What do you mean?
here. Even our
That's
Eurasian.
disinformation.
I got the source right here.
One,
I got the source right here. I'll show you right now.
guys, please. We are doing the scientific thing now. So science, we can't have, it's not opinion based. It's just based on the science. So you're saying that, what's your definition of a Bantu person?
No, I just asked the thing. I said, when is the first evidence of Bantus in Africa? And it's always I did a couple of different ways, and it always the max it said was 4,000, and then the minimum it said 2,000. But when
You're
I
saying
asked
that
it,
Bantu arrived in Africa 4,000 years ago?
yeah, I think they're a mixture also of two different African groups. So that mixture happened more recently than our
Yeah, but
mixture with the.
if they again, we just have, if Bantu are a mixture of two African groups, so how exactly did they arrive in Africa 4,000 years ago if they're a mixture of
I
two
mean,
African groups?
the admixture, it first showed up here. So we can say their ancestors, they were in Africa, right? So, but the thing is, though, I'm saying is like we have more history in Africa than the Bantu, and people don't dispute the indigeneity of the Bantu, so they should definitely not.
Guys,
All that, all
let
that.
me just chime in. I got you. Let me just chime in from a scientific standpoint so we can move on, because this conversation, we shouldn't even have a conversation because, this is just a science. Number one, Bantu is an ethno-linguistic group, meaning it's a group of, people who speak, the same language from the Nile Valley. For the most part, that's who Bantu people. So Bantu is not actually a group of people. It's just people who connect to each other. Just like when they say Hispanic, they're connecting people who speak a specific language, right? But within Hispanic, you have all kind of different ethnicities. That's the same with Bantu. I think Bantu mean people, and Bantu is just people who speak a specific group. Okay, I'm, for example, is a Bantu. But my language is going to be completely different from a person who's also a Bantu, who is Kikuyu, for, is it Kikuyu? Whatever the name is in Kikuyu, yeah. These are also Bantu. The Xhosa in South Africa, Zulu, these are Bantu people, right? We're not going to sit here and say something, cool, okay. We're not going to say that, these tribes in South Africa are not indigenous to Africa. We're also not going to say that, in Kenya, the Kikuyu, I can't say the name, are not Bantu. Or we're also not going to say that, these tribes in West and Central Africa is not indigenous. Indigenous just means that you are the original people of a specific land. That's all that means, right? If you're saying that Black people themselves are not indigenous to Africa, then the next question would be, where did they come from?
No, I'm not saying
China,
that.
Asia?
I'm saying
Okay,
we're all
then
indigenous. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, all right. So, okay, thank you for clarifying that. So, as far now, let's go back to the topic at hand. So, brother, the child, he's saying that the overwhelming majority of people in the eastern part of Africa carry the African DNA due in majority to a back to Africa migration. I mean, that's an empirical fact, though. I'm not sure what is it to disagree.
Yeah, but
Is it something that you disagree?
no, what I disagree with is that happened so long ago when the Eurasian component of our DNA when it entered Africa, it was super long ago, so long ago that it's hard to trace
But you're
any of the
not.
other groups now to that time.
I got you, but you're not listening to his argument though. He's not saying that it didn't happen long ago. The argument was that people from that region, the vast majority carry an out of Africa DNA, which is, I mean, it's an empirical fact. It is what it is, right? That
Yeah.
would be. You see what I'm saying? So I don't think he's lying about that. And just like we can sit down and talk about other people's DNA, I put my own DNA on the palm every day. I think your DNA is also fair game. I mean, I don't think
Yeah,
he's
yeah,
saying
it's fair
you
game.
mean something. You know what I
No,
mean?
the
And
issue though is he
I,
was trying to suggest that we're like new invaders, like 700, 800 years ago. That's what he added. He added that nuance in there, and that's what I was challenging.
yeah, I got you, but he never called you invader though. He never called you invader. I'm not sure. Did you call him invader, bro?
No, I never called them invaders. I said they're not purely African.
See, okay,
Yeah,
that means we're
well,
not
I have a
we're not
question.
indigenous.
Listen. I've been listening this whole time. I just want to say this. They're trying to say that we're not purely African, but what the hell does that even mean? Like, are you trying to say that Horners are not indigenous to the Horn?
Exactly,
You
that's what
keep
he's trying to
using
say.
terms I never use. I said you're not purely African. Just like how a mixed person is not purely black.
Well, okay,
They're
but
still black,
but
but they're not
but
purely black.
if we're indigenous to that land, then that means we're African.
Some
Yeah,
of
they're
your
Am I-
indigenous.
some
They're,
of
I
your
never said they're
DNA
not
is
indigenous, but
outside
they're
of
If
not
you're
Africa, is
purely.
what
indigenous
he's
to
saying.
African land, then you're African. Case closed.
Guys. Again, let me just chime. I don't know why, guys, people. What I said was, let's have these conversation. Everybody's DNA is fair game. The brother is saying that again. I know how uncomfortable that can be because you feel like he's trying to invalidate your indigeneity status on the continent. I get that, but what he's saying though, with regard to some kind of out of Africa DNA, is scientifically kind of correct, right? Now if he's trying to say that you need to, be cleansed out of Africa or something like that, then that's not a rhetoric that I'm going to be siding with, right? But if
No,
he's just
but
talking from a scientific perspective, then
no, but I think it's kind of like
then
there's an agenda to that because when you do say that out of Africa DNA admixture, it's not just black and white like the way he's trying to say. The real reality is that same Natufian admixture that's in the DNA that we see today, the same group of people that the Natufians are back to Africa migration, meaning they left Africa so long ago,
Yeah,
went to the
23,000 years ago.
Levant, and they came right back because the region from the Levant to East
Yep.
Africa, it's not that long. So there was a back migration where probably through trade or whatever, where you got to also think about
but
23,000
now
years ago. No,
well,
listen,
So
listen, let me just say this.
we
Let
have
me
basically,
just
these
say
are
to
this.
Africans who left
Let me just say
Africa for
this.
13,000 years and came right
Listen, let
back.
me just say this. You know how long ago 23,000 years ago is? You got to understand that white people
yeah,
didn't really
but
exist at that time.
Yeah,
There was no
no,
white
nobody was in the
DNA
Americas
at that
also.
time. So if you
yeah,
think about Egypt, no, listen,
guys.
listen, let me add, let me land. If you look at Egypt and the Levant, they're literally right next to each other. So 23,000 years ago, if the continent, the whole continent were black Africans, wouldn't you think the Levant also 23,000 years ago would have had black Africans that are coming from Egypt into the Levant? It's not like
But
there were
guys,
white
we don't.
people that was an admixture and then like come on guys, let's be logical here because
Guys, we
23,000
also
years
got
ago
again.
is a back to Africa migration, which means that it's Africans leaving to the Levant and coming right back into the region. Case closed. We're indigenous to that land. We are African, Anything else is
All right,
identity
guys.
politics. Have a nice day.
Okay, guys. Like I said, my people, let's not get too defensive when we having this conversation, man. You can also, as a East African, learn something
Brother,
as
it's
you are
not,
having this
I'm not being,
conversation, right?
we're not trying to be defensive. I'm just being logical.
Okay, I
Hey,
got you,
by the
bro.
way,
But let
Trip, I
me.
didn't finish up. I had one more thing though. I had one more thing. This is the one more thing. People act like, okay, that
What's
out of
up?
Africa. So majority of our DNA is Nilotic. So I'm not majority,
Exactly.
but like more than half. So that's Nilotic, and Nilotic people are like the earliest Africans that have been verified on Africa. They're one of the earliest.
Do
Nobody can
you do
out.
you consider yourself a person who's biased?
Wait, so no, I'm not biased because all of this is right now. We all have Google. Please type it in. This is facts.
No,
This
I
is
got
Let's
not
you.
get
bias
this.
at
No, I
all.
Hey,
got you. I'm okay.
listen,
Let me ask you a question now.
Brother Trip, I've been on your live quite often, and I
But y'all
know
gotta
that.
let me get a
No,
word in
no,
also
listen.
though.
I know. I'll let you
Yeah,
speak, but
let him talk. Man. I'm not saying.
Y'all gotta let hold on. Y'all gotta let me get a word in also. The reason why I'm asking is because one thing that I hate with us African people, we always speak from one side. We just never have balanced conversation, right? One side, one-sided conversation. That's how we talk. You can speak what you say about yourself, but you also have to show the other side, right? Like that's the kind of conversation I want to have. And a lot of us, we're just not open to these conversations for some reason. The reason why I was asking if you were biased was because, you know, you guys are by just saying I'm indigenous, just got let's engage from a non-biased standpoint. That's why I show my DNA, I put my information out there, so some transparency. People will always believe what they want to believe about you. It is your responsibility to open up and talk to them. That's all I wanted to say. That's all I wanted to say, bro. That's all that is.
I agree with
I'm
that.
not
I agree
sure
with
why
that.
we can't
Yeah.
have these conversations.
But like it's hard to call me biased when I'm literally just reading the science. Like I'm
exactly.
I
That's
never
just
say you
all
were
I'm.
biased though.
for me.
No,
I said
Yeah,
you
that's
consider
facts.
yourself someone who's biased.
No, like the brother's right. Like if we're presenting the science behind it, how we
but in
you
other
can't be
cases, I will be
biased.
biased. Though I will be biased in other cases that I'm not. If I'm going off top of the head, making an argument that's not science based, then it is because I'm not. I'm not being honest, and I'm twisting stuff, and I'm leaning more to
I guess
Somali side. You know.
my
So yeah.
question to you is, do you feel as though that's what I mean by having a balanced conversation? There's an anti maybe black sentiment that come a little bit from outside of Africa, right? There's an anti-black sentiment that come from there, and which that anti-black sentiment seek to create a distance between people who are maybe quote indigenous, West African people who are from the Horn of Africa, right? So some of the rhetoric terminology being used seems very anti-black. We can also talk about the treatment of Somali Bantu in Somalia. We can talk about the treatment of people who are Bantu in Ethiopia. I mean, their own videos are out there speaking about their experience, right?
Yeah, yeah.
A lot of racial, things like that might be behind the reason why people will be like, well, yeah, they think they're better than us because they have some kind of African DNA. I cannot count the amount of, people from East Africa who came on this panel literally and sat on here and told me straight up, like, brother, we are proud of our Eurasian DNA. You see that on this panel? A ton. So, again, these conversations are a lot more nuanced. Maybe that's the reason why people talk to you the way they talk to you, and that's why these conversations are important. That's all I wanted to add.
No, yeah. In this case, there is some people that like are not proud to be African and want to they want to get away from it. Back in in the Horn, and I would
Yeah.
I would write that off to not being like anti-African, but to being illiterate and just ignorant. You know what I mean? Like this is people that have been deprived of education. But
But I got a question. So, do you think that the ancient admixture affects the phenotype of Horners today?
No.
But
Yeah, yeah.
Africa is the most diverse continent, bro. We
That
can't
doesn't answer
all.
my.
We're
That
not.
doesn't
No,
answer my
listen.
question.
It
No,
does
but I'm
not.
saying it just proves that we are extremely diverse as a people on the continent.
I mean, see, this is what I mean by erasure, though, because that's like a mixed
There's
person
not.
coming
There's
in
not
How is it
with
one
different
continent.
erasure?
features and saying, okay,
There's not
black
one
people are diverse,
continent that
but
has the same
they have a
features,
white T
bro.
parent. That's not
Black people
diversity.
are diverse.
That's not diversity. That's not natural diversity, though. That's
I'm
another race
not
being
okay. So
introduced.
can I just speak
Like
to
for
something? Because
example,
I do have to drop real quick.
the Khoisan look different than the other tribes in South Africa.
They're lighter skinned, but they still have prototypical Bantu features, facial
Bantu
features.
does not. Bantu is just one
So
Yeah.
expression of African
that's
genetics,
and
African
this is
phenotype.
and
It
this is
does
kind
not
of my
mean
problem.
that that's allowed to be African. Do you understand that?
Why do y'all get triggered by these conversation, brother? Like, come on. And
Because
this is
it
why
is.
we
I'm not triggered.
not you,
I'm a
sister, not you,
yeah.
not you. Brother, if you got 30% DNA from the Levant, obviously it's gonna have some effect on your admixture, and that's okay. Like, I don't know why we just kind of fight over these talking points, and that's okay. Like, if you got 30% anything else in you, it will affect the way you present phenotypically, right? And that's okay. That doesn't, these are conversations we
Yeah,
can
yeah, yeah.
have without fighting each other. That's okay. Like, that's fine. Like, the
But
history
Listen,
is the history. You
Can I
can't
but
ask you a
change
hey,
it.
question?
I got a question
I
for you,
think
Trip. Who
no.
looks more
Listen,
African though? Who looks more African according to you?
No, that right there, I'm not trying to get that. That right
Yeah,
there, I
that's.
don't think that is
But that's
productive,
the
right?
Because there is
that's the
yeah,
problem.
my point was there is no African look.
no, but I'm thinking the whole premise is
Sure.
wrong. No, look, the whole premise is wrong because what he just said is you having 30% Eurasian admixture when the reality is from 23,000 years ago. Wouldn't that make that same phenotype or whatever you're trying to say? That is indigenous to us. Like that comes from us. Africa is the homeland, bro. It
You saying
doesn't
it's so long ago
that
that
Brother,
it
brother,
shouldn't
phenotype
even
brother,
doesn't
count?
come
brother,
Can I get
from
a
brother.
word in real quick? I
that
gotta go to
phenotype
Doctor.
comes from Africa.
Then one at a time, one at a time. Right, guys, please, let's
It's not my
guys,
interruption. I'm
let's
just
stop, guys. Let me just say something. Guys, if y'all want to have a conversation respectfully, we can do so. We don't need to sit here and and just start gaslighting each other, man. Like, I don't know why we just can't have these conversations in good faith, brother. The average, I'm not trying to use my eyes as a DNA test, but there's no way you can look at, the Cushitic people and say that you don't see some kind of phenotypical up here. Like, come on, man, what are we doing? What are we doing? You can
no,
see
yeah,
that,
it's a
right?
difference.
And
It's a difference,
right, correct.
but that
That can
originates
also be
from
explained,
us. The Cushitic people are
brother.
older than outside the groups.
Bro, let me just finish. Let me finish the point. I just don't want to have these disingenuous conversations when nobody learned anything. You do have some out of Africa DNA. That's okay. Are you the only one in Africa with mixture? No, you're not. That's okay. That's the conversation I'm trying to have. I don't know why we are having these conversations just redundant. That's an empirical fact. I can pull sources, primary resources who claim that you do have somewhere between 30% on average to 40% out of Africa DNA. That's okay. I mean, it's not like you can change it. Nobody's
But your
trying to
premise is
invalidate who
wrong.
you are. My premise is not wrong,
Trip,
bro.
can I just get a word in real quick,
There's
please? I'm about
there's
to
no
drop.
premise.
I
I
think we
got
need
you,
a
my
timer
sister.
by now.
Guys, there's no premise. We can sit on this panel and have a conversation about African American DNA all day, every day. And we do that all the time. The second we mention somebody else's DNA, all of a sudden you just start talking about premises, man. Come on, man. Let's be real.
And listen, man,
Let's move
who
to
keeps on who
if
keep,
hold on, let Afri let's Afri have the floor. She about to drop. Let her have the floor.
Okay, yeah, because I got some other things I got to do. Listen, I don't know what time I may have came at the end of this conversation, so I apologize. So if I'm reverting back to something that has already been discussed, just forgive me for that. But I think here's the issue, right? I think how we are interpreting the data, the sources, is the problem because We think that admixture is the same thing as being mixed, and yes, there are mixed East Africans, but what we are associating with a mix is not correct, right? So like genetic and Trip, I sent you some sources. Please read them. Genetic admixture does not mean the same as being mixed, and mix is a more recent and social understanding. It's a more social sense uh, in the word, right? So in population genetics, like when we do our studies, like in bioinformatics, admixture refers to ancient gene flow. So he's correct about that between populations over long periods of time. So that's like 10,000 years ago. That does not mean East Africans are mixed in the sense that we're thinking. But and so like what happens is that if since we're able to detect that statistically and scientifically, we will say, okay, East Africans have admixture from 10,000 years ago, and then somebody will come read it and say, oh, East Africans are mixed. No, they're not mixed, and their phenotype is indigenous to that region. Please listen to me. East Africans do not have 30 to 50% non-African DNA. Their genetics is distinctly African. To say that Bantu or whatever is the only type of African is wrong. It is, and it's misleading and it's confusing ancient populations with history and modern identity. You guys are getting all of that mixed up. And even the studies that identify Eurasian ancestry in East Africa describe it as ancient back migration. Does not mean that East Africans are mixed. And I've already stated this, but the phenotypes should be tied to their environment. Well, you guys are tying phenotypes to rigid racial categories, right? Which we all acknowledge as is a social construct. The phenotype, their particular phenotype,
Okay.
the narrow nose or aquiline nose or whatever, that is indigenous to that region. So stop saying that East Africans are mixed. They're not
Guess
mixed
I think it's a little,
generally.
I hear your sister. I think it's a little deeper than, it's a lot more complex than, I hear what you're saying. If it's a lot more complex than that, right? Let me just pull something on the screen. I think
So, Child of Sun, he asked a good question. He said, y'all brought outside DNA into Africa. And to that, I'll say the only thing that can be construed negatively as far as like Pan Africanism and like loyalty to Africa
brother,
is that,
just but
but go ahead.
just hold on, bro. Just hold on 2 seconds, right? Um, every like our look, our appearance come from somewhere. It's not out of the blue. There's a reason why we look the way we look. There's a reason why the European look the way they look. There's a reason why Asian look the way they look, right? It's a result of tens of thousands of years of evolution, right? That's how we are after that. We know European, for example, are made out of two series of human, Homo sapien and Homo neanderthalis, right? That's what makes a European. And we know they became white if you believe science in the last 5,000 years, right? We can also see all the series of human that are contributing to what you call the Asian, modern day phenotype. Okay. Um, there was an African phenotype. That's a natural evolution of 6 different human series. All right. I'm trying to put the evidence on it. So we look a certain way because there's a history behind it. It's not out of the blue. Depending on what source you look for, the East African look also has a very unique explanation that unfortunately is not related to Africa. Okay, it's just not. We have to be fair with that. It's a combination from the Black African migration from the Levant region. Okay, I'm not sure if y'all take DNA test, but the DNA test would do a better job explaining than I can,
Sure.
so you can understand exactly where that come from. Hold on. So, if we are claiming that people from the Levant are also indigenous to Africa. I hope that's not the claim we're making, right? Because they're not.
I'm not
People from
claiming
the
that.
Levant.
What I'm
Oh, no.
saying is
Oh,
that,
correct. But if you, but you're talking about two different versions of a human. African people and the model African that we represent and the model from the Levant are two different human, right? From a evolution standpoint, correct?
okay, can I
Can
can I
we, can we
Repeat
agree?
that again.
ask
Repeat
a
that again,
question?
Trip.
Ask a question one more time.
Let me just push my, hold on, let me pull the evidence because I don't want to confuse people on the panel. Let me just pull some evidence so y'all can understand where I'm coming from. Y'all can talk though. I'm gonna pull
But
something
okay,
that's gonna
so
make it a
one
little
thing I
more simple.
disagree with you is that you said we brought like we're mixed with outside of Africa, but don't you think that anything that happened after 3,000 years ago is like didn't even happen? Like you shouldn't that you can't look
Bro,
back that far, bro.
you're making an argument that I never made. And that's why I just want to get y'all to the point when we're having a scientific conversation. Y'all need to remove your personal emotion out of it. I never made any argument about you not being for Africa or not being indigenous or even mixed.
No,
We
no,
just
no.
having a
But you
scientific conversation, bro.
Because
no
because
no.
don't
You
you
were saying we
realize that
look
West
different
Africans
because of
have
outside.
admixture? Do we understand that? We understand that
Sure,
West
but
Africans have
again, I don't have
admixture.
as
East
somebody
South Africans
who
have
come from that
admixture.
region.
So that
Well,
doesn't
as
mean that we're
somebody
mixed.
Okay, so again, the reason why we are not getting anywhere with this conversation is because you guys keep introduce this word of mix. Nobody's saying anything about mix, and that's what I'm saying about these African topic. We people are not willing to have a conversation because we get so defensive and so protective of our region, our DNA, our country, our culture. We can never talk. We just can never have these conversations, folks, because we get overly defensive. I can pull my own DNA and break it down with y'all. We can have fun about it. But the second we do that with y'all, all of a sudden it's like, well, you call me mixer, you call me that. I told you, I do a DNA test. I got 3% out of from Ethiopia. It is what it is. I did DNA test. I make sure from the Khoisan. It is what it is. Like I don't know why the second we can do that with African Americans too and put their DNA and talk about it. The second we get with y'all, it's like, oh no, you calling them mix. You saying we're not indigenous. No, we just having a conversation, a genetic conversation. That's all this is.
Trip, when you
brother.
say that we have the same conversations, we have the similar conversations about African Americans, where that's African Americans. African Americans just existed like 400 years ago, right? We're not talking about that. We're talking about tens of thousands of years ago. And then also, the
That
reason why we're having this argument is that oftentimes people associate admixture with that phenotypic diversity that East Africans have. East African phenotype is not associated, and that's why I sent you that link so that you can read it. It's not necessarily
right,
associated.
but I think it's misleading though to
Did
tell
you
a
read the
group
link?
of people. No, I didn't see a link. I checked my Gmail on TikTok. I don't see any message from you.
Okay, I'll
I'm
send you
not
the
sure
link.
if you sent it. I don't see a
Listen,
message from you.
brother Trip,
I'm just
she's saying
saying.
she has proof,
I'm
and the
not
studies
saying,
to
bro. This
prove
isn't, bro.
what we're trying to say.
I promise you. I'm not sure why you guys in this position when you guys are trying to prove things, man. You don't have to prove anything. Like we don't have to prove
Clearly,
All
anything.
you
right,
have to
go
We are
ahead,
correct
Trip.
simply.
Go ahead,
whatever
Trip.
you're
We
trying to
gonna move.
say.
We gonna mute. Go ahead, Trip. We gonna give you.
I'm just saying, like y'all don't have to
Wakanisikilo,
prove anything.
wakatura
Like, bro.
relax.
Yeah, I'm not sure why y'all feel like you need to prove anything. This is not the conversation.
We're
Again,
correcting,
man.
bro.
Can we? Huh?
We're correcting, not proving.
Correcting what? What is it to correct?
Because you're trying to make it black and white, like, oh, there's an out of Africa admixture. When we're trying to tell you that whatever
Man.
phenotype that you're claiming is not is
Yo,
Wait,
indigenous
so
to
let me
all
ask you a
Africans.
question.
bro,
Let me ask you a question from a
bro.
Pro-
Guys,
scientific
let me
standpoint.
We have proof.
child of a son. Typically, the way it would work, your environment is gonna determine how you look because you're gonna evolve within a specific environment, right? Your environment is gonna determine how you look. If you look at these different races, you look at the Asian model, you look at the European model, you look at the African model. We all have different phenotypes, right? Yes, we are all human at 99.9%, but that 0.1% of difference can be explained by our environment, can be explained by, I don't know. There's a lot of things behind DNA. I just don't know why y'all get so uncomfortable after we present our DNA and talk about your DNA. All of a sudden, you feel like you need to prove something or defend yourself. Yeah, we just having a conversation. That's all I'm saying.
I mean, look
Brother,
though, like at the end of the day, right? Every scientific study shows that the reason for the Horner phenotype is because of the admixture. So if you want to say
No,
that
it
it
doesn't.
happened so long
Show me the
ago,
study that
hold on,
says that.
let me finish. So look, if you want to say it happened
One
so
at a
long
time,
ago,
please.
if you want to say that it happened so long ago that it has no effect on their phenotype, you would also have to say that the Neanderthal DNA found in Europeans has no effect today, which is a scientific consensus that proves that Neanderthal DNA does affect certain traits in Europeans today, and that happened far earlier than the Ethiopian admixture.
That's not the point, though. The point is that we're trying to say that the phenotype is indigenous to the horn.
So you would
It's
have
not
to
from.
prove that.
It's not
Yo,
outside.
what
We
the
do
hell
have
is
proof
going
and sources of that. We do
Bro,
have proof.
there's no such thing, bro. There's no such thing, man. Your
Brother, it's
phenotype is a
Listen,
result of,
it's Africa,
bro.
not
Just
the.
hold on, man. This is not a debate, bro. Your phenotype is a result of years of evolution. It can also be a result of mixture or admixture. That's part of evolution, also, right? It's not just the environment. If you just a guy who was an indigenous West African, for example, as you evolving as a human, you may come in contact with another different group of human who are indigenous from the Nile Valley. When humans meet each other, they have sex, they have baby, and we mix with each other. Then you will develop probably something new. If somebody from out of Africa, from Europe or whatever, bump into you, all that is part of evolution. Your phenotype is a result of a lot of things, including your mixture or admixture, bro. I'm not sure why we arguing these conversations. It makes no sense.
All
It's
right.
just science. It's a basic
So
science.
Trip,
It's not that black and white.
when I reply, hold on, Neon, 1 second. When I reply, don't say I'm emotional or getting pissed off because I'm not. I'm literally just trying to talk science right now, right? I
Exactly.
just wanted to point out, child of sun, he made a false equivalency with the and I'm not mad or nothing, but it's the Neanderthal. That's analyzing the genetic contents of a race, where this one is basically, are we indigenous or not? So that Neanderthal 3% DNA, it will always matter because Europeans are not fully Homo sapien. Whereas in this is a whole different question. That's all I wanted to point out.
No,
You see
my
what you
point
just
was that
said? What you just said, guys, let me check that. What you just said is also not true, man. That's pseudoscience, man. Europeans are full human. What were you talking about, bro?
I
What are
say
you talking? That's
Homo
pseudoscience,
sapien.
bro.
They're
They're
90
fully Homo
90
sapien, bro.
averagely 97%, right? And then 3% Neanderthal.
Okay, but that does not have any effect to how human they are, right? Because don't you forget that
Or
you
did
have
I say
Neanderthal
human? My
too in your
fault. I'm
blood?
a smoker then. Yeah. I didn't mean to say that. No, they're
What
human.
the
They're
hell?
100% human. My fault.
What the hell? What the hell are you talking about? And
And
that's what I'm
1%,
saying, man. Like we
1%
have
fruit
to be
fly.
fair.
The
Sure, but
bottom.
that doesn't change anything to their humanity. These are also human. I mean, you got some Neanderthal too, just a smaller amount. I got some Neanderthal too, just a very tiny. I mean, these are not talking points that can pass, scientific test, man. Everybody got a tiny amount of.
I want you to read
Everybody,
the source of
everyone
difference
have a
too.
tiny, very tiny amount of something else, bro. I know we like to believe that we are 100% pure, but that's garbage, bro. It's not true.
Nobody's making an argument that East
That's
Africans are
no,
100%
not.
pure.
Oh no, I was responding to the South, the
Is he making that
South side.
argument?
Well, he's saying that some other people, white tea, for example, they're not pure blooded. That's the implication, and I'm saying that we all got something else in us.
Go ahead, 3-3. I think you wanted to say something.
No, I'm actually just listening at the moment. I just came into the live.
Okay. A3, I think you wanted to say something. Go ahead.
Um, it's not the source that you're using, Child of Sunlight. It's the way that you are interpreting the source. That's the problem. Because I know the sources that you're referencing. I know that what you're saying as a that you're making these authoritative statements is false, right? And then like some of you are referencing old science that has since been updated, and you think that you can still pass that off. Genetic admixture again refers to ancient gene flow between population, does not refer to mix. Y'all say that y'all understand that the difference between admixture and mixture and being mixed, but you keep making comparisons between African Americans and all these other people, right? It's not the same thing.
Sister, I gotta disagree though. I respectfully, I can't. I gotta disagree with that. The reason why I'm gonna disagree is because, um, the admixture can be ancient and be part of the modern day genome, right?
It is,
If it,
but
let's say
does
it's
that
30,
but what we're
right?
arguing here is that because people are looking at East Africans and they're saying they're not African based upon us what the
No, no, no.
stereotypical
That's not the argument I'm making though. I'm not making the argument that
child of
they're less
sunlight.
African.
That was one of the first things that he said. He said that East
I
Africans are
got it.
not real
Well,
Yeah,
Africans
that
because
was Child of Sunlight.
That
Yep.
was not my
I'm
argument.
not. I'm okay, guys.
You
Let me.
said
I'm
admixture,
not
my bad.
making it. So the point I was making is whether the admixtures, 200 years old or 30,000 years old is there, right? And that admixture come from a region called the Levant, right? That's where that admixture come from. Do I think that they only have, indigenous African DNA or admixture from the Levant? Of course, now. They may carry all kind of things, just like we all carry all kind of things, right? But the point I'm trying to make here is it will be scientifically inaccurate to claim that it don't have, genetic from the Levant. That's
okay.
not
Let me
correct
go.
in science.
Let
That's
me
not
be a little
true.
more basic. What does an African look like?
We're having a genetic
No,
conversation. I
no,
think
no. Because
what you're
I
having
want
is
to
a
get
culture.
a scope of like where people are at, right? What does an African look like? What does a typical African
You,
person look like?
sister, you're having a cultural conversation.
I'm not having a
We're
cultural
not into
conversation. What the issue?
because there's no such thing as an African look, right? There's not a thing as an African look. It
Correct,
doesn't exist,
correct.
right? So that's what I'm saying. That this is a more so like a cultural conversation because if you're having a genetic conversation and saying that a group of people have gene pool from elsewhere, that would be an empirical fact. I mean, there's no denying that.
So what's
You
your
can't deny
point
that.
though? So what are you trying to? What is your
That's
overall
the
point?
point. It will be the same point of me pulling my GNA and my DNA on this screen and say, hey guys, the majority of my DNA come from Western Central Africa. However, I got some DNA from East Africa. I got DNA from South Africa. That's the same thing. Why can't we talk about why
We
is
can
their
talk
DNA
about it,
off
but
limit?
the issue is that people think that because that gene flow is there, that means that East Africans are not indigenous to East Africa. That's the thing that we're
But
arguing.
we're not making this that
Several
argument on the
people
panel
have
though.
made that
That's
claim. Some people have even said that the way that East Africans look indicates that they're not indigenous
Yeah,
to
that's my
Eastern
claim.
East
no,
Africa.
well,
That's my claim.
no, that's not what he
They call
I
us
said.
said
Arab,
Oh,
several
that's your
people.
claim.
Arab, straight up.
Okay, that's okay. Maybe that's his claim, right? But that's not my claim. God, let me just before I remove this thing on the screen. So I was just trying to push my argument that we are not what we are by mistake. You can see all the series of Homo, not Homo sapien, but all the human series of human, just to make it a little simpler. On per continent, right? You can see how we arrive from Homo sapien. You can see what make a modern day Asian, for example. You can see all that. You can see Europe. You can see America. Everybody in America came from somewhere else. They did not evolve in America. That's what this means. In Europe, we can see that they evolved from Homo neanderthals, what people call Neanderthal, and Homo sapiens. Right? You can see that. So that's what I'm saying. There's no way you can be an indigenous African and you ended up carrying DNA from another group of human who come from what we, some part of Asia, and claim that you don't have it. I mean, I don't know why we're having this conversation. The same way an
Okay.
African American cannot claim that he doesn't have DNA from 15% DNA and say, "Well, I don't have it." I mean, they have it. I mean, it is what it is, man. Like, I don't know.
So
They
Trip,
have
can
it. It
Keep
is what it
using
is.
can
Af-
we
when
say
you
this,
when
Trip?
you use trip.
Can we
I just
say
want to let you know that when you use African Americans as an example, it makes me doubt that you understand the science behind this.
yeah, that's very recent
African
activity.
American doesn't count. Guys, hold on a second. Do African American? Okay, so let me just say something to y'all. There's no such thing as recent. Just like us, African American can trace their gene to Africa some 300,000 years ago. They're not as new. Maybe the country's new, but these are very ancient people. Okay, let's just start making it clear. Just like the European, if you want to be technical, no human is older than the next human. If you want to be very scientifically accurate,
That's
there's
true.
no such thing as that group of people is more old and older than the next. That's that we say that. I understand what we are trying to say, but we all the same. We're all connected somehow. We are all older. We are all older at the same age. Now we can talk about our different mutation, but this idea that African Americans are old, young, no. The country it might be
I
a
didn't
little
say they
bit,
were young.
but
No,
even the white tea. Wait, I got
Trip.
you. The country might be, but that gene is very old. Just like the white T gene they carry, it's
Yeah,
old. We can
but
trace them from
we're
Europe
talking about the
40,000. That's the point I'm trying to
migration
make.
is like a in the hundreds, while the other one is the orders of magnitude 10,000. That's
Thank
like
you.
way
Right,
it
but we are
mathematically,
having a
it's like
I gotta go,
scientific.
but please
You
look
guys
at
are
that
trying
link
to.
trip. I gotta go. Please
I
look at
got
that.
you. I'm gonna look at it. We are trying to apply a cultural view or a political concept and these social construct into a scientific conversation. That's why we're getting confused. You see what I'm saying?
right. So
Science is science. What we are doing is we're trying to apply what East African. What the hell is East African anyway? What does that even mean scientifically? What the hell does that mean? DNA, the last time I checked, connect human, not regions. So again, we want to talk science, we can have science, man. That's the point I'm trying
you
to
know
make,
how
a
you
few
said
people.
Bantu is a language? I think you're wrong on that. Language is very useful here because the language
You said
is
Bantu
spoken.
is not a language.
That no, I'm saying like Bantu is more useful as a people's like an ethnicity because when people speak the same language, most likely it's highly correlated that they're related, and genetics also shows that. Um,
No. That's not true, brother. That's not true.
yeah,
That's
especially for
not true,
Africa,
bro. Bro, that's not true. There's a bunch of African people who don't speak the indigenous language, bro.
No, I
They
mean,
don't speak it. It's still
scientifically
African, bro.
speaking, that is true because the Niger Congo
What?
population evolved in the same area. Like they all evolved around that region. So if you trace back the language,
yeah.
where
Are
the
you
language
guys
evolved,
are you
that's where you
guys
find the
saying that
genetics.
are you guys saying that linguistic is science?
No, like
Yeah, it's a form.
linguistic is usually
How?
spoken. Linguistic is spoken by people. The people that speak that certain language, they are genetically related since they
Only
have
not,
the
bro.
same.
Garbage, bro. Garbage. Not true, man.
Look
What
at
the hell
this,
y'all be
like
talking
like
about? What's that?
Hebrews
You don't
and
need to,
like
bro.
Jews and
No,
Arabs are
brother.
related, right? And the
No,
Semitic
man.
language.
No. Guys, let's be for real. A language is a freaking social construct made by a bunch of random humans who got together and decided to create words, right? Some of those men can be from South, some of those men can be from East. Like, bro, what the hell? No, if you study the tribe in Africa, you think all those tribes are pure people from a specific group? Absolutely not. There are
Now
people who
there's
got
exceptions to
conquered
it,
and integrated into.
but
I'm saying there are people who got conquered and integrated into a specific tribe. People
but
who
it's a
marry
good
and found
estimation
the. Like,
tool.
come
It's
on,
a
man.
good estimation tool. It's
Okay,
like a
well,
reference,
I agree
like
with you. Sure, yeah. Linguistics typically will connect, some people, but yeah, absolutely.
No, I don't agree with
But
that.
what don't
Because
you agree with?
linguistics is a tool of anthropologists. So if you look at the homeland of where the language originated, because language spreads through people, through migration. So if you look at the origin, like for example, the Niger Congo language group is the biggest language group in Africa. 85% of Africans are part of that language group. So if you look to, all right, where did that language group originate? It originated in that area near the Niger Congo. So languages have an origin.
That's not the point. That's not the point. What's his name? Saf is saying though. What Saf is saying is correct. He's saying that language can be an indication, right? Yeah, it can be an indication. But if you find a group of people who speak the same language, does that imply automatically that these are the same people? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. But
Yeah,
I
yeah,
agree, it can be an indication.
like like Egypt, they're not related to the Saudi Arabians and all of those guys, Levant areas. So they are like they're like Arabized. They teach them the language, but so they speak the same language, but they're not 100% related. They're somewhat related, but yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Language can give you some, indication, but you need a lot more to prove that, you need to go through a lot more than just linguistic to prove that the people are related. You need a lot more. Language is not going to be sufficient. Although I concede to the point that language can be, language can be like sort of an indication
Yeah,
for sure.
yeah,
But language is definitely not sufficient.
yeah. Good estimator, right? Yeah.
It's a pretty good indicator, right? It's a giveaway, but yeah, especially in a place like Africa when we have 3,000 ethnic group, the people who speak 5 different languages, bro.
Yeah, places where it breaks down is like China. China, they forced everybody to learn Mandarin, but there used to be like 500 languages. But they kind of, and
But look,
Ethiopia is the same way
just
too.
look at let's just look at America. You got people who migrated to America straight out of Africa. They got here when they were 5, 10 years old. Their accent got away. Now they speak like Black American, they look like Black American, cultural acclimated into Black American culture, but they're not Black American though, right? If you just go by the language, the phenotype, you would think that these are Black American, but they're not. They're just
Yeah, that's
not.
true. That's true.
And right, they're just not. If you're talking about people who are from a place like Cape Verde, for example, you might put them into a DNA test and find out that they are 65% or 70% African, some 20 something percent European, and 2% indigenous American, just like they will after you have the same DNA also. Look at that. Still not the same people. Still not. The people in Africa, in Cape Verde, who have the same identical DNA makeup with modern Black American. They did have it because for the history of back and forth between, for the transatlantic slavery, some of that indigenous American DNA were brought up in Africa. They got the same makeup. They don't have an accent, but still, if you just go by that, you might get fooled. So these things are kind of complicated, also,
Yeah,
bro.
tricky sometimes. Yeah.
Yep, it's a little complicated, but bro, I'm against just to put my position out there. I'm against vilifying a group of people based on their appearance, right? Or
But you
or
but
their
you
gene.
saying we genetically we got components that's not purely African.
I never say okay, brother. Like you guys are
Like,
trying the word purely, man. I'm not into this talk, man. Like I don't do the purely talk. I don't talk like that, bro. I don't
all
know
right,
why you guys keep.
the reason I brought this up is because when the lady that just dropped earlier, she said these people are 100% African, indigenous, and all of their genetic is not connected to outside. And you said I disagree with you. Remember you saying that?
She said what? No,
She
she made a claim that is not scientifically accurate. Her claim was you do not carry DNA from the Levant. That's not true.
so that's what I was just saying right now, bro.
That's just not true, bro. It's not true. You do carry DNA from the Levant. I don't. You
Yeah, yeah.
do.
But
I don't know why
okay,
we
but this the thing though. Look, if you look 25,000 years ago, we don't carry DNA from the Levant because those people in the Levant were in Africa 25,000 years ago. So how come it's like the only way we're mixed, we carry DNA from the Levant is if you look at the time that we went outside, that 13,000 year
But
span.
okay,
But
so let me break it down to you, right? for people to change genetically, it's a process that take a lot of time, right? When you do a DNA test, if they look at your DNA sample, when they analyze it and they don't see any DNA from the Levant, they will tell you that you don't have it. The reason why they're telling you that you have it is because enough people took a DNA test and they saw a DNA was from that region. If that DNA was similar to yours, nobody would be saying that to you. That's all, and that's okay also, man. Like we all have some level of admixture, bro. It's not unique to you, man. Everybody got a little, something in them. It's not something unique.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't think you guys should be
I'm
defensive
I'm
about
trying to
that.
take a
There's really
DNA
no
test
reason
and
to
see
be.
what's happening.
That's a good thing. It tells you a lot more about yourself than you know right now. Maestro, you want to chime into the conversation? Because Maestro, you just got on a panel. You want to chime into a conversation? Because I've been going for
Yes.
a while now. Yeah, man. I think there's a chance in Africa to work together, but we
But
just have to learn how to talk,
have
man.
you seen those?
We get.
Like you caught the flack that had for there's some people. So you got mistaken, earlier, like bunch of people was talking at you. The reason why is because there's some people on TikTok right now. I seen a video yesterday. They had sub-Saharan Africa all red. They had the horn yellow, and they had the top blue. And at the top they said Arab. They had us mixed, and then they had like real Africans. And there's a lot of people that believe that I seen on your panel. You know what I mean? Like, and
Listen, like,
Yeah, man.
like I know you don't think that, but
group,
this
right?
is who we're
I have to
addressing
come
today. You know what I mean?
connect on my other phone. This phone is not very good in terms of audio, but I've been listening to this conversation, right? So we've been following the discourse. What we have to understand as a people of a particular race, aka the black race, is that these counter unproductive entities know exactly who they are, right? They know that they do not intend and will never add value to us as a people group. They are here basically to exploit and take, similar to Trump and the small hats. They know what they're doing, but we have to be aware and understand that these people, for example, ask yourself a question, right? How come they can't even build their homeland? Talking about Somalia. Somalia is literally fighting self to bring
This is one of
USA
them
in.
dudes I was
Mute
talking
your
about,
dirty
the
mic.
goofies.
Mute your
Shut your
dirty
ass up, boy.
mic.
Gotta be respectful though. I don't want to
Somalia.
hear none of
I
that
got
back talk.
brother. Don't get my
Can I
life flag though. I
finish?
already got 3 flags for the day, man. I don't want to get number 4.
They banned me yesterday, right? Just because I'm speaking truth to power, right? They reported my account. You can report this one as well. These Somali people keep on pretending like they're African. But when you look at their DNA will show Arab. How can you be an African when you're not indigenous to the land? And now they come to Africa, right? They are now trying to negotiate with Trump to implement a fight against each other. Does this sound to you like rational thinking people? They have a conflict, they're calling it Somalia versus Somaliland, and they're competing against each other by way of bloodline. Because what a lot of people don't realize, right? You see this Somali group, they're literally the same people in terms of DNA. But they want to dominate each other based on some type of clan rivalry in terms of I guess you can call it tribalism, right? They want to finish off the next one to them, and they have gone to the United States to pitch tent and say they require Trump to come and build a military industrial estate in their country in Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, does this sound like people that you can function with moving forward on the
Listen,
motherland?
listen. I'm not gonna listen to this rubbish. Trip, you see what we're talking about? You see what we're talking about, brother?
Yeah, I'm listening, my brother. I'm listening. I'm
You see
listening.
what we're talking
Trust
about?
me,
Like,
I'm listening.
if I stoop to this guy's level, that would just make me a fool. Because everything he said, the same thing, Trump industrial military complex system in Somalia, while Trump villainizes and talks crazy about Somalis every day. You see how illogical he sounds right now?
Well,
Ridiculous.
it's just funny when
That's crazy.
Maestro. Let me ask you a question. You from Nigeria, correct?
Yes, and I'm the worst type of Nigerian, the one that understands what the fuck is going on. Plus, I don't
Don't
need you.
curse, man. You're gonna get my life. You're gonna get my life banned, man. I never
No
say I need
problem,
you
Papa.
needed me,
No
bro.
problem. Apologies. All right, go on.
I never say you needed me, bro. So what I'm asking is, what is the overall point that you're trying to convey? What's the point?
The point I'm trying to make is you are not indigenous to Africa and you come by way of picture. By default, you will not be committed to the land, right? You're going to
Do you
employ.
do you consider the Fulani indigenous to
This is
Nigeria
what I'm
or West
saying. These
Africa?
are the cousins. These are the cousins of the Somali, right?
Oh,
Because
they are the cousin of the Fulani, huh?
they came from
How?
Mesopotamia.
Yo,
Hold on, let me finish.
yo,
They
what are
came.
you, Igbo or something? What is
Hold
this?
on.
Rubbish.
Guys, hold on, guys, hold on, man, hold on, guys, give me 2 seconds, man. No, let me just, God, give me 2 seconds.
They are the
So
biggest threat.
where are the Fulani indigenous from
They
too?
are the biggest